Guys, this is part 2 of Valhalla Saga. If you've already watched it, you can skip to 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. Enjoy the video. Love y'all. So it all starts with our boy, who was at some championship. He has a big name in the gaming industry, and today was the day he was about to win his 3rd world title. He's standing there hyping himself up for the upcoming game, and the next thing he knows, he's standing in front of an army of ugly dudes staring at him like he's some rare breed. Guys, this is part 2 of Valhalla Saga. If you've already watched it, you can skip to 2 hours, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds. Enjoy the video. Love y'all. So it all starts with our boy, who was at some championship. But then things get really wild. One warrior realizes the guy next to him is literally the same dude who killed him. The other guy stares like he's seeing a ghost, asking if it's really him. They're giving each other these intense death stares, and Taiho's thinking, oh great, I'm about to witness a murder. Their eyes light up like we're about to get some epic anime showdown, but instead, they start laughing their asses off. The dead guy's like, yo, I'm only here because of you, my eternal rival. The other one's like, dude, that fight was absolutely insane. Then the bald guy asks if he died right afterward, and he explains how some kid with 5 braids jumped him and stabbed him in the gut while screaming, Dad. The man's laughing about it, saying the kid is going to be a strong warrior someday. The father proudly says he already is. Meanwhile, Taiho's just standing there, completely lost in this testosterone-fueled reunion. That's when the story hits us with a flashback. Taiho had been in the tournament, literally 1 match away from his 3rd world championship. Everything was going perfectly until he face-planted into his keyboard. Now he's wondering, did I actually die right there? Or is this the weirdest fever dream in history? Suddenly, some girl points at him and announces that he's the champion who won countless duels. All the warriors turn and stare at his scrawny frame like, how the hell could this twig be the king of anything? Half these guys already want to test him, just to see what's up. Poor Taiho is completely out of his element and probably wishing he'd just stayed dead. He's blaming this girl for dragging him into whatever insanity this is. He remembers that exact moment when his face hit the keyboard. There was some strange light, and then the mysterious girl appeared. She starts going on about how people who die in glorious battles carry the soul of a true warrior. Taiho's like, wait, does that mean I'm actually dead? But instead of giving him a straight answer, she just tells him to follow her. He asks if she's leading him to hell, a reasonable question, honestly. But before he can nope out of there, she grabs his hand, and they're flying through some tunnel of light, heading straight for Valhalla. Back in the present, Taiho's trying to process this madness. Valhalla, that legendary place from Norse mythology, where only the baddest warriors go. He's thinking the girl clearly made a massive mistake, assuming he's some grand warrior just because he dominates at gaming. The way she's acting all innocent and convinced makes it pretty obvious. Taiho tries to explain that she's got it all wrong. He's not a warrior, just a professional gamer. But then she asks if by games he means duels. At this point, you can practically hear his brain short-circuiting. He lets out a defeated sigh and tells her to take him back. But before they can sort this mess out, a deep horn blast shakes the entire place. The girl shouts that the enemy is here, and everyone needs to get ready for battle. All the warriors' eyes light up, and in a second, these mofos are ready for war. And Taiho, our boy, is in pure panic mode. He's convinced he's going to die twice in 1 day. Then the enemy shows up, and the warriors don't even hesitate. They charge in like complete maniacs, clashing with these creatures in the most intense free-for-all you've ever seen. Meanwhile, Taiho's on the sidelines, shaking like a leaf, clutching a sword he has 0 clue how to use. He's wondering, if I already died once, what happens if I die again? Do I get double dead? But fate isn't waiting for him to figure it out. One of these massive beasts locks onto him. It attacks way too fast, and all Taiho can do is freeze. Just before the monster is about to flatline him, some warrior rushes in, yelling for him to duck. The guy unleashes this brutal technique called deep rage or something equally metal. It takes the beast down in one shot. Taiho is cowering with his hands over his ears. The warrior turns to him and asks if he knows what a saga is. Taiho, of course, has absolutely no clue what any of this means. The warrior laughs and starts explaining the whole deal to our confused gamer boy. He says being in Valhalla means Taiho did something extraordinary in life, and whatever you accomplished becomes your source of power here. The more legendary your achievements, the stronger you become. Taiho looks at this guy like, dude, what feats? All I did was demolish bags of chips and destroy noobs in video games. But then a memory hits him. Karlstad, the immortal warrior from his favorite game. This character had an absolutely ridiculous list of epic conquests that would make even Thor jealous. As Taiho thinks about his character, this strange light starts glowing around him. He thinks to himself, is that a system window? The warrior points and says Taiho has his own saga now. Taiho looks forward and sees glowing letters floating in the air like some kind of divine subtitle system. He squints at them, saying he can see the letters, but can't read them clearly. Still confused as hell, he manages to make out a few words. Saga of the Immortal Warrior. Power 1%. Taiho starts walking, his mind absolutely spinning. That has to mean Karlstad's power, and as he thinks that, his eyes light up with that classic gamer ambition. If I can use his power, I'll be the strongest one here. Then the warrior calls out, telling him to look ahead. Taiho follows his gaze and asks what's happening. That's when he sees it, a massive, absolutely terrifying creature holding a hammer that's literally bigger than Taiho. The beast attacks immediately. Taiho tries to dodge but trips over his own feet, dropping his sword like a complete amateur. He scrambles up, sees the monster closing in, and thinks, no way, Karlstad's power can't be this pathetic. The beast rears back for another hit, and Taiho glances at those floating letters again. There it is, that cursed 1% written so small it might as well be the fine print on some sketchy mobile game purchase. He shouts, why is this written so tiny? Is this some kind of joke? Couldn't it be bigger? Before leaving, the warrior introduces himself. He says his name is Jorn and tells Taiho to stay alive until they meet again. Now that the big guy is gone, Taiho falls hard staring at this enormous thing. He glances sideways. His sword is on the ground, looking as helpless as he feels. But he thinks, fine, 1% is almost nothing. But it's still better than 0, right? Time to see if this works. He dashes for the weapon, thinking about how Karlstad could solo hundreds of enemies without breaking a sweat. Even a tiny sliver of that power should be enough to keep him from dying horribly, right? Grabbing the sword with both hands, Taiho braces himself to face this walking nightmare. The monster swings its hammer again, but something clicks. Taiho moves fast, way faster than before. He dives underneath the beast just in time, and as he rolls, memories of tournaments flash through his head. You can almost hear the crowd roaring his name. Then deep inside, Karlstad's image flickers like a flame catching wind. That's when his saga truly activates, and man, it's like someone just plugged him into the Matrix. Something shifts completely, and wild electric power surges through him like a storm. And in the next second, he's zapping across the battlefield and slices the monster's head off in one clean sweep before going straight back to being his stupid self. He falls butt first onto the battlefield, so now he's just sitting there thinking, so is this the saga Jorn talked about? Our boy gets back up because he's sure that with its help, he'll survive for sure. The scene shifts to the great hall where all the warriors are gathered. There's a massive celebration going on, a feast in full swing, with everyone having the time of their lives. Those two rivals from earlier are sitting side by side, laughing like best friends. One says he survived the fight, while the other grins and calls it just a warm-up. At another table, Taiho is sitting there complaining about the food. Jorn explains that if Taiho wants better food, he'll have to rank up. This is just the hall for rookie warriors. Low rank means basic food, no frills. Taiho asks if Jorn is a low-ranked warrior, too. Jorn laughs and tells him he's only here to check on him. Taiho exhales deeply and genuinely thanks him, saying that if it weren't for Jorn, he wouldn't still be standing there breathing. Jorn gives him a half-smile and shakes his head, telling Taiho to relax and just try not to die next time. But before he can finish, Taiho asks what would happen if he actually died here. Jorn laughs again as he explains that anyone who dies here has their soul transferred into a warrior of steel, and once they become one, they'll no longer feel pain or hunger and will fight forever. Jorn asks Taiho if that doesn't sound wonderful. Taiho freezes completely. To him, it sounds like the opposite of wonderful. The warrior of steel sounds more like an eternal steel coffin than any kind of reward. He swallows hard, thinking, absolutely no way I'm dying here. Jorn then changes the subject and tells him his affiliation will soon be determined. Taiho asks what that means, and Jorn explains that every warrior gets sorted into teams, and that's about to happen right now. Right then, a curvy blonde woman walks in, decked out in full-body armor. She stands proudly and announces that she witnessed their performance, and now each of them will be assigned to a legion. Taiho asks Jorn if that woman is a Valkyrie. Jorn nods, saying her name is Regenleif, the daughter of Odin himself. Regenleif raises her sword dramatically and tells them all to look into their goblets. She says the name they see will be the one they're meant to follow. Taiho stares into his cup, looking completely confused. Jorn explains that they'll each be placed under the command of one of Asgard's gods, and whichever god leads their unit will grant them extra power. Taiho turns to the goblet again, thinking that the only two Norse gods he knows are Odin and Thor, so if he has to get stuck with someone, they'd better be powerful. When Taiho finally sees the image appear, his hopes absolutely crumble. It's a girl, beautiful, sure, but not at all what he was expecting. He's probably thinking, where's my Thor? Where's my Odin? What is this? The scene shifts, and now Taiho is sitting in a tiny boat sailing down a quiet river. The girl's rowing calmly, while Taiho looks ready to have a complete meltdown. He's thinking, they said these were teams of gods, so how the hell am I alone here? The girl notices his sour expression and curiously asks why he's been acting weird since they started. But before he can spiral into more self-pity, she cuts in again. She tells him their team has strengths that could rival any other. Even with his massive doubts, Taiho starts wondering if that might actually be true. She goes on, saying no one above them can interfere, and no one below them can cause problems. This place is paradise. In the next moment, our boy is back in the hall. He's staring down into his goblet with the name Idun written on it, while everyone else is cheering at names like Odin and Thor. He's literally the only one who got a name nobody else recognizes. Jorn's reaction back then didn't help either. He tried to be supportive and told him to stay strong. As the ceremony continued, each team leader called out the names of the warriors joining their ranks. Lines of warriors formed everywhere. Taiho just stood there, unsure who was supposed to lead this Idun team he'd apparently been assigned to. Then he saw the red-haired girl sitting in a far corner. She was the leader of Idun's team. Not knowing what else to do, Taiho approached her. When he said he was joining her team, she looked completely stunned. She said he was the first rookie to show up in a very long time. She added that they hadn't had anyone new or young in years. Meanwhile, there was only one thought going through Taiho's mind. You're way too close for comfort, lady. She then introduced herself as Helda. Back in the present on the boat, Helda is staring at Taiho, clearly trying to figure out what's going through his head. Finally, Taiho breaks the silence, asking what exactly they're fighting to protect and why. Helda pulls out a map. She points, saying their current location is Asgard, and beyond that, past the lands ahead, is Muspelheim. She explains that Muspelheim is home to giants, dark gods, and demons. Taiho points at a red spot on the map and asks what that place is. Helda follows his finger, saying it's a land that's been completely destroyed. She continues, explaining that their team is on the front lines, Because of this, they're up against an enemy that wants to destroy the entire world. Taiho looks at the map, thinking hard. Something about it reminds him of a game he's played. He asks if this whole thing is Ragnarok. Helda nods, confirming it. She says that while the fight is to protect the world, deep down they're mostly just fighting to survive. Taiho finds himself wondering if there's a way to move between worlds. Just a tiny sliver of hope that maybe he could find a path back home to his gaming setup and normal life. But before he can ask more, Helda announces that they've arrived. Taiho looks at the giant door while Helda says it's the temple of their goddess. And now, as her warrior, Taiho should show his respect. They enter the temple. Taiho's eyes scan the immense structure, clearly impressed despite everything. He asks if he's going to meet the goddess in person. Helda laughs softly, saying of course not. Meeting the goddess face to face is impossible. She tells him he'll meet her, but only from a distance. At the end of the hall stands a majestic statue of the goddess. On the ground is a circle engraved with the image of a tree, which catches his attention. Helda hands him a golden apple, telling him to approach the altar and offer it. Taiho takes the apple, looks at the tree symbol, and hesitates briefly. Then he simply tosses the apple forward, thinking, I have no clue what's about to happen. As the apple hits the ground, the circle and tree light up with a radiant, blinding glow. Taiho has to shield his eyes. Everything around him shifts. The statue comes to life. Her voice echoes through the temple as she greets Taiho as her new warrior. When he opens his eyes, the tree carved into the ground is now real, golden, vibrant, and alive. Taiho immediately kneels before her. The goddess smiles, saying that just as water flows downward, the human body expresses its deepest reverence through kneeling. Then she places her hand on his head, saying he'll receive a blessing. Golden light pours from her hand, enveloping Taiho completely. He feels overwhelming energy fill his entire body. In that moment, he receives the mark of the guardian of life and youth. Taiho realizes his entire body is glowing. He feels strength blooming inside him and suddenly realizes that all the chronic pain from his pro-gaming days, his back, hips, neck, and even his digestive issues is gone. Once the blessing ends, the goddess smiles and tells Taiho she's eager to see what feats he'll achieve. Taiho opens his eyes and he's back in the real world. Helda appears beside him, helping him up and telling him he's been officially blessed by the goddess. She explains that Idun is the goddess of immortality and youth. With her mark, Taiho will be able to endure even the deadliest pain in battle. No matter how brutal things get, he has divine protection now, but our boy doesn't hear any of that. He's thinking about how the goddess looked way too perfect for his taste. Helda continues, explaining that now he has the blessing of life, there's little risk of dying anymore. In fact, the longer time passes, the stronger his blessing becomes. She laughs, adding that this is why people call their team the zombie team. Taiho raises an eyebrow and quickly asks, if I defeated all the enemies, would there be a way to return to my world? As she helps him up, she tells him that if the war ended the way he's imagining, if they actually won, then maybe it would be possible. Since this was probably the first time he'd touched a girl's hand, he naturally skips normal thoughts and goes straight into delusion mode. He's imagining a future where he's married to Helda and they're living together in some peaceful home. After a long day, he'd come home and she'd be waiting for him in the kitchen like some kind of domestic goddess. In his daydream, Helda smiles sweetly as she feeds him with her own hands. But reality hits the moment he bites into the food. It has the texture of a used boot sole, and our boy wakes up from his dream. Helda looks at him with concern, asking if he's okay and whether the meat is too tough. Before he can reply, she tries to reassure him, saying things will improve soon if they work hard and climb the ranks. Everything gets better. Our boy just went through the reality shock and drifts back into his dream world, picturing Helda encouraging him to be patient while holding their baby beside some calm river. Then reality smacks him again. A system notification pops up. warning that his delusions have reached a critical level. The next day, Helda decides to go over everything again, just to make sure this dumbass actually understood any of it. She explains that every time he defeats an enemy, he earns something called runes. Taiho asks if that's the red energy he felt when he defeated those monsters earlier. Helda nods, saying that thanks to that battle, he must already have some runes saved up. She explains that he can spend them to unlock new skills and grow stronger, increasing physical strength, mental strength, endurance, agility, and mana. He asks what mental strength and mana are supposed to do. Helda explains that mana enhances magical offense and defense, while mental strength increases his focus and resistance to psychic attacks. Taiho then asks if mana can also be used to empower his saga. Helda tells him sagas are special. Their strength doesn't just grow through action, but also through belief, specifically how many people know the story and believe in it. She says that sometimes sagas can grow so powerful they bend reality itself. She then adds that lower-ranked warriors usually have simple sagas, such as boost to speed or strength. But legendary sagas can create weapons from nothing, change the warrior's form, or even summon entire armies. Then she locks eyes with Taiho and tells him he needs to remember something. The power of his saga and how far it can go depend entirely on him. As she says that, he remembers the saga of the legendary brave knight Karlstad. Just then, he hears the sound of a massive bell. Helda knows what it means, so she rises instantly and tells Taiho it's a call to battle. Taiho is surprised by how sudden it is and asks if it's really starting already. At that moment, a strange portal appears before them. The scene shifts, and Taiho is wearing new armor with a shield strapped to his back. Helda stands beside him, adjusting the last parts of his uniform, while this bastard is still grinning like an idiot from just a touch as he gets ready to enter the portal. Helda tells him to take care and not to die. Taiho smiles and says, "Didn't you say it was hard to die? So wish me luck." Then he steps through the portal. As he enters the world beyond, the first thing he sees leaves him speechless. The whole place is packed with people, and as a certified introvert, I can say for sure that it's never a pleasant sight. Suddenly, someone smacks his shield. He turns around in shock and sees Jorn laughing, saying they've met again and that Taiho looks much better now. Then, grinning, he asks if Taiho's Valkyrie is pretty. He laughs even harder, adding that honestly, all Valkyries are pretty, aren't they? Before Taiho can answer, Jorn grabs his shield and gives him a gentle shove toward the formation, telling him to get moving and explaining that today's battle will be different, because they'll have a commander this time. All the warriors line up while our boy stands there alone like a fool. The commander asks if Taiho is Idun's warrior before ordering him to go to the back of the line. Without wasting any time, he introduces himself to the Legion. This dude is Ragnar from Heimdall's Legion. He tells the army that today's task is to recover the territory they lost to the Gnolls and open the gate, declaring, as always, that he'll lead from the front, and the army is more than happy to die following this man. In a blink, they're in a snowy field. Taiho spots a monster on the hill, but before he can warn anyone, it leaps down, tearing through everything. This beast is no ordinary mob. It's the boss, White Fang. Ragnar shouts for everyone to charge, but the monster nearly wipes them out in one swing, and Taiho stands there cursing. Whatever bastard opened that damn portal. Everything goes dead silent, and Taiho stares down White Fang and that massive hammer, thinking, this is it, game over, man. But he tries to keep his cool, telling himself it's just like fighting a boss in a video game. He realizes that hammer is going to turn him into paste if it connects even once. He looks at his little shield and goes, yeah, this isn't going to do jack, then just tosses it aside. He dumps his 5 runes into agility, and suddenly his senses become sharper. When that hammer comes crashing down, Taiho slips out of the way. The wind from the swing grazes his skin, but he's still breathing. All the other warriors lose their minds cheering because, Finally, someone didn't get launched into next week. But Taiho realizes dodging isn't going to win this fight. A voice yells for everyone to attack White Fang's legs and bring him down. But one swing of that hammer sends a warrior flying through the air, and without wasting any time, White Fang raises the hammer again. That's when Taiho goes, screw it, only one thing left to do. He activates a move called Warrior of the Storm, which gives him crazy speed. But instead of just running around, he launches himself into the air, midair. He's thinking about Helda telling him not to die and how he has to survive this mess. Then he gets annoyed at the narrator for making his life sound like a tragedy and basically tells the story to cut it out with the death flags. He pushes his storm ability further than ever before and channels all that speed into his feet for one massive strike. Everything that follows is a blur to him. He gets back up, wondering if he's even still alive, when he sees his sword buried deep in White Fang's eye. Taiho realizes this is his only chance to finish him, but the problem is that he doesn't have a weapon. He activates his new ability, Warrior's Sword, summoning a new blade. He leaps into the air and brings down the boss. Cut to some cosmic lady named Raskrid, standing on what looks like the edge of space and manipulating a chessboard. A raven shows up and she's like, "We won," thinking she's talking to Odin, but it's actually Hugin, Odin's messenger bird. It asks her if there was anyone impressive among the new batch of warriors, but the bird seems ready to be disappointed since all of them were low rank. She admits that one warrior impressed her, the guy who fought the beast. Back on the battlefield, Taiho stands over White Fang's corpse, holding his sword, while everyone goes nuts chanting Odin's name. The whole scene reminds him of winning gaming tournaments, with all the cheering and applause. He looks at his weapon and gets chills. It's the exact same sword from the game he knows. It used to be rare, but eventually became common and weak. He decides he wants to keep hearing those cheers and get stronger. He raises his sword to salute the warriors when Thorn puts a hand on his shoulder, tells him he did great, and says evolving his saga mid-fight isn't something to take lightly. Taiho thanks him, saying it was only possible because of Jorn and Helda's help. Jorn is impressed that Taiho can summon a sword from thin air now. Taiho laughs, saying it's new to him too, but now he can make it appear and disappear at will. At this point, our boy is completely spent and wants to head back, but Jorn drops the bad news and tells him they're not going home. He points to a fortress in the distance and says that's their next target. They're camping here until they take it. Later that night, Taiho collapses in his tent, completely drained. He can't believe everything that happened in just one day. He stares at his hands, thinking about what Jorn taught him regarding sensing his saga. He opens his system window and sees that his synchronization has gone up to 5%. He's definitely getting stronger. He has 2 saga slots now and wonders if he can combine them. While he's thinking about it, some warrior bursts into his tent with a weird smile saying someone's looking for him. Taiho steps outside and sees all the warriors gathered around, every single one grinning at him with the same strange expression. He asks what it's all about when he sees Helda sitting by the bonfire, and he gets shy just looking at her. The scene shifts to 5 minutes earlier, with Helda sitting on the ground crying her eyes out and apologizing to our boy. She then asks if he can show her his sagas. As she looks at the list, she panics even more because it's filled with one ridiculous achievement after another. The girl is sobbing about how arrogant she was and how she never realized he was such a powerful hero. Meanwhile, Taiho tries to calm her down, but she keeps crying and begging for forgiveness because she called him a rookie, and Taiho just stands there thinking she's ridiculously cute like this. Well, I agree, dude. Seeing her freak out like this, Taiho decides to tell her everything and explains that he accomplished all those things in a virtual world. Helda gasps so loudly that probably half the camp hears her. All of that was in a game? Taiho confirms it was all in a virtual world, not real life. She thinks about it and says she sort of understands, but adds that he still did all those things, so it's still incredible to her. Then Taiho starts having this whole internal debate about whether esports should count as real sports, and imagines everyone wanting to become gamers to dodge military service. Dude's brain just goes on a whole tangent about societal collapse through competitive gaming. Hilda snaps him back to reality. Talking about sagas, she says there usually isn't a limit, but in his current state, he can only have one more saga. Taiho has options, and he's thinking hard about what to pick. He could go offensive, but then he's like, nah, that's not what I need right now. Instead, he chooses Dragon Eyes because apparently he wants to see everything. His eyes start glowing blue, and he lets out a massive yell that startles Hilda. He starts testing his new vision and says everything is much sharper now, but it almost killed him in the process. Hilda tells him to rest and prepares to leave, but before she goes, she hugs him and says having someone like him on the team is incredible luck. Poor Taiho is so shocked by the hug, he thinks the tent roof might blow off. After she leaves, a guy named Rolf from Uller's Legion shows up to escort Taiho to a gathering. Taiho is wearing a helmet now, probably trying to hide his glowing dragon eyes or something. Rolf explains that he's from a merged unit and everyone needs to gather at Ciri's base. Taiho activates his dragon eyes to check this guy out and confirms his identity, plus learns that he's called the Wolf Hunter. But apparently, his new vision shows him more than he bargained for. He freaks out and quickly looks away. As they're walking, Rolf goes on about how he envies Taiho for getting visited by a Valkyrie. He says that if it were him, he'd be bragging to everyone. Taiho feels pretty smug about it, thinking it's like getting a visit from a celebrity. Then he asks about Uller's Legion benefits, and Rolf explains that they get to choose between invisibility and target tracking. He shows off by turning invisible right in front of Taiho and then reappearing. They reach the new camp, and Taiho meets the unit leader, who turns out to be a curvy blue-haired woman, apparently rare in Valhalla since the only other women he's met are Valkyries. This leader has some serious energy, radiating from her, making Taiho realize she's way stronger than any warrior he's encountered. Her title is the Manhunter. Then a light appears in the sky, and everyone thinks it's another Valkyrie. But surprise, it's Raskrid again. Taiho recognizes her and uses his dragon eyes to see that she serves Odin and holds the title Ice Princess. Raskrid takes charge and announces that Commander Rhaenos is dead, so his unit will be merged with Ciri's. She then pulls out a scroll and starts distributing the rewards. Since our boy was the one who killed that thing, he gets everything: gold coins, a rune, and team points. He's trying to keep a straight face, but inside he's doing victory dances, thinking he's going to become a living legend. Then he hears the other warrior whispering and thinks they're praising his victory. Nope, they're all talking about how lucky he is that Hilda visited him. Seriously? Dude defeats a giant monster and saves everyone, but all they care about is his visitor. Raskrid shuts everyone up and announces that tomorrow they'll capture the fortress. And the strategy is simple. They'll be using Steel Rain. As she says that, everyone cheers like she just announced free feasts for everyone. Taiho tries to match the hype but has no clue what Steel Rain even means. He turns to ask Rolf, who honestly admits he has no idea either. So the next day, Raskrid is flying around the battlefield and gives the signal to start the attack. Warriors charge toward the fortress like a zombie horde, but with better coordination. The enemy spots them coming, and out pops another giant monster. This one's called Red Eyes. While everyone is clashing, Ciri starts explaining Raskrid's master plan. The main army will distract the enemy at the front gates while her unit scales the walls, infiltrates the control rooms, and opens the fortress from the inside. She mentions they'll use Steel Rain to breach the walls, and Rolf gets all hyped, talking like he knows exactly what that means. But Taiho gives him the side-eye because he knows this dude has no clue what steel rain is either. Taiho is still wondering if it's some kind of teleportation spell or magical attack. Cut to Taiho sitting inside what looks like a giant beer barrel. Finally, it dawns on him what steel rain means. They're literally being launched in metal barrels toward the fortress walls like human cannonballs. Rolf asks if he's excited, and Taiho's like, "Are you kidding me, dude? What's there to be excited about?" Other warriors around him are cheering and yelling stuff like, "I'm going to Valhalla." And Taiho's probably thinking, "Aren't we already in Valhalla? Did you guys miss orientation day?" The horn sounds, and their barrel starts moving. These things get loaded into massive cannons. Inside the barrels, it's a mixed bag. Some warriors are screaming in terror, while others are having the time of their lives, already pumped for battle. The barrels crash through the walls, and everyone stumbles out, looking like they just survived a car accident. People complain about back pain, bitten tongues, and general, "Why did I sign up for this?" vibes. Taiho is just grateful to still be breathing. Siri shows up, warning them to get ready because his company is coming. They look ahead and see a massive creature with huge claws surrounded by giant insects, moving in perfect formation. Siri explains that these bugs work in groups of 5, and if you take out the leader, the rest get confused. Someone asks how to tell the leaders apart since they all look identical. That's when Taiho remembers his shiny new Dragon Eyes ability. He activates his enhanced vision, spots the boss bug, and points it out to Siri. She wastes no time going straight for the target. While Taiho starts calling out the other leaders by their distinguishing traits. You can see the fast one, the handsome one, the famous one. The guy has basically turned into a living strategy guide. With each leader taken down, the remaining bugs start retreating. But then another horn sounds, and it's time for the next wave. Siri splits the team. She'll hold the front with her group, while Rolf takes a team to the control rooms. Before they leave, she tells Rolf to bring Taiho along, and looks right at him, saying she's counting on him. Rolf's group has only 4 people, and 3 of them can turn invisible. Taiho can't do that trick yet, so Rolf tells him to stay close. They sneak away from the main battle, and Rolf says he knows a secret route. He places his hand on some stone, and a hidden passage opens. They head into the dark tunnel with Rolf lighting the way using a torch. Then Taiho walks face first into a massive spider web and starts freaking out, ripping threads off his face. Looking around, he realizes this corridor hasn't been used in forever, but they keep moving deeper anyway. So the group keeps moving, but Taiho is lagging behind while a massive spider chills on the ceiling, watching them like their dinner. Rolf tells everyone to be careful, and they're all trying to step quietly when suddenly a creepy chittering sound starts getting closer. Taiho looks up just in time to see the spider grab one of the warriors with its fangs and yank him right off the ground. Taiho shouts a warning, but everyone's already frozen, watching this thing chow down on their buddy. Rolf is weirdly calm about it, commenting on how strange and huge the spider is. He says it must have been starving to eat someone that fast, then adds that the guy is done for. Taiho activates his dragon eyes and realizes they're in deep trouble. There's not just one spider. There are dozens crawling in from everywhere. He tells Rolf they're surrounded. The spiders start closing in, and Taiho forces himself to stay focused. He scans them with his ability and figures out that they paralyze prey with venom, but he also spots their weakness. He activates some runic flame effect that sets his sword on fire and slashes at the ceiling, torching all the webs and spiders in one go. He yells for everyone to run, and they don't need to be told twice. While they're sprinting, Rolf asks if Taiho is some kind of mage. Another warrior worries about leaving the sword behind, but Taiho casually says he'll just make another one. Using his dragon eyes, Taiho leads them through the tunnels until they find a door. Rolf says this is it and rushes them inside. Taiho goes first, then another warrior, but the last guy hesitates, and a spider slips through. Now it's 3 against 1 spider in close quarters. Rolf and the other guy wrestle the door shut, while Taiho draws a new sword and takes care of the spider with 1 clean hit. Everyone is gasping for breath, like they just ran a marathon. Taiho asks if this is really the control room as they head toward the center. Rolf confirms that it's the emergency control chamber. It makes sense that it was so hard to reach. Being super secret means there are no guards. Rolf pulls out a circular key and inserts it into the main device, saying they need to open the gate to save their troops. The key activates, and a blinding light bursts out as a mechanical voice says, "Emergency control key recognized." Then some girl descends from above, calling herself Black Caster and asking how she can help. Rolf and the other warrior just stand there drooling while Taiho's like, "Weren't we in a hurry literally 5 seconds ago?" He tells Rolf to snap out of it and actually talk to the AI girl. Rolf asks her to open the fortress gate, but she starts opening the wrong door behind them instead. After correcting her, Rolf declares mission success and suggests they hang out and chat with the girl while waiting for their army to take the fortress. Just then, the AI girl warns them that someone is coming. Something massive is approaching, and Taiho is terrified, wondering how anything could break through that thick metal door. Rolf points out that there were tons of spiders outside, but Taiho realizes whatever this is has already killed them all. The door explodes open, and Red Eyes storms in, looking absolutely furious. The beast growls threats, saying he's going to wipe them out right here. The trio freezes, because when a giant monster crashes your party, that tends to happen. Taiho activates his warrior's sword saga and charges, thinking of Helda. Rolf and the other warrior follow, but Red Eyes is way too fast. He spins his hammer with crazy speed and absolutely demolishes the warrior beside Taiho, launching him into the wall so hard that it cracks the stone. The monster looks confused, asking where the little one went, when Taiho comes diving down from above, using his storm saga with a blade aimed at Red Eyes' skull. But the beast sees him coming, drops the hammer, and unleashes his claws. Taiho realizes too late that this was a trap. Red Eyes was waiting for exactly this move. Midair, the creature catches him and delivers what can only be described as a tombstone piledriver straight into the ground. Rolf screams in horror as the floor craters and Taiho lies there motionless. The next thing Taiho knows, he's floating in the sky, wondering what this strange feeling is, and when he opens his eyes, he sees a blinding light. He thinks this is death, then sees Red Eyes about to stomp him and thinks, "I'm really going to die." Meanwhile, Rolf stands there with his bow drawn and fires a flaming arrow that wraps around the monster. The monster screams as fire eats into its skin, while Rolf yells at Taiho to hang in there. The monster spins around absolutely furious and screams that he's going to kill that fly. For a second, it looks back and forth between Rolf and Taiho, like it can't decide who to murder first, and that's all the time Taiho needs to play dead. He lies there thinking that if he moves a single muscle, he's toast, so he stays perfectly still. The monster decides to ignore the motionless guy and charges at Rolf, who's getting ready to go down fighting. While Taiho is still on the ground, he feels fire throughout his whole body, and everything hurts. While Taiho is still on the ground, he feels fire throughout his whole body, and everything hurts. Taiho ignores all the pain and reactivates his storm power, then flashes forward and slices the monster's manhood clean off. Seeing this, even Rolf goes, "Yo, dude, this is a bit much," and tells him to end the poor guy's suffering. Taiho slowly walks over and apologizes before activating his warrior's sword saga, but then something crazy happens inside him. His hands start glowing, and a massive metal hammer appears while the system cheerfully announces that he's unlocked a new saga called Skull Crusher. Taiho slams the hammer down so hard that it shakes the entire room. Rolf and the third warrior rush over, and the warrior screams with excitement that Taiho actually did it, and Eden has won. Rolf stares at Taiho, like his brain is still processing what just happened when another notification appears saying Taiho leveled up and his synchronization is now at 7%. Then they hear the report that the Black Fortress has been captured and Valhalla has won. Rolf and the others grab Taiho in a massive group hug while yelling that the battle is over. So the legendary Red Eyes, the enemy army's final boss, gets taken down by the kid nobody expected anything from. Cut to the battlefield, where a warrior named Brack is holding up the head of the last boss monster, and with that, the siege comes to a successful end. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Raven watches everything, seeing Brack in action. It wonders why Raskrid seems much more interested in our boy. Back at the celebration, Rolf carries Taiho on his shoulders, while warriors shout his name because the nobody kid just did the impossible. A Valkyrie shows up, announcing that it's time to celebrate, and everyone goes wild because the brutal battle is officially over. Taiho steps away from the crowd and stares up at the sky when Rolf asks if he's okay. Taiho says he's in serious pain, and Rolf says he's lucky to be alive because he looked pretty dead lying there motionless. Before Taiho can respond, Siri shows up with a smile, asking if they'll accept a drink from her. Rolf doesn't hesitate for a second, saying it would be an honor and that he's always wanted to drink with her. Taiho thinks it's a smooth move, trying to flirt in broad daylight, but then more warriors crowd around, all wanting drinks with Siri too. She opens a barrel and starts pouring, shouting a toast to Valhalla. On the other side of the party, Rolf has a whole crowd gathered around him, retelling the entire battle like he's doing play-by-play commentary, going into every detail of the spider fight, the chaos, and most importantly, Taiho's war crime against Red Eyes' family jewels. Every dude in the room collectively feels the pain that poor bastard went through, while our nutcracker of Valhalla just watches from the sidelines. His attention keeps drifting to Siri, who's laughing and looking totally carefree. He's thinking, she really knows how to smile like that. The party gets wilder, with references flying around that nobody understands. Then the dwarves start acting weird, which is saying something since they were already drunk. That's when Raskrid shows up, telling Taiho he has a visitor. It's the beautiful Helda, and the warriors immediately start cheering and making comments. As Taiho and Helda walk off together, everyone's shouting things like, "The most of it, kid," and "We're jealous." The dwarves try to keep the party going, but Raskrid shuts it down, telling everyone to get some sleep because they have an important mission in the morning. Cut to dawn, and all the warriors are assembled. Taiho looks like he got hit by a truck, yawning like he didn't sleep at all. Naturally, this makes him a prime target for interrogation. Rolf asks with wide eyes if he enjoyed himself last night. Another warrior wants to know if it was an all-nighter. A third guy grins and asks, "So did you have fun, boy?" Taiho is clearly embarrassed. He gives a sheepish smile and says he can't talk about it. It's a secret. Before the teasing can get worse, Siri arrives for the mission briefing. She explains that today's mission is special. They're heading to the eastern side of the Black Fortress, specifically to some old dwarven mines. The enemy took the fortress, the dwarves sealed the mines, and went into hiding. Nobody has heard from them since, so the mission is to investigate and assess the situation. Taiho asks Rolf if dwarves are like the grumpy warriors from games. Rolf says dwarves never say no to a drink, then adds with a straight face that he hasn't had a drink in ages, despite literally drinking the night before. Then he mentions that dwarves are so manly even the women have beards. Taiho thinks, thanks for that information, not interested. Raskrid mentions they'll use special transport called Black Lightning to get there, and everyone's faces turn to pure dread. Flashback to the previous night in Taiho's tent where Helda calls him for a private talk. She gives him a special necklace called the Golden Apple Pendant, which enhances healing speed, along with a fragment of a golden apple with incredible properties that heals wounds, neutralizes toxins, and breaks curses. She kisses his forehead and blesses him in the name of Eden. Back in the present, Taiho is buried in snow in front of the massive black fortress. He pushes himself out, looking irritated, grumbling that he knew this trip wouldn't be normal, but being launched like a corpse in a coffin was too much. Looking around, he sees his teammates sprawled in the snow, not moving, and wonders if they're dead. Then he remembers Helda's necklace. That must be why he's still standing. The thing is stronger than he thought. The group reassembles at the fortress entrance and heads inside. The place is dark and forbidding. Someone comments that dwarves must really hate sunlight. Ciri announces that they're warriors of Valhalla sent by Valkyrie Raskrid. The air feels heavy, like it's holding centuries of silence and sorrow. Taiho activates his dragon eyes to scan the area and warns that something is wrong. There's movement, lots of figures above them. Ciri reacts instantly, ordering everyone to raise their shields, just as arrows rain down from above. The warriors shield themselves as best they can. Then Taiho looks closer. This can't be right. They're dwarves, but they're undead zombies. Group freezes, and Rolf mutters, "Zombies? Why the hell are there zombies here?" The only explanation is that the dwarves didn't survive and somehow got turned into undead. Rolf asks Taiho if he's sure about what he's seeing. Taiho confirms that with his saga active, he can see them clearly even in the darkness. He starts listing their weird names like Ghost Dwarf of Cinema, Ghost Dwarf Rapper, and Lord Vocal Ghost Dwarf. Man, these zombie dwarves have the most random titles ever. But there's no time to process the absurdity, because one of the zombie dwarves draws its bow again. Ciri yells for them to hold formation and not let any gaps form. Someone shouts that their shields are breaking and won't hold much longer. More zombie dwarves appear on the higher levels, ready to rain even more arrows down on them. Things are looking pretty grim when suddenly a different dwarf appears. This one's actually alive and holding what looks like a homemade Molotov cocktail. He throws it, creating a wall of fire that blocks the zombies' sight and stops the arrow barrage. He tells them to follow him, and without thinking twice, the group obeys. They squeeze through a narrow shaft, with Rolf getting stuck because of course he does. But he manages to wiggle through. Taiho comes last, and when they finally catch their breath, they're looking at a vast underground area that's eerie as hell. The living dwarf starts explaining what's going on. Everything they saw up there is the work of a vampire who showed up at sunrise. He explains the obvious. If a vampire kills or bites you, you become a zombie. He describes the creature as enormous, with gray skin, a bald head and eyes black as night, adding that the dude is more of a physical powerhouse than a magic user. Ciri asks if he's after revenge, because if so, they should regroup first. But the dwarf says it isn't just about revenge. It's something much bigger. Recently, they discovered something called ultity in the mines. Everyone is stunned, and Rolf asks what that is. The dwarf explains that it's the metal of the gods, the strongest material in existence. It amplifies rune power and absolutely cannot fall into enemy hands. Someone says he already knew that and confirms it's legendary stuff. When Rolf asks for an example, the dwarf says Thor's hammer was made with ulti. He points toward the fortress, saying that at the top sits the sacred anvil, where the vampire is most likely hiding. The dwarf explains that ulti can only be refined by starlight and moonlight. Taiho asks how they get any light when they live underground. The dwarf explains that the top of the tower is connected to the surface, and part of the ceiling can be opened. Taiho thinks this information could change everything, and since it's noon, the vampire's weakest hour, they push into the fortress. They barely get past the entrance when they find a horde of zombies chilling, playing poker, and drinking their undead minds out. But as soon as they see them, shit gets real, and the undead swarm them. Ciri commands from the front, while the dwarves use wind manipulation to create tornadoes that launch the undead into the air. Meanwhile, the demolition expert dwarf uses his cannon to blast open a path. Taiho, Ciri, and Rolf advance toward the chamber containing the sacred anvil. As soon as they cross the main gate, everything goes eerily silent. Taiho comments that things seem way too easy. Taiho points to the ceiling above the anvil. A shadowy figure is watching them. The vampire is already there, waiting. Taiho examines the creature and mutters that it's smaller than the other monsters. But before he can finish that thought, something horrifying happens. In a blink, the vampire shreds through two warriors who are getting their arrows ready. Blood sprays across the stone floor and Taiho freezes in terror. He tries to move, but the vampire appears right beside him, speaking in a cruel voice, demanding to know how they got in and claiming the treasure is his. So much for the vampire's weakest hour theory. The vampire laughs and raises his claws toward Taiho, then turns to threaten the rest of the group, warning them not to move, or he'll start collecting heads like trophies. Siri, Rolf, and two others are unharmed, while Rolf mentions that his bow got destroyed. The vampire keeps staring at Taiho, saying warriors this strong shouldn't die. They'd make perfect soldiers in his undead army. Taiho thinks to himself that dying would be better than turning into a zombie, and he's about to do something stupid, when suddenly an arrow comes flying, but that bastard catches it before it can hit him. Before the vampire can do anything, the dwarf fires his cannon, sending a wave of fire straight into the vampire's chest. It's a pretty solid hit, but not enough to do real damage. With supernatural strength, the thing just pushes through the flames. Siri orders her warriors to form a shield wall, but with one blow, the vampire scatters them like bowling pins. Dwarves launch more attacks, even pulling off some triple whirlwind combo moves. But the vampire tanks it all effortlessly. Behind all the chaos, Taiho spots a hatch above that could let sunlight in. Our boy pulls a lever, and boom, a shaft of noon sunlight pours into the chamber and hits the vampire directly. The creature screams as its skin starts turning to stone, and it drops to its knees. Rolf asks Taiho if he knows how to kill a vampire. Taiho thinks out loud, maybe a stake through the heart or cutting off the head. Standard vampire elimination procedures, folks. But before they can try either method, the vampire bastard starts chanting something, summoning dark clouds. Just like that, the sun vanishes and is replaced by cold moonlight. The group thinks, well, let's just bash this bastard's head in, and gets ready to finish the job. But it's too late. The vampire's body disintegrates into a swarm of bats swirling around the hall. The bats fuse back together, forming a monstrous colossal bat with massive wings and eyes full of rage. This was phase 2, baby. The vampire calls out, promising them pain for their insolence. Its mouth opens, and it starts spitting balls of acid that melt whatever they touch. Taiho shouts for everyone to get to the corners, but these dumb barbarians just stand there frozen and end up as nothing but bones. Taiho, desperate for a solution, takes a deep breath and activates his saga. He leaps straight at the beast, going full frontal assault mode. The bat laughs, asking if Taiho is stupid or just suicidal, then prepares another acid blast. But Taiho is faster now. He dodges the attack and slashes at the creature. The hit lands, but his sword shatters against the thing's hardened skin. Now he's speechless and vulnerable, balancing on the beast's back. The vampire tells Taiho to get off. Taiho replies that he's too high up to jump, and before this can turn into how to train your vampire, the vampire says, "Let me drop you to the ground, and then we can resume our fight." As it starts descending, the whole chamber starts glowing, and Taiho realizes he's getting a new saga. The vampire shouts at Taiho to stop messing around and come down. Taiho closes his eyes, focuses, and activates his new power, Dragon Commander. With this ability, he can tame and ride creatures like griffins, dragons, or bats. Apparently, it's one of Kalstad's abilities. He was also a legendary dragon rider, and thanks to this power, the bat is now under our boy's control. And that bastard turns into an adorable little bat, leaving everyone standing around in awe. Even Siri stares at it with this strange look, like she wants to pet the thing. Suddenly it morphs back into its monstrous form. The vampire is absolutely furious, screaming that they'll pay for humiliating him. Man, I can't really blame the guy. Going from terrifying apex predator to adorable pet probably wasn't great for his ego. Taiho feels a chill, but Siri shouts for everyone to get ready. They have to finish this. Taiho quickly mounts the bat again, using his saga to temporarily force it back under his control. He lays out the plan. He'll deal as much damage as possible, then they'll finish the job together. He soars into the sky, on the bat's back, as the first rays of sunlight start, burning the beast. Then Taiho orders it to crash into the ground at full speed. He leaps off just before it smashes into the earth. Then he activates his Skull Crusher saga and delivers a brutal blow to its head. But that bastard bat is still breathing. The dwarf isn't done. He hurls a pack of explosives onto the bat. The explosion is huge, but it's still not enough. So Rolf casually throws the skeleton dude from earlier into the fire like it's the obvious thing to do. Taiho mutters about how crazy these guys are to carry something like that. Then Rolf turns and asks Taiho if the bastard bat is dead or not. Taiho uses his saga and confirms that it's down for good. Now that the bat is gone, the group turns toward the altar, and they stand before the anvil. The dwarf opens the chest and pulls out the so-called Medal of the Gods. Taiho, Rolf, and Siri collectively go, "We risked our lives for this tiny-ass fragment? It doesn't seem like something worth all that trouble." The dwarf snaps, saying it's enough to craft a powerful ring. Such valuable metal can't be left unguarded. So he hands it to Siri, trusting Valhalla to protect it. Siri accepts it with honor. Now that the official business is done, Rolf asks the dwarf if they're going to drink, and the dwarf says, "Isn't that obvious? We're going to drink our brains out now." But Siri reminds them that they have to return. The dwarf says, he can't just let them leave empty-handed. That's against dwarven tradition. So he leads them to a vault full of magnificent weapons. As he opens the vault, everyone picks out a weapon or piece of armor for themselves. Seeing that Taiho isn't acting greedy like the others, the dwarf tells Taiho to choose one weapon for himself. Taiho doesn't hesitate and activates his dragon eyes to scan them all. Something catches his interest, and later we see his new gear, a cloak. The only blue item in the vault, called Falcon Wings, is light, durable, and has a special ability. The dwarf teaches Taiho a chant to unlock it. The scene cuts to our boy, now a falcon soaring high above the mountains as he flies over the enchanted coffins where his companions rest, returning to the Black Fortress. After landing, the group heads straight to report to Valkyrie Raskrid. Siri explains what happened, how a single vampire took over the dwarven mines, and how together they managed to defeat him and protect the ulti metal. Raskrid looks at the divine metal fragment and says they accomplished something incredible, while inwardly wondering why the hell the thing is so small. She says, "Mission complete. Well done, everyone." She adds that the fallen warriors will rise again as legendary warriors of steel, but for now they've earned some rest. With that, the group heads out. Rolf, being Rolf, already has plans. He asks Taiho if he's up for a drink. Taiho laughs and shakes his head while thinking, "Are you crazy, you bastard? I'm tired. I want to rest." Before he can leave, Siri approaches with a smile, congratulating him and saying that in her eyes, Taiho contributed the most in that battle. Taiho gets embarrassed and says none of it would have worked without their help. He's thinking about how that vampire bastard was a true monster who even managed to block out the sun. Then he opens his system window and the surprise says the best part is yet to come. He just unlocked a new saga, earned several runes, and increased his synchronization rate to 9%. He can't wait to see what happens when it hits 10%. The scene shifts to Valkyrie Regan patrolling the outskirts like she usually does. But this time she ventures farther than normal. Everything seems calm until a strange sound echoes through the mountains. She follows the noise, and when she discovers the source, her eyes widen in alarm. She immediately activates her saga, swirling wind cloak, knowing that getting closer would be deadly, then turns around and flies back as fast as possible. When she returns, she heads straight to Raskrid and reports her findings, telling her that an army is on its way to invade them. Raskrid orders urgent reinforcements to be sent from Valhalla. Meanwhile, Ciri plays her part as the party pooper, ordering everyone back to their quarters. She wants them well rested for what's coming. The warriors obey, but they aren't happy about it. Taiho stays behind in a corner, focused on training. He believes the cloak he received has more potential than just travel or escape, so he's determined to learn what else it can do. The next morning starts with a shot of some thick thighs. A new Valkyrie arrives, Ingrid from Njord's Legion, with 500 low-ranked warriors. Adding them to the Black Fortress's 2,000 defenders brings the total to 2,500. But the enemy report is grim. More than 6,000 beasts on the opposing side. Faced with overwhelming odds, Raskrid says their only option is to hold the fortress at all costs. They'll rely on defensive magic as their final line of resistance. These three are ready to protect Asgard and the Nine Realms. Everyone takes their place on the wall, ready for battle, and before long, the enemy arrives. Some bastard is screaming Thor's name, some Odin's, and others the names of their respective gods as they prepare for battle. Ciri orders the troops to get ready to fire, while our boy thinks that for this battle, he needs a ranged weapon. So he pulls out a crossbow for himself. The enemy army finally reaches the walls, and suddenly the sky turns black with arrows. A ton of creatures drop instantly, but the tougher ones just get back up, raise their shields, and keep charging like nothing happened. Before long, they're right at the base of the walls, throwing up giant hooks and climbing. But the defenders are ready. One guy laughs that they're not climbing up here, while another smirks and dumps boiling water down on the poor idiots trying. Huge stones get rolled off the walls, smashing anyone dumb enough to get close. Rolf lets explosive arrows fly, while Ciri and Taiho push forward, slicing through anyone who makes it up. Then the sky darkens, not from arrows this time, but from a shadow. They look up, and there it is, a dragon diving in like a nightmare with wings. Fire pours from its mouth, blasting the battlefield, and for a second it feels like game over. Chaos is everywhere, people screaming, flames spreading. But then Valkyrie Regan steps up like the absolute boss she is. She slams her spear into the ground, activating glowing runes, and suddenly a giant barrier forms over the entire castle, a shining dome that blocks the dragon's fire. For a moment, everyone can actually breathe again. That relief doesn't last, though. The beasts regroup and start hammering all their attacks into one weak point in the shield. Regan yells that if they keep it up, the barrier won't hold for long. That's when Taiho knows it's his turn. He runs straight to the edge of the wall and jumps off like he's lost his damn mind. Midair, he yells out the chant, "Power of the Falcon, take me to the skies." In an instant, the dude transforms into a falcon. With some slick flying, he slips past the barrier before anyone can blink, gets behind the dragons, and shouts, "Here I go!" And he dives down fast and furiously. Right before impact, he switches back to human form. Without hesitation, he kicks some poor beast rider off one of the dragons and jacks his ride. That training from last night really paid off. This dragon is his now. He activates the Dragon Commander saga and brings the dragon under control like he did with the bat. He then remembers, I need a spear, so he activates his warrior saga, expecting something cool, but gets a bamboo spear instead. Taiho launches his attack, using dragon fire to strike down the others. He quickly eliminates 2 more enemies. The rest get mad and charge at him, but his movements are impossibly fast. One by one, he brings them down easily. From below, his allies cheer. Even Regan is stunned by Taiho's skill. But before anyone can get too comfortable, a new threat emerges, a legion of harpies flying toward them. There are so many of them that Taiho knows he won't be able to take them down alone. So he orders the dragon to head down and pick up Siri. She activates her saga. The witch's arrow never misses its mark as she conjures countless arrows, and not one misses, killing one harpy after another. On the battlefield, even the Valkyries are in awe, watching our boy single-handedly change the tide of battle. They know he contributed the most to this battle. His harpy massacre has given them hope, but that hope fades fast when something massive slams into the earth from the sky. The impact rattles everything, and Siri and Taiho try to figure out what that thing is. When the dust clears, they see a towering creature with glowing blue eyes and white fur. Taiho, using his dragon eyes, sees the name of that giant bastard, and man, that thing is one of Loki's. This giant is the boss of the stage. The warriors see that skyscraper-sized problem and go, "Hey, not fair. How the hell are we supposed to defeat that thing?" But the giant clearly doesn't care as he starts stomping them. Meanwhile, in the sky, Siri tells Taiho that they should retreat and asks him to drop her near Rolf down on the battlefield. The giant had grabbed something massive and was trying to break the barrier while Regan did her best to hold him off. She started chanting, drawing on the power of runes, but each of the giant's blows packed so much power that the shock waves were knocking out the warriors. That bastard kept throwing one attack after another, and his last one packed a serious punch, cracking the barrier. After holding the barrier for so long, Regan is running out of energy, so Raskrid joins her, adding her magic to the barrier. She asks Regan if she's okay. Regan nods and says that at this rate, it's only a matter of time before the barrier falls. Raskrid nods, saying they aren't suited to face an enemy of this level with only the lowest class warriors, as she mutters that all of this would be over if she could use that power. She wanted to use the Valkyries' true power. She then prays to Odin, saying they can't beat this giant with just the lowest class warriors, and asks for permission to release their combat seal. As she prayed, a raven flew above the giant's head. Through its eyes, Odin watched the battle unfold, even seeing how the Valkyries were struggling, but that damn one-eyed bastard refused to release their seal. He told them that this battle was a test, reminding them that Valhalla needs strong warriors. Before Raskrid could even respond, Brack stepped forward. He let out a war cry so loud it shook the ground, rallying everyone around him. This dude wasn't just any fighter. He was from Thor's Legion. The moment he roared, the others roared back, their fear burning away. Without hesitation, Brack launched himself straight at the giant. His axe came down like lightning, slamming right into the monster's forehead. It barely left a cut, but the crowd went wild. Even the smallest scratch meant the beast could bleed. The warriors charged, screaming their gods' names. The giant didn't see it that way. Roaring, it swung an arm and sent Brack flying like he was a bug. Meanwhile, Taiho landed back on the wall, dropping Siri off right beside Rolf. Siri quickly turned to him and explained her plan. She and Rolf would create an opening. Taiho just needed to get back into the sky and wait for his chance. Taiho looked at the giant, spotting that tiny cut on its forehead. It wasn't much, but it sure pissed the thing off. Siri laid out her plan to Rolf. They would use the siege ballista and fire together, with both of them activating their sagas. Rolf's eyes went wide. Are you insane? No one's ever tried that. But Siri stood firm. Risky or not, it was their best shot. High above, Taiho waited, eyes locked on the giant, but the monster's gaze suddenly locked onto him. For something so massive, it moved shockingly fast. Its huge hand shot out, and before Taiho could react, smack, he was swatted out of the sky. He hit the ground hard, tumbling like a rag doll, until he slammed into the base of the wall. The Valkyries gasped. Raskrid screamed his name and bolted toward him. The others yelled after her, but she didn't slow down. She knew Taiho was their last hope. What she found was bad. His leg was twisted at a sickening angle, and his body was broken from the fall. The beasts outside were gathering. Taiho tried to move, but nothing worked. His vision blurred, death creeping in again. And then everything shifted. He wasn't on the battlefield anymore. He was at a table, sitting across from Helda, in their peaceful home. She smiled at him and told him to eat quickly. On his plate were glowing golden fragments, the apple pieces she'd given him. Taiho took a bite. Golden light surged through him. Even the Valkyries on the wall froze. The aura he gave off wasn't just strong, it was divine. Raskrid whispered in disbelief. How could a low-ranking warrior shine with the power of a god? Taiho stood, his body glowing like the sun. Every wound healed, every ounce of pain vanished. Beasts hesitated, fear creeping in. Taiho lifted an arm and, with a single motion, blasted them back like they were nothing. On the wall, Siri shouted, asking if he was all right, and reminding him that they were ready on their side. Taiho looked up and said he felt fine, but now he had no ride, and his cloak alone wouldn't get him high enough. That's when Raskrid appeared behind him. She told him not to worry, saying he could ride her. I'm not jealous. Not jealous at all. Damn it, I want to ride a Valkyrie. Meanwhile, the warriors were throwing themselves at the giant. They were scaling the giant like ants, and even started biting down, while the giant gave them the ant treatment, swatting them away. Taiho, on the other hand, was busy blushing, asking Raskrid what she meant by riding her. That's when she uttered the word Draco, and transformed into a white dragon. She now understood why Odin had refused their request, because this battle wasn't theirs. This battle belonged to Taiho and his group, and she was sure they would win because they were strong. With that, Taiho hopped on, apologizing for what was about to happen, and she simply said, "Hold on." Without warning, she took off. They rose high above the battlefield. While down below, Siri yelled to Rolf that it was showtime. She adjusted the massive siege ballista, and Rolf got behind it, pulling back the enormous frame. The weapon started glowing with the combined power of both their sagas. Down on the ground, Brack was bleeding and battered but refused to fall. He invoked his saga, Son of God. Power exploded around him, giving him tenfold strength. At that exact moment, Siri and Rolf's sagas merged, and they named their attack the Huntress Witch's Arrow That Never Misses. Bit of a mouthful, but hey, it gets the job done. Brack struck first, leaping up and slamming his axe right into the giant. Then, as the giant opened its mouth to roar in pain, Rolf and Siri fired their shot. The giant arrow flew like it was alive and dove straight into the giant's open jaws. It detonated with a thunderous boom that probably woke up half the continent. The giant staggered, howling, and then started to fall. Raskrid saw the opening and dove down. She told Taiho to get ready. This was their chance, and Taiho activated both his sagas at once, naming it the Saga of the Warrior's Storm Charge. As Raskrid dove through the air at incredible speed, a tornado formed around them, making them even faster and heavier. Their target was clear, the open wound on the giant's forehead. The impact was absolutely devastating, and the earth shook beneath them. After such a brutal victory, they threw a grand banquet to honor the warriors' efforts. Laughter and conversation filled the air, while, on the central stage, the Valkyries appeared, trading their armor for flowing white dresses. Regan lifted a massive horn filled with mead and called for attention. She invited the warriors to raise their cups for a celebratory toast, and the crowd erupted in a roar. Regan said it was an honor to stand among them that night, celebrating such a monumental victory. And she raised her hand for silence and apologized. Unfortunately, she couldn't personally serve every warrior since there were only 3 Valkyries and far too many soldiers. So she announced that her sister, the Ice Princess Raskrid, would personally honor the 2 warriors who contributed the most in today's battle, and the person in question wasn't happy about it. She already wanted to beat up these bastards. So Raskrid called forth the first warrior, Brack of Thor's Legion, and the crowd went absolutely wild. They were calling this dude Son of God and one-man army. Raskrid poured his mead, looking stoic and professional. Then she called the second name, Taiho from the Legion of Aiden. The cheers got even louder, But there was a weird energy now. Instead of just cheering for his heroics, everyone was making jokes about how he'd been visited by a Valkyrie and literally ridden one into battle. Someone yelled, "That's my guy," and everyone cracked up. Raskrid's face grew more annoyed by the second as she listened to all the chatter about her personal business. Before things got too awkward, Regan jumped in, saying that both warriors were officially promoted to lower-class warriors. Taiho just stood there in shock, remembering that Jorn used to hold this rank. It finally felt like he was getting somewhere in life. Regan raised her horn again, shouting that it was time to drink and party. Brack and Taiho shared their first official bro toast, standing side by side. Taiho looked around at everyone chanting his name, thinking, yeah, this feels right. So naturally, he chugged his entire drink in one go like a champion. But it turned out our hero was a total lightweight. He got absolutely hammered immediately, but he didn't care because he was living his best life. Meanwhile, in the shadows, two mysterious figures were having their own little villain conference. One asked if that was the famous Taiho who had awakened divine power. The other dude replied, "Yeah, it's impressive, but my kids could totally do that too." Then he sighed and said he'd help him out since they'd asked for it, but just this once. Fast forward 1 week, and Taiho finally had his own place, a cute little cabin that came with his promotion package. He was sleeping like a baby when, suddenly, the ground started shaking. He burst outside thinking, what fresh hell is this now? Standing right at his doorstep was a cloaked figure with lightning crackling around him. The cloaked dude just stood there, staring at Taiho all ominously and dramatically. Taiho was like, who are you, and why are you putting on a light show in my front yard? The mystery man didn't answer. Instead, he asked if Taiho was the famous lower-class warrior who beat 2 commanders and helped take down a giant. Then he added that he'd heard Taiho being called a hero, but even his children could do better than that. He slowly pulled back his hood, drew a sword. Taiho activated his dragon eyes and immediately regretted it. This dude's power level was off the charts, maybe even stronger than the Valkyries. Then he saw the name and nearly had a heart attack. Ragnar Lothbrok, the legendary Viking warrior, had just shown up at his house. Ragnar announced that he was there to fight and wanted to test what Taiho was really made of. Taiho thought, did he really just knock on my door at whatever o'clock in the morning to demand a death match? He tried to stay calm, asking if there was maybe a reason for this impromptu boss battle. Ragnar's response, why would I need to give a reason to someone who's about to die? So they headed to a makeshift battlefield, and Taiho summoned his sword while Ragnar simply stood there. Taiho activated his Warrior of the Storm Saga for a boost in speed and power. He launched what looked like a solid attack at Ragnar, who casually blocked it with one hand. His smirk widened like, is that really all you've got? Taiho got annoyed and tried again, moving faster this time and thinking maybe speed would work where power had failed. But nope. To Ragnar, it was all the same. He effortlessly dodged and blocked everything. Taiho started thinking this guy could predict attacks or something. So he decided to get sneaky and zipped around behind Ragnar, hoping to catch him off guard. But before he could even swing, a brutal hit was followed by a slap so powerful, Taiho didn't even see it coming. He was sent flying through the trees, slamming into a massive trunk. Taiho thought this man was absolutely terrifying, realizing the power gap was way bigger than he'd imagined. Without his divine blessing, he'd already be dead meat. Ragnar slowly walked over and started giving a philosophical speech about how fallen warriors become warriors of steel and find eternal rest, so Taiho had nothing to fear. Before Taiho could even react, Ragnar raised his sword and unleashed a brutal strike that split the massive tree trunk behind Taiho in half. But Taiho used his cloak to transform into a falcon at the last second, barely escaping with his feathers intact. Ragnar watched him fly higher and said, if you're going to hit me, give it everything. I won't even move. Taiho didn't hesitate. He activated Storm Warrior again and dove down. Just before impact, he switched to Skull Crusher Warrior, and a huge warhammer materialized behind him. Even with this meteor hammer combo closing in, Ragnar didn't budge. When it hit, the explosion shook the earth, sending shockwaves for miles and creating a massive crater. But somehow Taiho still missed his target. In a blink, Ragnar moved, dodged effortlessly, and caught Taiho by the head. He told Taiho that his skills were impressive but far from enough, then slammed him into the ground. Now he was holding Taiho by the neck, asking if he could keep going. But Ragnar didn't wait for an answer before lifting his arm with murderous energy and smacking Taiho across the face, so hard that it broke everything nearby. He stood over him, checking his handiwork like, "Yep, that'll do," then started walking away, muttering that he'd expected better. Then golden light started glowing behind him. Ragnar stopped and turned around, getting serious now. Taiho was back on his feet, glowing like a damn light bulb with divine power blazing around him. Ragnar admitted the rumors were right. Taiho really could use a god's power. He said he now understood why Taiho's goddess had faith in him. He warned Taiho about using divine power carelessly, but before he could finish the sentence, Taiho collapsed to the ground. Later, Taiho woke up, his vision blurry. First thing he saw was Helda kneeling beside him, looking worried as hell. She asked if he was okay. He asked what happened. She said she'd been freaking out because he'd been unconscious for hours. He started telling her about this complete psycho who showed up wanting to murder him for no reason. Then he froze mid-sentence. His heart nearly stopped. Ragnar was leaning against the wall, listening to every word with an "oh really?" expression. Ragnar asked in an icy voice if that was how Taiho had been describing their little chat. Taiho was sweating bullets now. Before things got too ugly, Helda jumped in. She pointed at Ragnar, saying he was going to be Taiho's new teacher. Taiho looked at her and said, "Hell no, I've already got you." Ragnar fired back that he never signed up to babysit some random kid and had far better things to do. She explained that since Taiho had already tapped into God mode, she couldn't teach him much more. Her knowledge was mostly theory. He needed someone who actually knew how to use that power. Ragnar looked Taiho up and down and said it was almost insulting that such a weak little twerp could use divine energy. Even his kids could pull that off easily. If this was all Taiho had, there was nothing worth training. Helda said he'd change his tune real quick, maybe even beg to train Taiho, and told Taiho to show off his saga, adding that Ragnar was trustworthy. Taiho was still confused, but pulled out a magical feather that displayed sagas. The saga of the immortal warrior appeared with all these glowing runes showing off the Dragon Knight legacy. Seeing this left Ragnar completely shaken. The big tough Viking went dead silent for once, then finally asked what Taiho had done before dying. Taiho had far exceeded his expectations. Helda asked how strong Taiho could get if he maxed out his saga. Ragnar thought hard and said maybe, just maybe, Taiho could reach Sigurd's level. Helda explained that Sigurd was basically the strongest warrior in Valhalla. Helda stared Ragnar down, asking if he'd help Taiho reach that level. Ragnar wrapped his arm around Taiho, saying he absolutely would. Helda warned him not to go overboard like he had before. With that, she bounced, officially dumping Taiho on Ragnar. Outside, Ragnar admitted he was genuinely impressed. He'd never thought someone like Taiho could exist. His potential seemed off the charts. The scene shifted to Ciri. She was smiling as she met up with the team. She turned to Rolf, and he informed her that he'd also been promoted to lower-class warrior. He looked around, asking if everyone was there. Ciri said they were still missing one person. And right on cue, Taiho walked up with that calm little smile of his, saying it was good to see everyone again. Everyone stared at him with pure admiration. And why wouldn't they? This was the warrior visited by a Valkyrie, the only guy to ever ride one. Taiho got all awkward under the attention and asked Ciri what exactly she'd told them about him. Ciri just grinned, glanced at Rolf, and said it was all that bastard's doing. Just then, someone asked if everyone had arrived, and damn, it was a Valkyrie. silver hair, emerald green armor, the whole deal. Her name was Gandor, warrior of the Ulra Legion. She told everyone that this was a small expedition composed only of inferior-ranked warriors from the Ulra and Iman legions, adding that the expedition might be small, but they still weren't allowed to slack off. The warriors started protesting, asking, "When has it ever been easy?" Gandor laughed along, telling them she couldn't let them slack off all the time. Taiho noticed how relaxed and informal everyone was. It felt natural, human. Gandor called everyone together to explain the mission. Rolf asked where they were going. Her playful attitude disappeared completely, and she told them they were headed to Svartalfheim, the land of the Dark Elves, also called the Land of Eternal Night. Massive trees blocked out the sunlight, and the ground was covered in rotting leaves. It was like walking into a forest that had forgotten what sunshine looked like. They stepped through the portal, and Taiho immediately felt the difference. The air was thick and damp. Everything was covered in shadow. Gandor finally explained why they were there. The Dark Elves supplied medicinal herbs to Valhalla, but one of them had accidentally awakened a basilisk. Yeah, one of those kings of serpents. The elves needed help taking it down. She then mentioned that for this mission, they were deploying Silent White, and everyone got excited. Taiho had no clue what that meant, but figured it would probably be as crazy as everything else that had happened to him. When he asked Ciri, she just told him to wait and see. Then a pack of white wolves showed up. But these weren't regular wolves, they were huge. Everyone climbed on and started riding through the forest. The wolves were incredibly fast but completely silent. Gandor noticed he was actually good at riding and complimented him. He thought his Dragon Commander experience was finally useful for something besides flying. Gandor told Ciri she had business with the Dark Elf Council and put her in charge of the mission. She said the wolves knew the way anyway, then disappeared into the trees. After hours of riding, they reached a hidden village among the leaves. A dark elf named Toller met them and offered to guide them to the village chief. Taiho got his first real look at the dark elf's gray skin and silver hair, but he noticed the locals didn't seem too happy to see them. There were lots of suspicious looks and whispered conversations. Kids were peeking out from behind doors like they were seeing aliens. Taiho activated his dragon eyes to check if anyone was dangerous. Most people appeared neutral, but Toller seemed friendly. They arrived at a large mansion and passed through tall gates into an empty hall. Toller opened a door and led them into another room where a massive feast was waiting. Servants stood behind the chairs, with food everywhere, and at the head of the table sat an elderly elf with a warm smile. This was Malice, head of the Molo family and village leader. Everyone started sitting down. Rolf was already eyeing the drinks. Malice raised his cup for a toast, and everyone looked at Ciri with puppy dog eyes since she usually didn't allow drinking during missions. But she surprised everyone by saying one sip wouldn't hurt after their long journey. The room erupted in celebration, and Taiho raised his cup to join in. Then he suddenly froze. He shouted for everyone to stop and started snatching cups away before anyone could drink. He made eye contact with Ciri and told everyone to head for the door. Ciri ordered everyone out, but Malice shouted to seal the doors. Taiho's dragon eyes showed him that the entrance hall was full of enemies. Elven archers were ready to attack, but Ciri reacted quickly, telling everyone to raise their shields just as arrows started raining down. They blocked the first wave, but Taiho saw elves moving to lock the exit. If that happened, they'd be trapped. He ran for the door and took down 2 guards to keep it open. Malice watched all this, wondering how his perfect plan had gone wrong. After taking down those guards, Taiho spun around and delivered a crushing kick that completely shattered the door. He yelled for everyone to run, and they started booking it through the courtyard. But they weren't safe yet. Ciri pulled out a golden whistle and blew it hard. From the shadows, the Silent Whites came charging in. She told everyone to climb on quickly. The dark elf archers were right behind them, preparing another wave of arrows. The arrows started flying, and that's when Taiho stepped up with a plan. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing golden runes glowing on his arms. It turned out that during his training with Helda, she'd drawn them on his skin. It was called rune engraving, basically a way to channel magic. The power depended on how large and complex the runes were. Permanent tattoos would be too risky since there was only so much space on the body, so Helda had given him temporary ones that were perfect for training. But even temporarily, they packed a serious punch. His skin started glowing brightly and Taiho shouted, "Gant." A golden aura exploded around him, and the arrows aimed at him shattered in midair. The dark elves froze, completely shocked by what had just happened. But then they heard footsteps and Malice came charging in, looking furious. He yelled at his men, ordering them not to let the warriors escape. Then Malice collapsed to his knees, trembling, clutching his head and asking how everything had gone wrong when it was supposed to be perfect. The group finally got far enough from the village to stop and catch their breath. Some wondered if it was safe to rest there, but honestly, they didn't have much choice. Even the wolves were panting hard from that crazy sprint, and that wasn't their only problem. Even though they blocked most of the arrows, some still hit them. The wounds weren't going to kill anyone, but they could become a real problem if they had to fight again. As they started pulling arrows from their bodies, someone noticed dark liquid mixed with the blood and decided to taste it. It turned out the arrows were coated with poison. One warrior asked Ciri if they could stop to treat the wounds properly, but she was already petting her wolf and shaking her head. They had to treat their injuries while moving. Stopping now wasn't smart. They needed to find Valkyrie Gandor. Back at the mansion, Malice was still on his knees, shaking, when a figure surrounded by purple flames appeared. A voice said he'd failed. The old elf bowed low, his voice trembling as he begged for mercy. Growing desperate, he started yelling for power. He wanted the basilisk's power and swore that with it, nobody would be able to stop them. The thing simply laughed and said no. Then the voice continued, saying not to worry, because they'd expected him to fail anyway. They had a backup plan ready. Cut back to the warriors who thought they were getting away from danger. Rolf looked at Taiho and asked if he'd known those elves were enemies because of his power. Taiho nodded and thanked Ciri for trusting him. If he'd tried to explain everything back there, it might have been too late. Ciri gave him a soft smile and said it was normal to trust someone you'd fought aside, especially in life or death situations. Then her expression completely changed. Her eyes widened as something red started spinning behind them. A portal opening. She yelled for everyone to get ready, but before anyone could move, the warrior at the back was stabbed by a huge blade. His body was lifted into the air as blood sprayed everywhere. The others could only watch. Made it worse was that whoever held that blade hadn't even come through the portal yet. One thing was certain. The thing wasn't human. Its skin was a sickly green color that looked dead. Taiho's dragon eyes were still active, and he saw something terrifying. The creature was a monster named Regenerator Marcos. Two warriors got angry and charged him to avenge their dead friend. At first it worked. Their swords cut deep into the thing's chest. But that was exactly what Marcos wanted. With one move, both warriors were dead. 3 guys were down in less than 10 seconds, like they were nothing. Fear hit the group hard, but what really made them tremble was seeing the wounds start to close. The creature's skin healed completely without even leaving a mark. Ciri shouted the Regenerator. She told them to get on the wolves and run. But Marcos was faster. Before they could escape, he rushed forward, and huge snakes burst from his arms. In seconds, they wrapped around the wolves. The animals panicked and threw all the warriors off their backs. Ciri jumped backward, barely avoiding a poisonous bite, but Marcos went after her immediately. He moved fast and wouldn't stop. Right before he attacked, Ciri used her power. Something was different, though. Her arrows glowed red this time. More arrows appeared around her, floating in the air. She fired them all at once. Every single one hit, tearing through Marcos's body enough to kill anyone else. But he didn't even care. He jumped up and prepared to attack while still in the air. Ciri pulled out 2 daggers just in time to block his attack, but she was too focused on his swords. She didn't see the nasty claw that smashed into her face. A hit sent her flying and she passed out completely. Rolf saw everything happen. Before Marcos could finish Ciri off, he used his own power. He pulled out an arrow and fired it from point-blank range. The explosion shook the whole area. Without thinking twice, Rolf grabbed Ciri and ran faster than he'd ever run before. He could feel Marcos behind him, like death itself was chasing them. Then suddenly, Marcos stopped. His eyes shifted to something behind him. Taiho was already attacking. The creature turned to block, giving Rolf the time he needed to escape. As he ran, he heard Taiho say that from now on, Marcos was his fight. The creature blocked the attack with a cocky grin like he'd seen it coming from a mile away. Then he raised his hand and more snakes shot out, twisting toward Taiho. But Taiho was ready. He cut them apart with crazy multi-directional slashes, shredding every single snake. Using the opening he'd created, he rushed forward for another attack. But he noticed something strange. The monster wasn't even trying to defend itself. It was just taking the hits and letting its regeneration do the work. So Taiho decided to switch things up. His golden glow flared around him as he moved closer. Without hesitating, he landed a slash that went straight through Marcos's body. The bright light made everything look like a scene from a movie. From far away, Rolf watched with Ciri, who was recovering. He yelled for Taiho to be careful because even deadly hits wouldn't stop this thing for long. They looked at each other, and the creature turned around. There it was, a deep cut in his stomach. But instead of looking worried or hurt, the guy had a smug smile on his face. To him, no attack was going to be enough, but Taiho just stood there, his golden glow still going strong. That actually made the regenerator think twice. In his head, Taiho remembered what Ragnar had taught him. He recalled an important lesson. A god's power wasn't just for healing or getting stronger. Used correctly, it could shut down divine blessings and even cancel special abilities. But he couldn't keep using that power constantly. So Ragnar told him the smartest way was to activate it only for killing blows. That way, Taiho wouldn't tire himself out and could make every hit count. Now the regenerator's blood started pouring out and Taiho was ready for round 2. Taiho took a deep breath and settled into his fighting stance. Across from him, Marcos clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger and worry. Both charged at each other, trying to end the fight once and for all. Their swords crashed together violently. Sparks lit up the darkness. Marcos was getting pushed back. Rolf watched in total shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Taiho was pushing back an enemy that had seemed impossible to beat. Even Ciri was impressed, but also worried. No matter how well Taiho was doing, he was fighting alone. And fighting alone meant getting tired faster. Sooner or later, his energy would run out, and when it did, he'd be in trouble. Ciri ran toward him, wanting to help however she could, and her gut feeling was right. Marcos saw an opening and, in a fit of rage, roared before swinging with everything he had. A deadly strike. Taiho saw it coming and threw himself backward just in time. If he'd waited even 1 second longer, his head would have been gone. He jumped back, creating some distance between himself and the enemy. But he didn't waste any time. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he charged forward again. The regenerator raised his sword, preparing a downward strike and hoping to catch Taiho off guard. But Taiho had a plan. As he moved forward, the golden glow around his body grew brighter. He was ready to finish this now. But there was something he didn't see. The regenerator had set a trap. It happened incredibly fast. His tail shot out like lightning and stabbed Taiho in the stomach. He didn't even have time to react. If not for Aiden's blessing, he might have died right there. The regenerator didn't wait. Rushing at Taiho, he raised his blade and brought it down hard, ready to finish him. Ciri threw herself at the monster, blocking the strike at the last second. The blade barely missed Taiho, only grazing his side. Her move surprised Marcos. Siri said she didn't have the power to hurt him, but she could push him back as many times as necessary. Taiho saw his opening and put everything into his next attack. He stabbed the regenerator straight in the stomach, then leaped into the air, and delivered a skull crusher that finally put the bastard down for good. Looks like this regenerator won't be regenerating anymore. Back in the elf village, they were confused as hell. How could their supposedly unstoppable regenerator be dead? These guys were really determined to kill our boy. So the purple entity decided to let Malice use the basilisk. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Taiho was knocked out cold and everyone was trying to wake him up. Rolf turned to Siri, asking what they should do since Taiho wasn't responding. Should they wait around? Siri said she had a bad feeling about the whole situation and ordered the group to leave immediately. They needed to get out of there and regroup with Gandor as soon as possible. She added that they didn't all need to meet up together. Just then, they heard a sound that made everyone's blood run cold. Rolf muttered, "The basilisk." Siri asked him to point out the direction, then ordered the group to scatter and find Gandor. The warriors got emotional, saying they'd meet up with them in Valhalla if things went south. Siri cut their emotional moment short and told them to move. Rolf asked what she was going to do about Taiho since he was still unconscious. She told him to leave Taiho to her and get going. He wished her good luck and bolted out of there. Siri crouched beside Taiho and activated her ability as pink light surrounded her. She used her saga, Wolf Witch, and literally transformed into a wolf. She grabbed Taiho and headed into the forest. Damn, bro is on a mission to ride them all. Time passed, and Taiho was still unconscious when he heard a voice calling out to him. He thought it was Helda calling, but when he opened his eyes, he saw Siri right on top of him. She was so close that it jolted him fully awake. His face went red, and he tried to speak, but the words came out all scrambled. Before he could say something stupid, Siri put her hand over his mouth and told him to stay quiet and not move. That's when he realized they were surrounded by massive monsters. Siri explained that she'd had to lie on top of him so her goddess's veil could hide them both. But any sudden movement would break the spell, and if that happened, they were dead. Taiho asked why she hadn't just left him and escaped with the others. She went quiet for a few seconds, looked at him, then looked away and said he had something special. Few warriors awakened that kind of power, and losing him would hurt Valhalla badly. Then she added that she liked fighting beside him and wanted to keep doing it. Her words hit Taiho hard, reminded him of his old teammates who had trusted him just like Siri did now. But this wasn't a game anymore. The risks were real, and he couldn't let down the people who believed in him. Before he could answer, Siri crossed her arms and sighed. She said she'd thought he'd never wake up and that she'd tried everything to get him up. Taiho froze. Everything? His cheeks turned red again. But before his mind could wander, Siri was already scanning the forest with a serious look. Now that he was awake, they could move. She triggered her saga again, turning into a giant wolf. Taiho activated his Dragon Commander saga, which affected Siri too, wrapping her in blue light and sharpening her senses. She could see dozens of creatures hiding in the trees. Normal-sized snakes attacked all at once. Taiho cut through several, but more kept coming in waves. Then he felt a chill run down his spine. Something worse was coming. Ground shook, and trees were ripped up like twigs. Something massive was coming toward them. It was the basilisk from earlier. Siri immediately warned Taiho not to look into its eyes because its gaze would paralyze him. The thing lunged and Siri dodged just in time, while Taiho jumped to avoid the attack. She created some distance, and both turned to face the creature again, but it was already staring at them. The basilisk opened its mouth, and thick green poison started dripping from its fangs. Then it shot out a massive stream of the deadly stuff. Before it hit, Taiho raised his hand and activated the magic on his arm. The poison simply evaporated, swept away by divine power. Siri jumped high above the beast, and Taiho followed, using his Storm Warrior saga and launching off Ciri's back for extra height. But he screwed up. In midair, his eyes met the basilisk's and the monster hit him with its paralyzing stare. For a moment, Taiho's body locked up in midair, but he wasn't giving up yet. He summoned divine power again, turning it into a clash of wills. The basilisk's death stare against Taiho's godly power. He saw his chance and activated his warrior's blade saga, whipping out a golden lance to obliterate the thing in one shot. Ciri dropped back into her human form, completely out of juice, while Taiho could barely stand. She suggested they rest, but before he could even nod, Taiho spotted a sword stuck in the basilisk's corpse. He walked over and yanked it out, only to discover it was just the hilt of a broken blade. Before he could curse his luck, Ciri shouted that they were surrounded. They stood back to back, ready to defend themselves, but neither of them had the energy for it. Ciri told Taiho to head back to safety while she held off the monsters, but Taiho wasn't having it. He activated his runic magic and told her that either they were both leaving or neither of them was. Both took fighting stances, ready for battle. The monsters attacked them from all sides. Taiho and Ciri took them down one after another. But these bastards had the advantage in numbers, and if that wasn't enough, another basilisk showed up. Right about then, Taiho was cursing his fate when Ciri delivered more bad news. That bastard hadn't come alone this time, and right on its heels, the rest of the monsters revealed themselves. Now our boy was surrounded on all sides, and the situation looked pretty bad. Ciri scanned around, trying to find some way out, but there was none. Taiho watched the beasts, and you could see from his face that he knew what was up. Ciri asked if he could still fight. Taiho didn't answer. He tried calling on that divine power again, but nothing happened. He told her he had maybe 2 more saga uses left, and that wasn't going to be enough. They were basically screwed. But Taiho gripped his sword tighter and took a fighting stance anyway. If he was going to die there, he might as well go down swinging. Ciri grinned and told him that now he was talking like a real warrior. If they were going out, they'd do it together without backing down. Both shouted their gods' names and got ready. The monsters roared and charged, but then something moved behind them. The silent whites quietly appeared. Then a voice called out, saying they were there to help. It was Rolf, and he wasn't alone. Selma dove from above and cut a monster clean in half with one strike. When they landed, Valkyrie Gandor was there, looking ready for war. But before anyone could celebrate, she yelled for them to watch out. A basilisk came at Taiho insanely fast, and he was too exhausted to even lift his sword. All he could do was watch, but then something happened, and the thing dropped dead, cut in half. Behind it stood someone new, spinning a blade and smiling. It was Ragnar. He said they were safe now because he and the others were there. Taiho shouted Ragnar's name, grinning with relief. Ciri's eyes went wide. She whispered Ragnar's name, her face turning red as she went into full fangirl mode. Taiho looked at her and muttered, "Who knew she had this side to her?" The fight wasn't over, though. Rolf used his saga and blasted one of the basilisks. That opened a path for everyone to charge in and finish off what was left. Gandor and Ragnar cut through everything. In just a few moments, they took care of all the monsters. Then Ragnar said it was over and congratulated everyone. They all swarmed him like kids meeting their hero. Some said it was an honor. Others couldn't believe they were meeting the real deal. Meanwhile, Ciri just stood there frozen, her face red as she stared at him. Meanwhile, was thinking, what's so great about this dude? Gandor stepped up and said the mission was complete. She then told Taiho that she knew he'd killed the regenerator and that she'd report it to the higher-ups, congratulating him on the feat, because taking down that regenerator was no joke. And she added with a sly look that someone with his talents wouldn't go unnoticed. Man, he was collecting Valkyries like Pokemon. As she said that, Taiho felt death glares coming from behind him. All the other warriors looked like they wanted to kill this bastard. Gandor opened a portal, and they returned to Valhalla, where Helda examined the sword hilt Taiho had found. She said the runes were too damaged to read, but the thing was definitely unique. She could feel ancient war energy in it. Since he'd learned nothing from it, Taiho decided not to destroy the weapon because he had a feeling it was something special. Helda then clapped her hands and told Taiho they should head back to the temple and report everything to Aiden. They borrowed a small boat and started heading toward the temple. On the way, Helda mentioned that the goddess had prepared a gift for him. Our boy was excited to find out what it was, since he'd only received small blessings before. He stood on the engraving on the floor, placed down the golden apple, and knelt, and the goddess appeared, all warm smiles. She had read the report. Thanks to him, they'd disrupted the giant's plans, beaten a tough enemy, and even ridden a beautiful warrior. That last part made Taiho turn red while the goddess laughed. She told him she had 2 gifts, but he could only choose one. The first was a cloak from Olympus that could turn him into a Pegasus. The second was a magical pouch that could store anything, no matter the size. Both were insanely valuable, but he had to choose. After thinking it over, Taiho picked the pouch. Helda was surprised. She'd thought he'd choose the cloak. Taiho explained that becoming a Pegasus wouldn't be much use without someone to fly with. Since he was the only one in his legion right now, it didn't make sense. Plus, it was basic gamer knowledge that you should always expand your inventory. Helda laughed, saying she didn't exactly understand what he meant, but whatever. They headed back, and Helda told him that starting today, he'd have lessons with his new teacher. She asked if he was excited. Taiho just laughed awkwardly. Personally, he didn't think highly of that bum, but in this world, the guy was a legend, so he was kind of curious. Meanwhile, Ragnar was chilling back at Taiho's house, looking up at the sky. He commented on the weather, saying it was disgustingly nice that day. The scene shifted, and Taiho and Ragnar were sitting there chatting. Ragnar asked Taiho how far he'd gone with Helda, and our boy turned all pink, asking what he meant by that. But that double-meaning bastard quickly changed his tone and said he was talking about Taiho's progress, then told our boy his head was full of dirty thoughts. Taiho just replied, "Look who's talking." Ragnar then got up. He said Helda had asked him to teach Taiho about divinity, but since Taiho was still a rookie, he'd postpone that stuff and start with the basics. But he made it clear that he wouldn't be spoon-feeding him, and that Taiho would have to figure things out on his own. Without wasting a second, he told Taiho to bring it on and trade blows, but Taiho couldn't even keep up. Ragnar told Taiho to stop holding back and show him everything he'd got. He then told Taiho that sagas were the foundation of a warrior, and just because he had a god's power didn't mean he could slack off. Then he started trash-talking to piss Taiho off, and it worked. Taiho started attacking him recklessly, and the next thing you knew, our boy was on the ground eating dirt. Ragnar told Taiho there were 2 things he needed to work on. The first was an offensive saga. For an inferior-ranked warrior, Taiho had a lot of sagas, but most were support class. They were useful but didn't pack a serious punch. As Taiho thought about what he should choose for his ultimate move, Ragnar told him the second thing he needed to do was review all his sagas. Taiho looked confused, so Ragnar explained that his sagas were incomplete. Most low-ranking warriors thought their sagas were set in stone, but they evolved with the user. Saga was a story passed down through generations, and like any story, it changed depending on who was telling it. With that, he started walking away. He told Taiho that was enough for today, reminding him not to forget anything before he left. He added one more thing. He told Taiho to keep that divine aura running all day, eating, sitting, sleeping, whatever. If Taiho could pull that off, he'd increase both his power reserves and duration. Evening came. Helda was at his house cooking for him, while Taiho was busy with his lessons with Ragnar. Seeing that stupid grin on his face, Ragnar asked Taiho if he had something to show him. Taiho grinned and activated his warrior's blade saga. A normal sword appeared, and showing it off, he said that this was the sword he usually summoned. Then he pulled out the broken hilt from the last mission. He activated his saga while holding it, and the broken weapon repaired itself into a complete blade. Taiho explained that when he held the hilt and used his saga, it took on the relic's stats, turning it into epic-level gear. Ragnar just stood there thinking, what the hell is wrong with this dude? Was he really planning to use that as his ultimate move? Maybe it was because he came from a different world, but the guy thought completely differently from everyone else. While they were still processing this discovery, Helda showed up holding a scroll. She said, Valkyrie Raskrid had sent an urgent support request for him. She was investigating Alfheim and had found strange activity. Taiho was surprised that she'd requested his presence personally, but then got excited, thinking it was the perfect opportunity to test his new weapon. Seeing that stupid grin on his face, Helda pouted and asked if he was really that excited to see Raskrid. Taiho realized he'd fumbled badly and told her it was nothing like that, but Helda was still acting like a jealous wife. And he screwed up by asking if he could go now. Meanwhile, Ragnar watched him, thinking to himself, this guy's a complete moron. The scene shifted to a dark, creepy place where some evil dude was watching everything through spider webs. His servant showed up, saying the giants had started moving their forces, and Valhalla had sent more warriors. This mysterious guy gave the most sinister smile and said he couldn't wait to see how fun things got. Later, Taiho was back in Dark Elf territory, but this time he had company. The Wu Legion had been called in too. When they arrived, a huge muscular warrior walked right up to Taiho. So you're the famous Taiho. I've heard a lot about you. The guy was from Odin's Legion, also lower ranked, but he was running the show. He said he had 30 black horses ready since the other legions had sent people too. While they rode through the dark forest, Taiho started feeling strange. Something was off, and he thought, why does this feel so uncomfortable? He said he'd much rather be riding a dragon or the Silent Whites. Siri heard him and burst out laughing, saying, look at you, already developing fancy tastes like a real warrior. But there was definitely something strange going on. Rolf looked clearly pissed off about something. Taiho noticed and asked what was eating him. Siri rolled her eyes and said they'd dragged him back from vacation for this stupid mission. The muscular guy said they were almost at the base, so they should speed up. They were booking it when suddenly everything stopped. Right in front of them, a massive pack of gnolls blocked the road. Dark, nasty things with glowing red eyes stared through the shadows. As soon as Siri saw they were about to get cut off, she yelled not to slow down. They charged straight into the pack, cutting through tons of them. If they'd hesitated even 1 second, they would have been completely screwed. They broke through, but then a strange sound started echoing everywhere. Someone shouted to look up, and a squadron of harpies came diving straight at them. Siri slashed at the harpies, while Rolf tried not to die, but he was struggling badly. He couldn't use his saga without his crossbow. Things were getting dicey when Taiho grabbed his sword hilt. The harpies circled them, and golden light started glowing from Taiho's body. Everyone was like, what the hell? But the harpies freaked out and started backing away from the light. Taiho activated his warrior's blade saga, and the energy made his broken sword whole again. The weapon glowed gold and radiated serious power. The harpies panicked, and Taiho pushed them all away with waves of energy. Everyone stared at him because he'd just wiped out every enemy with one move. Even Taiho looked awkward with everyone staring at him. With the path clear, the group kept moving. As they got close to their destination, the big guy from Odin's Legion turned to Taiho and said, welcome to the battlefield. And right then Taiho understood what he meant. Down in a massive crater, a real war was raging. Total chaos with metal clashing everywhere. The group started heading down, and Siri didn't waste any time. She activated her saga, and arrows started flying in every direction. The crazy part was that she never missed. One target after another dropped until she gave the order to advance. Meanwhile, Taiho gripped his broken sword hilt and activated his warrior's blade saga. But instead of a sword, a crossbow appeared. The moment he pulled the trigger, It fired 3 arrows, and everything in their path was vaporized. Once again, everyone stared at what he'd pulled off. Even Taiho felt confident, thinking that with this, they'd reach the center quickly. And that's exactly what happened. After pushing forward for several minutes, they finally reached the center of the battlefield. Valkyrie Raskrid was there, leading troops right in the thick of combat. When she spotted Taiho approaching, she smiled and said it was good to have him there. He got straight to the point, asking what the situation was. She answered quickly, saying it was almost under control, but there was a problem. The enemy had something like their steel rain, and they'd been attacking with it for a while. And more trouble appeared. Looking up, Raskrid shouted for everyone to scatter. Suddenly, the sky started falling apart, but it wasn't rain. Giant rocks were crashing down across the battlefield. The boulders slammed into the ground, creating craters and flattening everything. But that wasn't even the worst part. The real danger was what was inside them, because gnolls started coming out, some of them massive. Taiho shouted a warning, saying another one was coming. The rock nearly crushed them, missing the whole group by inches. Everyone was tense because nobody knew what might come out of that thing. Then suddenly a fireball streaked across the sky, but it was headed in a different direction. It flew straight toward the Dark Elf village. Raskrid walked over and told him he had to get to the Dark Elf village right away. That fireball was headed there, so they were probably under attack. She added that on this battlefield, he was the only one she trusted to handle that situation. Taiho agreed, saying he'd find a horse and get there quickly. But she said there was no time for that and started removing her own cloak. Our boy turned all red. She explained that the cloak would let him transform into a dragon and told him to choose someone he trusted to go with him. Taiho could already picture how everyone would react once they found out what happened here. Without hesitation, he decided to hand it to Ciri. Moments later, they took off, flying over the battlefield. From behind the massive rock that had nearly crushed them, a new monster emerged. This time, it was a giant, nothing like the one they'd seen at the Black Castle. Raskrid thought to herself that this one was smaller yet radiated far more power, which made sense. Giants had runes similar to warriors, and their strength grew with every kill. Judging by its aura, this one had already been on a rampage. Its roar shook the battlefield, staggering even Valhalla's warriors. The giant activated its saga, Roar of Madness, and suddenly all the monsters went into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Taiho and Ciri reached the elf village only to find another giant waiting for them, but this one was built differently from the others. Taiho quickly realized it was a mage, and his fears were confirmed when the creature began casting and hurled a devastating spell at the village. Villagers ran around in panic, while Taiho told Ciri to move closer so he could draw its attention. Swapping his crossbow for a lance, he threw it with everything he had, but the weapon shattered against an invisible barrier as more shields formed around the giant. His trick to draw the giant's attention worked. The creature locked onto them, but that only made things worse as it unleashed spell after spell. The elves were caught in the chaos below. From above, Taiho thought that if this continued, the village would be reduced to ash and countless lives would be lost unless they took the monster down quickly. Meanwhile, somewhere in the 9 realms, something was going down. A guy sat on a throne, simply watching everything unfold, when a harpy flew over and landed on his finger with a message. It turned out that weird spider creature was named Volt, and she was the one who had gotten Malice to betray Valhalla. This was all part of a plan to find something called the Seed. She cursed that spider bastard for being a coward and hiding in the darkness when there was a surefire way to get the Seed, yet all of them were ignoring it. And the plan she was talking about was to burn everything to the ground, just like they did during the Great War. And who was this genius, you might ask? This fine mommy was Harad, the giant of strength. She was one of the 5 giant generals serving Loki. So while Mommy Harad was cooking up a plan to burn everything to the ground, Our boy was trying not to die back in the village. Taiho was done with the giant's bullshit and said that if it kept throwing projectiles, he was going to do the same. He activated his saga and summoned a storm of spears, throwing them all at once. The problem was that the annoying barrier was still there, so none of the spears got through. But he kept going anyway. Both sides continued throwing attacks at each other, with spears colliding with spells and causing huge explosions everywhere. Siri looked worried, asking if this was actually doing anything. Taiho explained it, like he was still in a video game. Keep hitting the barrier nonstop, and eventually it would weaken enough to break through. The scene jumped to the other battlefield, where Raskrid was facing off against another giant. She knew this thing was strong enough to give her a real fight, but as the commander, she couldn't back down. They both charged and crashed into each other, causing a massive shockwave. Meanwhile, Taiho was still stuck in his desperate fight. His plan wasn't working yet. Spears kept vanishing against the barrier, but he refused to quit. He thought they needed to figure something out or the village would disappear completely. Looking around, he saw houses already on fire, with elves running around in panic. Then a strange group of elves showed up, wearing glowing helmets with flashing lights. Taiho couldn't believe what he was seeing. One of them said they were the Dark Elf Fire Brigade. Leave the flames to them and focus on the giant. They all raised their hands and started casting a spell that summoned storm clouds out of nowhere. Rain poured down and instantly put out all the fires. Everything seemed fine for like 2 seconds, but then the giant roared again. Its magical barrier disappeared because the rain was canceling its spells. Since it was a fire mage, its weakness had just become painfully obvious. Taiho understood immediately and mentally thanked the Fire Brigade elves. They'd just handed him the perfect opening. He activated his saga and threw his spear with everything he had while telling Siri to attack from behind, using his spear as cover. He knew it was time to bring out the legendary sword. He launched his final attack just like Ragnar had taught him. His sync rate was at 18% now, so he used Ancestral Dragon Barrage and blasted a huge hole straight through the giant. But then Taiho spotted something strange. There was a glowing emerald stone inside the giant, like a core. Taiho asked Siri for help. She agreed, and they combined their sagas. She went first, dark purple energy wrapping around her spear. Then Taiho added his power. They charged together, and the explosion completely destroyed the giant. But before they could celebrate, something crazy happened. They got sucked into the blast, like there was a portal in the middle of it. The elves just stood there, confused, watching Taiho and Siri vanish into thin air. But it wasn't over, because they woke up floating in a strange dark void filled with magical energy. Taiho looked around in confusion, asking where they were since they'd beaten the giant. Siri stayed calm, explaining that destroying the core had opened a small portal. She could feel powerful magic there, though she said it might be leftover traces from the Great War. That got Taiho's attention. Ever since finding the sword fragment, he'd been wondering about those ancient warriors. Now he was standing where they'd actually fought. He thought he might even find other fragments of the sword there and was ready to explore when Siri's stomach growled. Taiho pulled all kinds of food out of his magical pouch. Siri was shocked by all the stuff Taiho was carrying and asked if he'd gotten it from Aiden. He laughed, explaining that the goddess Aiden had given it to him as a reward. Siri sighed, saying this was going to be harder than she'd thought. Taiho asked what she meant. It turned out that after all the chaos with the Regenerator and the Basilisk, Valkyrie Gandor wanted them to convince Taiho to join her legion. She thought he was an amazing, one-of-a-kind warrior. But seeing how the goddess treated Taiho, she clearly wasn't going to let him go. Taiho just chuckled, saying that was true. Plus, he couldn't leave Aiden's legion because Helda was there too. After eating, he stretched and said, "Time to get out of here." Siri asked how, since they didn't even know where they were. But then he pulled out the sword hilt, saying maybe this little guy knew the way out. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Taiho extended his arm and pointed the sword ahead. Siri stared at him hard, wondering what this idiot was doing now. He stood there for a while longer, but nothing happened. So after inwardly cursing Taiho, Siri transformed again, and now they were wandering aimlessly through the void. Along the way, Siri started talking. She said that back in Valhalla, it was rare for anyone to ask what others had done while alive, but she was genuinely curious about Taiho. His sagas were too incredible. Taiho looked a little embarrassed and, with a shy smile, said that when he was alive, he'd been the world champion. She stared at him in surprise, saying something like, "So I've been walking beside a living legend." Then he activated something again, and what he saw left him stunned. In front of them was a field full of weapons. Not just any weapons, these were high-tier legendary items. And being a true gamer, Taiho switched into full loot mode. He started grabbing everything in sight: helmet, massive sword, spear, shield. He even tossed the broken ones into his magic bag. Siri just stood there watching, unsure whether she should laugh or cry. She asked if he was really taking even the damaged ones. Still collecting gear, he replied that of course he was. All of it could be useful later. That's when he noticed a cheeky little belt shining brighter than the rest, and that thing came with some serious buffs. It boosted both strength and endurance. Siri spotted the symbol on it and pointed out that the mark belonged to Freya's legion. Taiho asked who Freya was, and she explained that Freya was the goddess of love and beauty, but also of war and magic. This got Taiho wondering whether the goddess Adon was hiding talents like that too. He suggested Siri grab something for herself as well, since everything looked unique. She hesitated, but then, with a guilty look, picked up a dagger. They walked for a while longer until Taiho announced that he was satisfied, though he looked ridiculous wearing that crooked helmet. He joked about needing to make room in the bag when, out of nowhere, the sword he'd taken from the basilisk started vibrating. Taiho carefully pulled it out. An aura started glowing from the blade, and it pointed toward a tiny dagger. He picked it up and asked Siri if she had any idea what the sword was pointing at. She said, maybe they came from the same place. Maybe the people of this world had fought alongside Valhalla's warriors, and the weapons had been forged by the same hands. Taiho agreed that it made sense. Maybe that was why he'd never been able to trace the sword's origin before. So he took the dagger too, since the sword had already proven incredibly useful. With everything sorted, they moved on. After walking a bit farther, they reached the edge of a massive crater, and Siri knew what it was. It was the place where Odin's army had fought. She then noticed magic gathering in the center, where a giant skeleton lay after its owner had kicked the bucket. Who knew when? They went down to inspect it. Siri asked Taiho if he could get any information. Taiho nodded, saying he could see its name. This bastard was the legendary hellhound Garmer. Siri panicked. She told Taiho they should get out of there. But that's when the bones started gathering in one place, and magic brought the beast back to life in a burst of energy. That bastard stood in front of them, and he hadn't come alone. He brought company, a lot of it, and soon the battlefield was swarming with monsters. Taiho clenched his sword, ready for battle. Then something strange happened. The monsters ignored them completely and started fighting among themselves. Siri wanted to bolt out of there, but Taiho grabbed her and pointed at the monsters, saying they couldn't leave like this. They had to do the boss battle. At that moment, Siri wanted nothing more than to beat this guy up, but she held herself back. She told him to get on top of her. Her strategy was simple: fly straight at the boss at full force. That bastard let out a roar that almost made both heroes deaf, but the worst came right after. Lightning struck down from above. Siri instantly lost her balance. Both of them started plummeting. Once they were down, Taiho asked if she was all right. That's when this bastard realized he'd landed right on top of her. He immediately turned bright red, apologizing and saying it wasn't intentional. Siri said she was fine. Before she could even get up, the monsters swarmed them. Taiho started throwing hands with them, buying Siri time to get back up. Once she was up, both of them charged at the boss. As they charged toward it, the boss attacked them with a breath of fire, which they dodged without breaking a sweat. Since the boss was a dumb creature too, it got distracted by the other monsters. Taiho gave Siri the signal. She activated her saga and fired arrows at the boss. None of them did any real damage, but they got the monster's attention. The beast opened its mouth, but before it could bite her, Siri transformed into a wolf and escaped. She shouted that normal attacks wouldn't work. Taiho would have to go all in with his special ability. Taiho activated his Saga of the Storm Warrior. Drawing his legendary sword, he used the power of the gods. Golden energy surged across the blade, and he landed a direct hit on the boss. Man, he thought he'd landed a critical hit, maybe even cut off one of its legs. But it did absolutely nothing, leaving only a tiny scratch. Siri shouted for him to jump onto her back again. She wanted to repeat their combo attack, but the boss didn't let him ride her this time, attacking with another blast of fire. Taiho realized they wouldn't be able to kill this thing with half-hearted attacks, so he asked Siri to buy him some time. He activated his Dragon Eyes saga and began scanning everything. Taiho noticed something new below the monster's name. A description appeared, Absolute Defense. Then something clicked. He realized that the boss hadn't moved from its spot even once since the battle started. That meant only one thing. It was guarding something. Meanwhile, Siri had figured something out as well. She knew normal attacks wouldn't work on it, but maybe her curse ability would, since she was in her wolf witch form. She jumped high into the air and bit the boss. Her hunch was right. Her curse ability worked, and now the boss was slowed down. But she was running out of stamina, so she turned to Taiho and said that whatever he was planning, he needed to do it fast because she couldn't hold on for long. But Taiho just turned and ran straight at the monsters. He used his divine power and took care of the small fry. In that instant, he figured out how to kill the beast. He spotted a strange rock stuck in the ground and used all his power to pull it free. The boss was heading straight for him, getting dangerously close when he finally pulled it out. As he did, the monster disappeared. Taiho pointed at the hole where he'd yanked out the crystal and said it was the exit. Siri screamed for Taiho to climb onto her back. Without hesitation, he jumped on. Behind them, the ghostly warriors defeated the last of the monsters. One warrior announced that the beast was down, and cheers of victory broke out. But someone asked where those two had gone. A warrior noticed the portal on the ground. Everyone gathered around it. One by one, they began jumping in. Everyone was smiling. One even shouted that they were going to Valhalla. Meanwhile, Raskrid and the giant were still going at it, trading blows like crazy. Neither one was backing down. Then, boom, the portal opened, and our boy Taiho popped out of nowhere right in the middle of the chaos. He hit the ground, and Raskrid was like, "How the hell did you guys get here so fast?" The giant spotted them. Giant spots the crystal Taiho is carrying, and his eyes light up. He realizes that's the seed their king has been hunting for this whole time. He reaches his massive hand toward Taiho, trying to snatch it. Raskrid yells for everyone to protect Taiho and jumps in with her sword to block the giant. That's when something wild happens. She sees the ghosts of ancient Valhalla warriors just standing there, holding back the giant's hand. One ghost says they have to join the fight. More and more ghosts start appearing on the battlefield, and now the giant's in trouble. The ghost leader turns to Raskrid and asks for permission to fight, saying they want to protect Asgard one last time. She doesn't hesitate and gives them the go-ahead. As soon as she does, the ghosts start getting their bodies back and charge straight at the giant. While everyone fights the smaller monsters, the giant lets out a massive roar and tries to join his army. But Raskrid comes flying in, screaming that she's his opponent. Rolf asks Taiho and Siri how they got back so quickly, since they'd only left a few hours ago. Taiho says time must flow differently in that void they were in, but Siri doesn't care about any of that. She wants to jump into the fight. Taiho grabs her again and says they should focus on the boss and let the others handle the small stuff. So she transforms into her wolf form and they're back in the sky. Taiho can tell Siri is exhausted. She's had 2 crazy battles back to back with no break. He tells her to take it easy, saying their job isn't to kill this thing, just to do enough damage to get its attention. He explains that Raskrid and the giant are evenly matched, so if they can distract the giant for even a second, it'll tip things in their favor. Taiho activates his power and starts throwing his lances at the giant one after another. After the 3rd hit, the giant gets pissed. He turns to Taiho and says his attacks aren't even tickling him, and once he's done with Raskrid, he'll personally send Taiho to hell. But Taiho just keeps launching spears. Citri says, "Doesn't look like he's paying attention to you." But then Raskrid charges again, and now the giant is completely focused on her, ignoring everything else. This is exactly what Taiho was waiting for. He pours divine power into his lance and throws it with perfect aim. It smashes right into the giant's hand, disrupting the big attack he was about to unleash. Raskrid doesn't waste the opportunity. She activates her godly power and takes the giant down. Now that the big bad is dead, the monster army is screwed, and the warriors are fired up. They push forward and easily wipe out the remaining monsters. Taiho sits on a cliff saying they won, then drops down to finally get some rest. Siri watches him, thinking there's really something special about this bastard. She wants him fighting on their side for as long as possible. With the battle over, it's time for the ghost warriors to head back. Their leader thanks Raskrid for letting them fight and asks her to guide their souls back to Valhalla. Raskrid thanks them in return, saying Valhalla will always welcome them. She changes into a white outfit and calls on the Bifrost to take them home. Before leaving, the warriors look at Taiho and tell him they're going to tell Odin about how brave he was. Raskrid tells the group she has to leave because she needs to guide the ghost warriors back. She promises everyone that when they meet again in the Great Hall, no one will go unrecognized. Everyone will get their rewards, especially Taiho and Kiri, since their courage basically saved the whole battle. Taiho walks up to her and returns her fur cloak. Raskrid turns to Siri, asking what it was like carrying Taiho through all that chaos. Siri says she was just doing her duty. Before heading back, she tells them that Regan Leaf and Gandor will arrive soon to take over. But before she goes, she walks up to Taiho and gives him a gentle kiss on the forehead. Taiho freezes. His heart starts pounding. He's about to start naming his future children, with her when he turns and sees that she kissed Siri too. He realizes the kiss is just like the one Helda gave him before. It's simply a Valkyrie ritual. Meanwhile, far away in the frozen wasteland of Jotunheim, things are getting tense. Harad is pissed, but not because they lost. She never cared about the outcome of this battle. It was supposed to drain Valhalla's strength. What really has her pissed is that the seed, the thing they've been hunting for, ended up in Taiho's hands. Now their secrets might be exposed. She's afraid of how the king is going to react. When Evalt tells her not to overthink it, since the king hasn't said anything yet, she says maybe the king wanted this to happen all along. Time passes, and 2 more Valkyries show up. Pulls out the seed. Reginlife doesn't know what the thing is, but she's glad they didn't let those bastards succeed, and pulls out the seed. Reginlife doesn't know what the thing is, but she's glad they didn't let those bastards succeed. She takes the seed from Taiho, stores it in a fancy-looking chest, then gets right in Taiho's face and kisses him on the forehead. Even though he's been through this once before, he can't help feeling flustered. But seeing Siri receive the same treatment, he thinks maybe this is normal around here. He turns to Gandor and asks if she won't bless them too. She laughs and says few people have the guts to ask a Valkyrie for that, but she agrees. Taiho closes his eyes, thinking one more blessing can't hurt. He's expecting another kiss on the forehead, but Gandor kisses him on the cheek. Our boy is on cloud 9 after that. Just as the Valkyries are about to leave, guess who shows up? Helda. She arrives just in time to see the unique blessing Gandor gave him. Her face hides nothing. With jealous eyes, she asks Taiho what's going on. Taiho tries to come up with something, but as always, he fumbles pretty badly. Siri, who is watching from the sidelines, says these two are pretty amusing. Soon, the transport back to Valhalla is ready. Taiho climbs into a coffin for the trip, and Helda still isn't letting it go. She asks Taiho if he enjoyed getting all those blessings. He thinks he might not survive this one. Then she leans in, brushes her hair back, and gives him her own blessing. Both of them turn red. Meanwhile, deep at the roots of Yggdrasil, Odin and Thor walk together in silence. Odin pulls out the seed and asks Mimir if this is what Fenrir has been chasing. Mimir looks it over and says yes, it's a fragment of Garmar's soul. If all the pieces are found, Garmar could be revived. Odin frowns, saying, the reward doesn't seem worth the effort. Thor then asks if Garmar is connected to Fenrir. Mimir confirms it. Garmar's howl could wake Fenrir, and if Fenrir woke up, he'd snap his chains and hunt Odin down. And when that happened, the Allfather would meet his forefathers. Meanwhile, up in the frozen wasteland of Jotunheim, some seriously bad news is brewing. Loki, wearing a smug grin, tells Utgard Loki that the 5 generals are already on the move. Utgard Loki just laughs like a maniac and says the real battles are only getting started. Back under Yggdrasil, Mimir warns that the giants don't even need Garmar fully revived. A single howl from one fragment would be enough to kick off Ragnarok. Odin adds that someone among them has a special saga ability that could speed up the whole apocalypse. Thor immediately clenches his fists because he already knows exactly who they're talking about. Loki, that backstabbing bastard. Without missing a beat, Odin hands the seed fragment to Thor and tells him to destroy it. Even knowing how powerful this thing is, Odin has made his choice. Getting rid of the risk is the only way to buy them some time. Meanwhile, the thick goddess is back. Our boy has returned to the temple to report to her. She starts praising him, saying she even heard the warriors of Valhalla chanting her name. Aiden gives him one of those rare radiant smiles. Then she tells him it's time for his reward. Taiho lights up, expecting that legendary cloak that would let him transform into a Pegasus. He's been dreaming about it, but Aiden has other plans. She chuckles and tells him he has to choose once again. She has prepared 2 rewards for him this time as well. The first is the cloak that would turn him into a Pegasus, which he already knows about. The second is a saddle. This thing will let him ride any creature, no matter how big, what species, or how strong. No limits whatsoever. His mind explodes with possibilities. He's imagining himself as a massive falcon with someone riding on his back. As soon as he exits the temple, he runs straight into Helda and Ragnar, who've been waiting outside for him. One look at his face, and they can tell he picked something incredible. Ragnar says Taiho looks different and stronger, and suggests they should ramp up his training. But Helda cuts in, reminding them they just got back from the front lines and should probably rest instead of punishing themselves. That's when Taiho remembers something important. Since they're not training, he asks for their help with something else. They all head to his cabin, where Taiho starts pulling out a weird collection of junk. He gathered all this stuff from the battlefield of the gods. Ragnar looks confused and starts laughing, asking if Taiho has become some kind of scavenger. Most of the weapons are broken, rusty, and look pretty useless. But then Helda steps forward, touches one of the beat-up weapons, and says she can still feel magical power in it. Ragnar agrees and suggests they try returning the weapons to their original legions. Taiho loves the idea, and they get to work. They examine runes, magical signatures, and forge marks. Each legion in Valhalla leaves its own fingerprint on its weapons, So they're trying to match each blade to its history. Hours pass, and then Helda suddenly freezes in front of a dagger. She just stares at it. After several minutes, Ragnar guesses it might not belong to any standard unit. Maybe it's like Taiho's own sword, just some outlier. That gives Taiho an idea. He decides to use his ability. He grabs the dagger and focuses, channeling his power. As he does, the room fills with blue light. Then nothing happens. As Taiho is about to set it down, his eyes suddenly light up and project images onto the wall. The vision shows a warrior, none of them recognize, sailing across a violent sea toward a dark, creepy island. She says she's finally found the place that's been hidden in myths. She heads inside the castle with bones lying everywhere. She remembers hearing rumors about the Queen of Shadows, rumors saying she was an evil queen who ate people and bathed in maiden's blood, but she won't believe anything until she sees it with her own eyes. She finally meets her, and she isn't anything like the rumors claimed. She's a kind woman and even takes her on as a student. Years pass. She endures brutal trials and becomes even more powerful. When it's finally time to leave the island, the maiden gives her a parting gift, a spear crafted from the bones of an ancient sea monster. With that spear in her hand, she never knew defeat. That was until she met that bastard Loki. He defeats her without breaking a sweat and tells her that her family, friends, and everything she fought for have been wiped from existence. She has absolutely nothing left. He simply turns and walks away. But the woman launches herself at him, determined to end him then and there. That bastard was only playing with her. He looks back, and with that alone, both her spear and her world are destroyed. The vision cuts out, and everyone just stands there stunned. Ragnar breaks the silence, saying these were pieces of Shu's life. Taiho asks who that warrior was, and Ragnar explains that Shu was the strongest warrior from that destroyed world. He adds that if he had to compare them, Shu was on the same level as Valhalla's legendary Sigurd. That blows Taiho's mind. But then he notices something strange. Now he can actually read the name etched on the dagger, Fragment of Geibolg. Ragnar says now everything makes perfect sense. That's why the saga didn't work before. He tells Taiho not to use his saga on it, saying they don't know what kind of G's might be on it. Taiho asks what a G's is. He explains that a G's is an incredibly powerful spiritual binding that lets someone borrow power in exchange for making an oath. And since Shu had an indomitable will, her weapon's G's might be too much for Taiho to handle. The weapon might not even accept him as its master and could turn against him. But from the vision, Taiho felt something different. It was as if the weapon was trying to communicate, showing him this is the level you need to reach. He realizes it isn't enough just to possess Geibolg, he has to become worthy of it. Ragnar nods, saying now he's talking like a man. The scene shifts back to the house. Taiho asks Helda if she knows where he can get a mount. He says it doesn't need to be anything fancy like those used by the other legions, just something to get by, and man, get this. The bastard chose the saddle while thinking of Ciri. He decides he should never say that out loud because she might actually kill him. Helda tells him that Eden's legion doesn't have a designated mount. Ragnar suggests Taiho could buy a horse in Vanaheim, but then changes his tone and asks if he only wants a means of transportation, because that won't suit a warrior. He asks if they should just catch one themselves. There's a place near the border between Valhalla and Olympus that's crawling with griffins. Taiho could capture his own mount there. Helda thinks it's a great idea and decides to come along. They invite Ciri too, since she's on leave. In the last battle, Ciri also awakened her divine aura through contact with Taiho, but this Valkyrie was in a difficult position since her idol was right in front of her. She couldn't afford to look weak, but my girl was at her limit. Ragnar had made them maintain their auras for long stretches without mercy. He decides that's enough and tells them they can rest now. He looks out the window and tells Helda they should camp for now. They stop by the riverside and roast some juicy steak. Ragnar hands the meat out to everyone. While handing some to Ciri, he suggests that she join Eden's Legion too. That way, he could keep teaching her all the time. Ciri blushes but declines, saying her loyalty to her current legion comes first. The next morning, they reach the jagged cliffs where griffins roam. Ragnar has prepared bait by enchanting their horse to intensify its scent. It turns out griffins love horse flesh. Within minutes, 3 griffins burst out, locked onto the bait. Ragnar says he'll watch from the sidelines. Ciri and Taiho are already in battle mode. She whips out her crossbow and loads 3 arrows, while Taiho pulls out his cloak and transforms into a massive falcon. Both girls weren't expecting that. They thought he'd ride one of them, but they look kind of disappointed. Ragnar, that bastard, catches on and says he should have told Taiho to enter battle riding one of them. Helda gets all shy and tells him it's nothing like that. So our boy Taiho is facing down 3 griffins. One of the beasts locks onto him. Taiho shows he's got some serious brain cells. Instead of going full berserker mode, he plays it smart. He dodges the attack and starts climbing higher. So while this oversized bird brain chases Taiho around the sky, Ciri down below lines up her shot. She pulls out 3 arrows tipped with paralyzing poison. All 3 arrows hit their mark, and just like that, 1 griffin is down. But Taiho doesn't want one of these regular flying chickens. He wants the special one. Then they hear it, a roar that probably woke up every creature within a 50-mile radius. The alpha griffin has entered the chat, folks. This thing is massive, easily twice the size of the others. He's waiting for the horse meat he was promised when a thought pops into his head. He wonders if those bastards left him out and started eating it without him, so he decides to go check for himself. Meanwhile, the group has taken down all the griffins. Ragnar says that more or less does it, and now all they have to do is wait for the big one to show up. Taiho puts the saddle on one of the griffins and soars into the sky. After a while, he hears the birds flying away in alarm. Ragnar tells him to get ready and hands Taiho a magical rope. It's enchanted to suppress power and resistance. The alpha makes its move, and man, this thing is fast, like super fast. And the fact that Taiho is riding one of its own only makes things worse. It lunges at Taiho, but our boy's body literally blurs in midair before the alpha can reach him. He transforms into a falcon. The griffin is like, what the hell? But then it thinks, doesn't matter. Hawk meat isn't bad either, and charges at him once again. Taiho waits until the very last second, then transforms back into human form. With no time to waste, he lands right on the griffin's back and wraps the magical rope around its neck. And folks, this beast does not go down easily. It puts up a fight. It's thinking, I can't lose to this puny human. But dealing with our boy proves too much, and Ragnar's rope also starts taking effect. Taiho decides it's the right time and pulls out his sword. Since his last battle, his synchronization with his character has reached 20%, and his Warrior's Blade saga has been upgraded, so he activates something called the Blacksmith saga. His sword literally reshapes itself into a massive hammer. He raises it high and strikes the rope, tripling the rope's enchantment effects. The griffin somehow resists it at first, but now it can't use any strength at all. Taiho uses this opportunity to activate his Dragon Commander saga, and the griffin starts feeling the effects, maybe even enjoying them. Bro literally broke the griffin. Down below, everyone cheers for him. As Taiho lands with his new flying buddy, he tells everyone this guy's name is Rollo. When Helda hears something, everyone turns to find out where it's coming from. They see an emergency signal in the sky. Ragnar says 2 of them going off at the same time is bad. It means a nearby unit is under attack. Helda suggests they split up, transforms into her swan form, and tells Ciri to get on her back before taking off. She tells Taiho not to do anything stupid and to be careful. Taiho tells her not to worry. That's when Ragnar mounts Rollo, and Taiho thinks this guy has some serious muscles. So they fly toward the battlefield, and they've barely crossed a few mountains when they see that the once dense forest is now gone. In the middle of all this chaos, they spot the problem. Two giants are going at it with Valhalla's warriors. Brak from Thor's legion is holding the front line against a giant. A giant charges at him with its huge war axe, and Brak meets it head-on with pure strength. Ragnar leaps from the griffin and unleashes his divine aura, and in the next moment, the giant is dead. This dude really knows how to make an entrance. The battlefield erupts in cheers because everyone knows what Ragnar showing up means. Victory is basically guaranteed at this point. And Taiho tells his griffin to dive bomb the remaining giant. The perfectly timed impact crashes into the thing and gives Brak the opening he needs. Brak starts glowing and destroys the giant's axe with one hit. Then he jumps up and splits the giant's skull in half. Everyone cheers for Ragnar as usual. Then Brak? But then they start chanting something new. They realize the warrior who rode a Valkyrie is there too, so they start chanting his name. Taiho is pissed, thinking, cut it out with that stupid nickname already. He lands. Brak walks over to Taiho with a huge grin and gives him the classic shoulder clap. All the other warriors gather around, asking what kind of Valkyrie he rode this time. Poor Taiho has to break it to them that it was just a male griffin, which clearly crushes their dreams of having another epic tale to spread around. But Brak cuts through all the joking, saying there's no time to celebrate. Another group needs help, and the war isn't taking a time out. Ragnar immediately switches to serious mode and demands to know what's going on. Brak explains that they found another soul fragment, but just as they were about to grab it, the giants ambushed them. The fragment wasn't just sitting there either. It was lodged in the skull of a massive boar that had been powered up by the soul's energy. This time, those bastards actually used their brains. Instead of just charging in, they split into 3 teams. 2 groups kept Valhalla's forces busy, while the third focused on capturing the boar. Time to move out. Ragnar jumps back onto the griffin and motions for Brak to hop on. But Brak is like, nah, I've got my own ride. He pulls some tiny bones from his pouch, says a few magical words, and the bones start rebuilding themselves into a small ram. Ragnar immediately recognizes it and says, Tangrisnir, with serious respect. Brak orders the ram to grow. Then the little ram starts transforming. Brak explains that it's a sacred mount from Thor's legion that's been passed down for ages. Ragnar orders the warriors to stay behind and take care of the wounded. They start following the giant's trail. Tangrisnir keeps up with the griffin without any problem, and Ragnar can't help commenting on how fast the divine goat is moving. A few minutes later, they spot the enemy. The giants succeeded in bringing down the boar, but hadn't gotten their hands on the crystal. Ragnar takes one look at the situation. 4 giants, 100 orcs. He casually says he'll handle the giants alone, while everyone else deals with the rest. Then he just charges in. Meanwhile, Helda and Ciri have just finished their own fight. Ciri asks if they should head over and help Taiho now that they're free. Helda says Ragnar is with him, so there's nothing to worry about. But then the sky cracks open, and a bolt of light tears through the clouds as something massive starts falling. At first, it looks like a meteor, but as it gets closer, Helda realizes this isn't some space rock. She immediately knows that whatever is in that falling transport is far beyond what she and Ciri can handle. She shifts into her swan form and tells Ciri they need to get back to Taiho ASAP. Back on the main battlefield, the orcs are starting to sweat because Tangrisnir has come charging through their lines. The ram tramples everything in sight, and even the toughest orcs look at each other like, yo, are we sure about this? Ragnar yells at Taiho to focus on the boar because time is running out. Taiho spots mages surrounding the beast, performing some seriously dark magic, so he takes his griffin high into the air and dives, activating his newest saga, Warrior of the Storm. And man, this guy turns into a human lightning rod. Electricity dances all over his skin, with bolts shooting everywhere. The mages get absolutely wrecked. Brack sees what Taiho is doing and decides to join the party. More orcs try to block him, but he activates his own saga and his axe starts spinning, releasing waves of energy that obliterate everything around him. Taiho watches this, thinking Brack is completely unstoppable. Then everything goes to hell. That meteor they saw earlier finally hits, and the impact creates a crater. Through all the dust and smoke, a figure slowly emerges, smiling in a way that makes your skin crawl. With cold eyes, she starts scanning the battlefield. This is Harad, one of the 5 generals of the Giant King, and just being in her presence makes everyone freeze. Nobody moves. Nobody even breathes, except Tangrisnir, because this guy is a goat. He walks up to her, standing face to face, and even Harad looks a little surprised by this. He tries to punch her, but Harad casually erases him from existence with a single blow. Everyone freezes in disbelief, especially Taiho, who can't even process what he just witnessed. Then Harad turns toward Brack, who's completely paralyzed by her presence. She raises her hand and unleashes a wave of energy. Taiho screams as Brack takes the full hit, but then Harad starts laughing, saying she never expected to see that face again. Ragnar is blocking the attack. These two know each other, and it's not a happy reunion. Ragnar calmly mentions that it's been a long time since she left her fortress. Harad mocks him, saying he barely managed to stop her attack, and maybe the great warrior has gone soft. She says it almost makes her want to cry. Ragnar is worried about buying enough time for Taiho and Brack to escape. That's when the boar carrying the soul fragment suddenly comes back to life, blasting energy everywhere and charging straight at Harad. Ragnar doesn't waste the opening. He yells at Brack to move, but the guy is still stunned after nearly getting vaporized. Then Taiho comes flying in, offering Ragnar his hand, but Ragnar just grabs the dumbstruck. Bracken throws him to Taiho, telling him to take Brack away. Taiho is confused, asking what Ragnar plans to do. Ragnar's aura starts blazing as he simply says, "Watch," because Taiho is about to see what it really means to be legendary. The man sailed seas no one had ever seen and never lost a battle. His name has been whispered through generations for a reason. Taiho is about to witness the kind of battle fought at the highest level, the kind they'll face from now on. Ragnar activates his myth saga, and this isn't just any saga. This is the big one. King of Vikings, Ragnar Lothbrok. The boar is sweating bullets because it knows what's coming. Harad charges her fist with energy and drives it straight into the boar's skull, completely obliterating the thing from existence. Only the crystal fragment remains. Harad kneels down to grab it, but right before she touches it, her danger sense kicks in. She throws herself to the side just in time. Turning back, she sees Ragnar radiating a storm of energy. And man, she gets a savage grin and charges at him, saying this is the moment she's been waiting for. Ragnar's true form, the power that gets her blood pumping. They start trading blows, one punch after another, and the shockwaves are so intense that even Taiho, who's far away watching from his griffin, can feel them. Harad thinks that even though Ragnar has gotten weaker, his head would still make the perfect gift for the Giant King. It's only been 10 seconds, but in that brief moment, the blows they're exchanging could kill thousands or even tens of thousands. The warriors watching from the sidelines decide to move even farther back because things are getting ridiculous. Ragnar knows he's reaching his limit and wants to finish it with one blow. He sidesteps Harad's attack and swings his sword, but she dodges at the last possible moment. This is bad because she's preparing a major attack of her own. Her strike barely misses him, but that's exactly what she wanted. She was aiming for the Vikings behind Ragnar. Basically, she's playing dirty, hoping to finish him while he's busy saving his people. Ragnar throws his body in front of the attack to protect the Vikings. By the end of it, Bro is barely clinging to life. Harad comments that if he'd ignored those useless Vikings and focused on the fight, he could have landed a fatal blow on her. Ragnar pulls his sword from the ground, looks at them, and says, "Didn't I tell you to run? What are you doing here?" Harad thinks, has this guy gone mad? That's when she senses something behind her. Our boy Taiho is back, and Brack mutters that he's the son of God and he'll only be useless once. He jumps off the griffin and activates his saga, throwing his axe at Harad with the same attack he used to split that giant in two. Harad doesn't even move. She just punches the axe, shattering it into pieces, but that gives Taiho his opening. He launches forward and unleashes ancient dragon cannon. Golden energy explodes everywhere. The whole battlefield is flooded with light, followed by a massive explosion that probably reshapes half the landscape. Someone calls out Taiho's name as dust and debris go flying everywhere. Moments later, our boy Taiho pushes himself out of the rubble, looking like he went through a blender. His body is completely wrecked, and he's gasping for air, saying he poured everything into that strike. Those blue eyes scan through the smoke, probably hoping he at least scratched her. But no, Harad steps forward completely untouched. She laughs and says he managed to surprise her. Not bad for a kid, she tells him. In recognition of that effort, she's now going to fight him with her full power. Great, because that's exactly what he needed to hear. Taiho's expression tightens, and he's breathing heavily, muttering that she didn't even take a scratch. In his mind, he's thinking he's completely screwed. Ragnar steps forward, saying they have to help Taiho. Someone asks Ragnar if that's something he should do in his current state, but Brack charges toward Taiho anyway, calling out to him. Taiho turns in surprise and says Brack's name. Brack replies that he's joining the fight too. Harad is now gigantic, with an aura that looks absolutely monstrous. The artist went wild here. She says they can come at her with everything. It makes no difference. Taiho, Brack, and Ragnar all charge at her at the same time, while Helda also arrives calling out Taiho's name. In the aftermath, because of course it goes badly, Taiho gets caught. She says this is the end for him, asking if buying time was his only plan. Her eyes scan the battlefield, and she points out that none of them seem to have the strength left to make that plan work. Ragnar is lying unconscious, and Brack is in the same state. Taiho tries to free himself from her grip, but she only tightens it and tells him it's over for him. Her flames grow even more intense as she slams Taiho into the ground. Helda flies toward Taiho, screaming his name. Meanwhile, we get a void sequence. You know how these stories love their spiritual awakening moments. Taiho floats in darkness with stars surrounding him. He looks around, wondering if he really died this time. Shu tells him he's not dead yet, explaining that if he were truly dead, he wouldn't be able to think like this. Back on the battlefield, Helda is still calling his name, crying and begging him not to die. In the void, Taiho recognizes the blue-haired woman and calls her Shu. She confirms it, saying that's right, or more accurately, she's what's left of Shu inside Gay Bolg. She explains that Taiho can think of her as a piece of Shu's soul, and from now on, she'll be Taiho's teacher. She tells him that Guy Bolg chose him, and that's why she's choosing him too. She'll pass on all of Eryu's secrets to him, telling him to collect all the pieces of Guy Bolg because they'll guide him. She tells him to find her teacher. Meanwhile, Helda is doing her best to save our boy. She bites into the golden apple and feeds it to Taiho, praying it'll work, and it does. Taiho opens his eyes, but Hard walks over to close them just as quickly. Avalt tells her they've already wasted enough time, ordering her to grab the seed and get out of there. She leaves the half-dead Ragnar behind and walks over to pick up the seed. Taiho stands and starts walking toward Harad. Helda tells him he shouldn't move right now because, if he does, he'll definitely die, and she doesn't want to lose someone as precious as him. He tells her he can't just let Ragnar die, and he has no intention of dying either. He then turns, smiles, and tells her he'll come back. He pulls out his dagger and attacks Harad from behind. She just laughs and tells him nothing he does will change anything as she swings her fist. The two clash, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. Taiho gives it everything he has, But in the end, he's thrown back. Harad smiles, thinking she's won, when suddenly her hand starts turning to stone. Before it can spread, she slices off her hand, turns to Taiho, and asks, "What the hell are you?" Taiho forces himself up, even though his body looks like it's been through a blender. Across from him, Harad stands wrapped in wild red and black flames. She's furious. How could this beaten-up warrior scratch her? The creepy purple voice tells Harad to retreat. Harad says she can't do that, she has to kill him. He's a bigger threat than Ragnar. Taiho clenches his teeth. He's hit his limit, but the stubborn bastard still won't back down. Taiho thinks, well, now I'm screwed. She won't back down, and I can't fight in this state. And to make matters worse, the purple entity lends her his strength, and her severed arm grows back. She flexes her hand and tells Taiho to get ready for round 2. Helda and Ciri get behind him, saying they'll help too. Taiho thanks them, while Harad's madness meter keeps rising as she charges her attack. She says this is exactly what she wanted. Taiho and the others also rush toward her because that's the only thing left to do. Taiho mutters that the heat is unbearable and says his body won't move. Harad targets him first, lunging forward to erase him from existence, but before she can hit him, a flash of blue lightning splits the battlefield. Thor has personally come to save their asses. He apologizes to Taiho for being late, and our boy is like, how the hell does he know my name? Thor says he'll have time to be shocked later, but first they need to get rid of the domain. His solution is simple. He summons a tornado. Ciri and Helda sigh in relief as they realize the domain has been lifted. Thor warns everyone to stand back because the battle is about to get rough. He throws his hammer at Harad, launching her high into the air. Covered in lightning, he chases after her using his hammer. He strikes her with lightning, and she falls to the ground. Everyone starts chanting his name. Ragnar orders everyone to get back, saying they'll die if they get caught in their fight. Taiho looks worried and asks Helda if Thor will win. She tells him that now that Thor is here, he has nothing to worry about. But how can he not worry knowing there are enemies on Harad's level out there? He thinks that if he wants to protect Helda, he has to get stronger. Meanwhile, Thor is dominating, with Harad lying on the ground. Harad wonders how Thor got there, but he doesn't give her time to think. He charges at her, and she uses a smoke bomb. Thor searches around for her. Meanwhile, Harad asks Evalt if this is his doing. He nods, saying she can't beat Thor in her current state, and that he'll cover her escape with the Veil of Night. She doesn't like that idea at all. Harad's voice comes from within the fog, saying she's the giant of strength and won't run from battle. She absolutely won't die like a coward, and then challenges Thor to come at her with everything. Thor calls back his hammer and charges another lightning strike, and the two clash once again as the battlefield lights up with golden light. As the scene clears, Harad is on her knees, while our Thunder Boy doesn't have a single scratch on him. He lands on the ground and says that he'll remember this battle. Thor walks up to the Garmr fragment and raises Mjolnir, then brings it down. The explosion that follows is genuinely insane. Ragnar watches quietly and realizes that's the move. Odin's orders are to destroy the fragments on sight, no deliberation. The crowd absolutely loses it. Thor rises into the sky with lightning pouring off him, and the warriors below go completely feral, chanting his name. One dude screams that the literal god of thunder is walking among them right now. Thor comes back down, calm as anything. Ragnar gives him a proper salute. Thor nods and says, "Long time no see, Ragnar," then casually turns to Taiho and says he's pleased to finally meet the warrior of Aiden's legion. Taiho stands there thinking, how does this man know my name? Meanwhile, Thor gives him an unreadable godly stare that clearly answers nothing. Flashback to a few days ago. Mimir's floating head bobbed up from the sacred waters because that's just how this guy operates, and delivered a prophecy. When the Hound Wolf wakes, Odin, The man who literally rejects death becomes a chew toy for a giant dog. Probability of that? 72,970. Odin repeats it like he misheard. Mimir says it again. Both of them go completely silent. Then Odin quietly says the number went down, and Thor says that in all the thousands of times he's heard this prophecy, the number has never changed. Not once. And now, for the first time, even by the smallest margin, the odds of everything going catastrophically wrong have actually dropped. Back on the battlefield, Thor lays it all out for Taiho, the prophecy, what it means, why it matters, and gives him direct credit for securing the Garmer fragment. Then he announces that he's granting Taiho his blessing, and this is the exact moment Taiho's brain completely betrays him, because the image that immediately surfaces is Thor leaning in and kissing him on the forehead. Our boy freaks out internally, absolutely not a fan of where his imagination just went. But then, thankfully, lightning simply surges through him while Thor raises Mjolnir, and it stops there. Thor catches Taiho's relieved exhale, raises an eyebrow, and says he would have liked to talk more, but it'll have to wait. Ragnar thanks him. Thor shakes his head and says, no, they're the ones who deserve thanks for holding off the giant of strength and protecting his warriors. Then this absolute unit leaps into the sky, lightning trailing behind him, and the entire crowd raises their weapons and loses their minds, screaming for Asgard and the 9 realms. Cut to later, and things are actually calm for once. Taiho sits on his bed wrapped in so many bandages that he looks like a mummy who failed every quest at once. Helda tells him the golden apple helped, but he still needs real rest and absolutely no training for the next few days. Then Taiho's cheeks turn red, and he asks if she wants to go out with him. Helda freezes. Her face turns nuclear. She starts stammering like someone yanked out her power cord mid-sentence. Time skip. They're at the port of Vanaheim, and Ragnar is sitting in the boat, rowing and looking at Taiho and Helda. Both are clearly unhappy about him joining them and ask if he's coming too. Ragnar says he'll take them to the entrance, but after that, they're on their own, so they can properly enjoy themselves. Taiho immediately tells himself not to think about what Ragnar means by that. The port opens up, and Vanaheim is alive with crowds, market stalls, and buzzing waterways. Ragnar waves them off, and Taiho turns around and starts walking. Then he stops because Helda is standing there in a dress. Our boy's brain short-circuits completely. He opens his mouth and says, "The weather is nice today." Then he immediately wants to throw himself into the sea. Oh, I can't wait. He's internally calling himself every name in the book when suddenly someone in the crowd shouts his name. It's Siri and Rolf, along with what looks like half of Valhalla on vacation. Then the crowd starts calling out our boy's nicknames. The warrior visited by a Valkyrie, the warrior who rode a Valkyrie, and a third dude who clearly lost the telephone game confidently announces that Taiho went on a date with one. Taiho smiles awkwardly and suggests to Helda that they get moving before this turns into a group field trip. They actually escape into the markets, food, noise, and eventually an underwater aquarium filled with glowing coral, where they have a genuinely great and completely normal day in which nobody is actively trying to kill them. Evening. Ragnar is watching from a distance when his entire body goes still. Someone is standing beside him, and Ragnar didn't notice this person arrive, not even a little. He slowly turns. The hooded man tells him there's no need to stand or bother with formalities, then says it's been a long time. After that, he goes right back to eating a sandwich. He even pauses to say the sandwich is incredible. Ragnar carefully chooses every word in his head because saying the wrong thing here could go very badly, very fast. The elder says the time when great warriors will truly be needed is drawing near. The scent of war is already in the air. Then he stands and walks away as a single black raven cuts across the sky above him, saying that if there's one thing he learned from Olympus, it's that when gods personally step into mortal affairs, it never ends well. 2 days after all that chaos, Taiho is already back to grinding, except now he has company. It turns out Ragnar recognized Ciri's potential and officially took her on as his disciple too. So now the whole squad is assembled, and Ragnar decides it's time to show these kids exactly why he's the one in charge. He taps into a myth-grade saga, explaining completely casually, like he's reading a grocery list, that this is the level they'll need to reach someday and then surpass. Taiho's jaw is on the floor, but as he looks at it, he makes himself a silent promise that he'll get there no matter what it costs him. Ciri, meanwhile, is full-on fangirling, completely flushed and totally gone, while our boy stands there looking at her, just praying Rolf doesn't get jealous. Just like that, 3 months disappear in a blur of brutal training, collapsing and getting back up to do it all over again, until one night, deep in the middle of sleep, Taiho finds himself standing somewhere that is definitely not his bedroom. He looks around the strange, hazy space and asks, "Is this a dream?" A voice answers, "Close but not quite," because he's actually inside his own consciousness. Standing there is Quine, a fragment of the warrior Eryu's soul still living inside Gay Bolg, who then proceeds to dump the entire lore on him. Gay Bolg shattered into 4 pieces. Taiho needs to recover all of them, along with Eryu's fragmented memories, to fully inherit his power. And, oh, by the way, Quine just remembered where another shard is. Svartalfheim, the Forest of Shadows and Dark Elf territory, and beyond that, a gray wasteland where Eryu's old crew, the Order of the Red Branch, once had their base. Since Quine etched a return rune into one of the shards as an emergency backup, it should have teleported itself right back there. Taiho's eyes light up, and his brain immediately goes, okay, if this were a video game, this would be the epic hidden quest notification popping up. Then Quine turns serious, tells him to find the shards in Lady Scathach, and gives him her blessing. And honestly, I'd sell a kidney and my grandma to be in his position, because this lucky bastard just cannot stop winning. He wakes up the next second screaming, then shuffles in the next morning, looking like a man who lost a fist fight with the concept of sleep itself. Dark circles, dead eyes, completely cooked. Helda takes one look at him and asks what happened. He mutters something about a terrible dream, and right on cue, a tiny Quine materializes in front of him and says, "It's not like I wanted to do that either." Taiho completely loses it, screaming that there's an evil spirit right there, pointing like a man possessed, and everyone just stares at him because none of them can see a thing. Helda quietly tells Ragnar that Taiho seems a little off today, and Ragnar watches carefully, wondering if maybe he pushed the training too hard. After Taiho gets through what is probably the most exhausting explanation of his life, the group processes it. Helda goes quiet with a mix of awe and disbelief, muttering that becoming Eryu's successor is no small thing. Ragnar tells them not to pop the champagne yet because they need all the shards of Gay Bolg before any of this means anything, and he says it with his usual stone-cold energy, but there's a tiny smile at the corner of his mouth that he absolutely can't hide. Helda notices it immediately and calls him out. He grunts but doesn't deny it. They set off for Svartalfheim, and along the way, Ciri transforms with golden divine energy radiating off her, the whole spectacle, and tells Taiho to climb on. They follow the fragment's signal deeper into the shadows until it suddenly goes quiet, which means they're close. Quine scouts ahead, finds a moss-covered wall where a door should be, and tells Taiho to press his forehead, specifically the spot where the blessing landed, against the stone. Taiho gives him the most skeptical look imaginable, but does it anyway, and the wall shutters open. Quine pumps his tiny fist like he personally engineered the moment. They step inside, and the outside light disappears behind them. As the passage swallows them whole, they move through the long corridor with Taiho turning on a light to push back the darkness, and eventually emerge into a vast hall that's silent, heavy, and honestly a little ominous. Right in the center of it all sits a completely empty pedestal. So Taiho stands in front of this completely empty pedestal, saying it has to be here somewhere while staring at literally nothing. Quine basically tells him to just touch the damn thing anyway. Taiho, skeptical as hell, slaps his hand on it, and the second he does, the whole altar explodes with light. A spiral tears open under his feet, and suddenly Skathak is just there, standing right in front of him. Except it isn't really her. It's more like she left a voicemail from beyond the grave. And as she talks, Taiho can see everything she describes playing out like a movie. She explains that when Eryu fell, the entire Shadow Realm fell with him. She fought like crazy to hold the border between life and death, but was sucked into an endless current of time with no way out. By the time she made it back, he was already gone. So she did what any emotionally devastated warrior woman would do, kept his most important weapon and said, "Whenever you come back, find me. I'll be waiting." Then she vanishes, and Quine completely falls apart, calling out to her through tears. Even Taiho sheds a single tear before, aggressively wiping it away like it never happened. He gives Siri the 2-sentence summary. He saw a vision. Skathak has the fragment, and the altar symbol is a map. Moving on. Then the walls start moving. Not in a cool way. Shadows literally peel off the stone, and massive shapeless things rise out of nowhere. Their weapons are already out before anyone even thinks about it. Quine, sounding genuinely rattled for what might be the first time ever, identifies them as Fomorians, ancient formless monsters that crawl up from the deepest parts of the ocean, and has absolutely no idea why they're showing up now after decades of silence. But there's no time to figure that out. He tells Taiho to make sure none of them leave the room. He sends Siri to cover the exit, and she disappears instantly. Taiho just rolls his shoulders like a man who's been waiting for exactly this, because 3 months of absolute suffering were apparently just a warm-up. He pulls out the Winter Wolf's weapon, synchronization at 32%, and detonates a full blizzard across the entire hall. Ice spires explode from the floor like teeth, razor-sharp shards pinning Fomorians in place before they can even process what's happening. Then he cuts through them in single swings, summoning more spikes inside them mid-charge, barely even slowing down. The whole hall is cleared in what feels like 30 seconds flat. He finds Siri right after, and she's already beating herself up because one of them got away. It kept dodging her arrows, literally grinning at her as it ran before disappearing into the darkness outside. She's beating herself up over it, but Taiho looks at the absolute carnage she left behind and basically tells her to relax. Nobody could have stopped all of them. Then, Quine says they need to hit the treasure vault before they leave. And Taiho is like, the what now? Turns out this man had been stacking gold, silver, and weapons, and when Taiho actually sees it, his jaw hits the floor. He can't even pretend to play it cool. But the real prize is in the corner. Skidbladner, a magical boat with no sails, no oars, just pure chaotic energy. Quine tells him to touch it and say, "Let's go." Taiho does, and the entire boat shrinks until it fits in his palm like a toy. They walk outside, and it expands back to full size. Now they're sailing across the snow at full speed toward Nidavellir to find Skathak. Meanwhile, back in the Fomorian lair, the one that escaped crawls back to its master with the news, and the guy just smiles when he hears they've found Skathak's hiding place, genuinely impressed, and calling her a shadow witch. Then he says, "You heard it, Aden Maha, now it's your turn." As he says that, the water churns and something enormous rises. A massive serpent coils up, ready to go, and it's pointed straight at Nidavellir. Meanwhile, Taiho and the gang are absolutely hauling through the mountains. Quine is gripping the mast for dear life, screaming at them to go faster because Skathak is in danger. Taiho asks what the big deal is. The woman sounds incredibly powerful, so why is he panicking? Quine goes quiet for a second, then admits she's more of a teacher than a fighter, followed by a deeply uncomfortable silence. He also casually reveals that the first time he met her, he literally put a sword to her throat and threatened to kill her if she wouldn't train him. Taiho just stares at him like, "Bro, what is wrong with you?" So much for love. Quine sputters, says he was young, and mutters that having his inner thoughts read aloud is incredibly awkward. Siri glances back at Taiho, asking why he keeps mumbling to himself, and he forces a laugh and says he's totally fine. Up ahead, the sled crests a ridge, and Siri looks up and tells our boy they've crossed into Nidavellir. Then Quine screams. The entire snowfield in front of them explodes. Rings of ice detonate upward like spears as something absolutely enormous uncoils through the storm, long and glacial and moving like liquid lightning. Taiho grips the rail, eyes wide, and just breathes out, "It's white. Is that a dragon?" A sleek head rises from the chaos, frost blue eyes burning like trapped starlight. Quine, visibly shaken, identifies her as a Zen Maha, a sea dragon who can travel anywhere there's water. And if she's here, that means her master, the tyrant Briss, is pulling the strings. Taiho watches her tear through the blizzard and says she's incredible. Actually, no, beautiful is probably the better word. Quine loses his mind, asking if Taiho heard literally anything he just said. But nope, bro didn't hear a single word. Taiho sees a dragon and his brain shuts off every survival instinct and goes straight to, "I want that one." He cups his hands over the roaring wind and calls her name. Siri shifts into her giant golden wolf form beside him, both of them grinning at the massive sea monster, like two absolute idiots having the time of their lives. Aiden Maha looks at this random dude and his wolf, both grinning at her like she's a puppy, and you can practically hear her thinking, "What is wrong with these people?" Then the ocean behind her erupts, winged creatures, serpents, black monsters, the whole package rolling forward. Normal people would turn the sled around. Taiho grabs the wolf's neck, activates his thunderstorm saga, and launches straight into the horde. They vault through the swarm. The dragon opens her jaws and fires a massive ball of cold light straight at them, and the wolf uses the sled as a ramp, blasting clean through it. Then Taiho pulls out a rope and lassos the sea dragon. He loops it past her fangs, catches it around her neck, and straight up makes a bridle on a dragon mid-fight. Auden Maha twists and thrashes, literally asking out loud what is happening, while this man jogs along her back like he's on a morning walk. He tightens the knot, wraps the reins around his arms, and grins into her face, saying, "Yeah, by the way, my Dragon Knight saga is especially strong against dragons." Shocking, truly. He plants himself on her back and tells her she's got a new master now, then immediately whispers, "Wait, where are we actually going?" She tells him a leash is a bit much for a lady, but our boy is like, "Okay, whatever, we'll talk about it later." But then she tells him something actually serious. She's under a G's, a binding magical oath forcing her to obey her master, and now she technically has two masters. When their orders clash, the whole thing shatters and goes very, very badly. Taiho figures it out in about 2 seconds. Briss ordered her to attack him while he's ordering her to protect him. The commands are already colliding and the clock is ticking, so he asks her directly how to break Briss's seal. She freezes. He doesn't wait for an answer. He tells her Briss is evil, says to make him her master instead, and promises he'll never treat her like a slave. She tells him talk is cheap, and points to the glowing slave seal on her snout. Break that, or his words mean nothing. Taiho leans in and spots it, summons a dagger, and stabs it. Before she can even finish her sentence, the seal explodes into blue fragments. She screams as magical chains shatter everywhere. Quine just stands there watching, thinking he removed it like it was nothing. Taiho pours golden light into the wound and says, "Hang in there." She catches her breath and immediately tells him he's a terrible master. He laughs and says, "Perfect, now fight with me." Power floods out of him. She shivers as she feels it, then goes absolutely feral on the entire swarm, her massive white body twisting like a living storm. Her tail sends black monsters flying in every direction, while Taiho stands on top firing blue lightning like he has unlimited ammo. He looks at the endless sea of creatures and casually asks how many there even are. She tells him the real guy behind all this is probably Midak, a monster who can control unlimited beasts and shapeshift into literally anything. Cut to high above everything on a creaking airship where a beastman with a lion's mane lounges around, watching all the chaos below with zero urgency. He wonders aloud if Maha is already done, because if she is, that's no fun. This dude doesn't want to send more monsters. He wants to come down and taste blood himself. So Taiho and Maha are out there fighting for their lives, but there's one massive problem. These bastards refuse to stay dead. They keep respawning like brainless zombies, and the ones in the back even start throwing spears. Taiho does his best, spraying shots from his crossbow, but the sheer number of enemies is ridiculous. Maha is gasping for air, telling him they seriously need to fall back. If they burn all their stamina on these nobodies, they'll get wrecked before the real boss fight even starts. Taiho is about to agree when a massive roar comes down from the clouds, screaming about Asgard. Suddenly, a squad of Valkyries rains from the sky like heat-seeking missiles, crashing straight into the horde. Taiho's face lights up when he sees Gandor wrecking everything. Then Ciri casually pulls up with a smug-jest grin, saying she called in the squad and telling him to go find Skathak. She grabs the dragon's reins and mentions how fun it is to ride into a war zone. Taiho is instantly gone. He activates his sprint ability, lightning sparking around his legs as he zooms across the frozen wasteland, with Quine acting as his GPS. They arrive at a cave with violet light pulsing at the entrance. Quine tells him to run straight through it at full speed because the barrier recognizes Gay Bolg. It sucks them in, and they sprint through massive solid ice hallways until they open into an insane frozen cathedral. Right there, sitting on a throne in the middle, is the woman they need. Taiho slams on the brakes and says her name, Skathak. Honestly, she looks incredibly rough, but then her terrifying icy stare locks onto him. When she speaks, Taiho's brain completely blue screens because her voice is ridiculously angelic. She asks if he's Eryu's successor. Our boy snaps out of it, gives a quick bow, and introduces himself. She holds out her hand, saying physical contact transfers information faster than talking. He grabs it, and instantly a crazy golden light erupts, downloading centuries of memories straight into his brain. Afterward, her mood turns serious. She explains that it's been over a millennium since Eryu fell, but the enemy's insane hatred hasn't faded at all. She warns him that an incredibly powerful Fomorian boss is coming. Taiho tenses up, asking if it's the overpowered guy Maha mentioned. She completely dodges the question, steps uncomfortably close to him, apologizes for rushing things, and says she has to put everything on his luck. She leans in, gives him a quick kiss, and says, "May the blessings of the Shadowland be with you." Stepping back, she hands him the actual Gay Bolg. Light shoots up his arms, and she gives him the quick tutorial. The spear absorbs life energy, cuts flesh with death magic, and homes in on the enemy's heart. He gives a thumbs up, and the boys immediately start sprinting back through the freezing ice tunnels. While they're panting and running for their lives, Quine decides it's the perfect time to troll him, hitting Taiho with the craziest call-out. "Bro, Lady Skathak was kissing you, and you were thinking about another girl the entire time." Taiho's face turns bright red, and he demands to know how Quine could possibly know that. Quine just laughs, admitting he took a wild guess before doubling down and asking, "It's that Valkyrie chick, isn't it?" Taiho can't even hide his goofy smile, quietly thinking about Helda before. Bursting back into the daylight. The battlefield is a frozen slaughterhouse, but before Taiho can process the chaos, Quine violently grabs his arm and points straight up. Hanging in the clouds is a terrifyingly huge dark airship, and standing on the deck looking totally bored is a ridiculously jacked beast of a man. It's Midak. Taiho realizes a fair one-on-one fight against this absolute freight train equals instant death, but then the gears start turning. Who said they had to play fair? Quine instantly reads his mind, hyped about pulling off a sneaky cheap shot. Since Midak is completely clueless, one clean hit with their new legendary spear could end the boss fight immediately. Maha is too bulky for stealth, so Taiho spins around, sees Gandor effortlessly slicing through mobs, and yells for her. She walks over immediately, side-eyeing him and asking why he looks like a creep trying to scam her. He stammers and tells her to transform, and she turns into a majestic bird woman with sea-green wings. Taiho hops on, and they silently glide into the massive blind spot beneath the airship. The meathead on deck has no clue. Taiho points directly at the boss, gripping the deadly spear tightly. Gandor tucks her wings and they drop into a completely unhinged, screaming nosedive out of the sky. On the way down, Taiho's brain is running at 1,000 miles per hour because he knows this whole thing comes down to one move. Mess it up, and he's cooked. Plain and simple. Down below, Medak stands there with his arms crossed, doing his whole "I'm the final boss" routine, but then something in his gut tells him trouble is coming. Taiho kicks off Gandor's back mid-freefall, fully committing to the move, and slams onto the deck. At that moment, Medak senses what's happening, does the math in about half a second, and figures a basic sidestep plus a red energy shield will be more than enough to make our boy look stupid. And, honestly, against a normal spear, he would have been right. But then Quine's voice pops into Taiho's head, basically screaming at him to stop overthinking and trust the weapon. So Taiho launches the spear, and here's the thing about this weapon. It has literal built-in aimbot. It doesn't care about your shield. It doesn't care about your cooldowns. Its only personality trait is deleting lifelines. The tip explodes in violet light, phases right through Medak's barrier like it isn't even there, and the man just starts shattering, spiderweb cracks spreading across his chest. His soul visibly leaves his body, and he disintegrates on the spot. Meanwhile, the recoil sends Taiho sliding across the deck, clutching his ribs like he just got hit by a bus. Gandor lands gracefully, hypes him up, and confirms the boss is dead. The remaining enemies just stand there buffering. Then Taiho looks around at the whole airship they're standing on, gets the greediest grin imaginable, and says, "So since we deleted the captain, we're stealing this, right?" Gandor bursts out laughing, tells him to sit back while she handles the cleanup, and throws in a jab about how he overworks his Valkyries. Our boy doesn't even respond. He's already looting the boss drop on the ground. The allied soldiers are wrapping up the cleanup. One guy wipes the sweat from his forehead, thinking the worst is over. Then, someone points up, and the whole squad starts losing their minds because a massive airship is slowly descending toward them. People scream about getting carpet-bombed until someone squints hard enough and says, "Wait, is that the guy who rode the Valkyrie?" And yeah, it is. Immediately, half the foot soldiers start hating from the sidelines, grumbling about how unfair it is that Taiho got to ride Gandor and how they're going to kill him when they meet him. Meanwhile, up on deck, Taiho gives the coolest nod in history and thanks Gandor for the ride. She brushes it off and starts talking about how Helda has basically moved into Aiden's camp permanently. But when Taiho actually gets sincere about it, Gandor tells him not to flatter himself. This was strictly business because the Fomorians are joining forces with the Giants, and that combination is a massive headache for everyone. She also drops some heavy lore. Valhalla owes a serious debt to Skathak because, during the ancient war, many of Eryu's heroes died fighting alongside them, Quine included. Gandor admits she'd love to recruit the Ice Queen, but she already knows Skathak is going to Aiden's side, which is apparently very annoying to her personally. Then Skathak casually steps out and says, "By the way, this ship is a legendary treasure of Eryu," meaning Taiho just accidentally became the owner of a flying fortress. Quine cracks a joke about it being a little crowded with a giant sea dragon on board. Later, Siri delivers the news that both Taiho and Aden Maha have advanced to intermediate warriors, and Taiho just sits there quietly, letting it all sink in like a man who's been through a lot today. Meanwhile, miles away from all of this, Helda is out doing barn chores, hauling a massive barrel of food for the griffins, and completely spiraling internally over whether Taiho is alive. Just as she's mid-stress sigh, a random voice startles her from behind. She spins around, and it's Skuld, the youngest of the three Norn Fate sisters, casually strolling up to the stables, like that's a normal thing to do. Helda is completely baffled, basically asking why a literal goddess of destiny is at the horse barn right now. But Skuld completely dodges the question and asks if they can go for a walk. So they stroll by the lake beneath a gorgeous night sky. Skuld makes small talk about how nice it is to just relax, while Helda nods along, waiting for the other shoe to drop, because this is weird. Then, out of nowhere, Skuld goes in for a hug and says, "I'll see you next time." And when Helda asks what the point of this visit even was, Skuld looks her dead in the eyes and straight up lies, "I just wanted to see you." They part ways, and the second Helda is out of earshot, Skuld stops, looks up at the sky with the most stressed out expression imaginable, and quietly mutters that she absolutely can't tell Helda the truth. The threat of fate has locked onto Aiden's legion once again. Whatever catastrophic nightmare happened on that horrible day in the past must not happen again. So we cut back to Helda and Ragnar, and these two are just vibing, minding their own business, when out of nowhere, this massive flying ship drops from the sky. The griffins circling it go completely feral, screeching and causing absolute chaos. A second later, our boy Taiho hops off and introduces Skathak as the literal queen of the Shadowlands. Ragnar doesn't waste a single frame. Dude instantly turns on the charm, stepping up with that signature pretty boy smile, like he's about to get her number. Skathak just gives a calm, regal bow, completely unfazed. Then Helda introduces herself as a Valkyrie, and Skathak smiles, mentioning that she's heard a ton of stories about her. Bro, the temperature drops to absolute 0. Helda's eye starts twitching, and she gives Taiho that terrifying jealous girlfriend stare, demanding to know exactly what kind of stories he's been telling. Taiho starts sweating bullets, fumbling his words like a dude who just got caught hiding his phone. So he pulls a desperate misdirection and points at the water to introduce Aden Maha. This massive milky white sea dragon pokes her head out, looking shy as hell, and it actually works. Ragnar blushes because the giant monster is somehow adorable, and Helda gets excited, asking if she can pet the giant water puppy. After snapping back into commander mode and getting the dragon a VIP spot, she invites Skathak inside, but not before shooting Taiho a look so cold it could freeze hell. Quine literally whispers that Taiho looks like a husband caught bringing unannounced guests home. Over drinks they debrief, and Helda realizes the petty tyrant Briss is behind their recent mess. Taiho tries to earn brownie points by showing off his shiny new summoning stones, but Quine instantly snitches on him for riding a Valkyrie again. Helda teases Taiho relentlessly, and when he realizes she can hear Quine's upgraded telepathy, he looks utterly betrayed. But Helda just laughs, dropping the scary act, and softly admits she's just glad his dumbass made it back in one piece. Meanwhile, up in Asgard, the vibes are way more sinister. We see a hooded figure walking through the shining marble halls, having an entire internal monologue about how strange it feels to be back, even admitting he kind of misses his father and brother. But then the hood drops, revealing the classic supervillain smirk. It's Loki, the god of fire and lies, casually trespassing somewhere that would absolutely cook him if he got caught. This absolute menace has one goal. He wants to crash the human server down in Midgard. The only problem is that he has to sneak past Heimdall. Instead of blowing things up like usual, he simply casts a green invisibility spell. A golden armored guard points a weapon right at him, only to walk straight past like an absolute NPC. Loki just glides by, mentally trash-talking Heimdall on his way out. He reaches the Rainbow Bridge, stares down at the human world, and starts giving the whole dramatic villain speech. He pulls out glowing blue fragments and talks about how the disaster seeds he planted are about to go off, tossing them over the edge like he's feeding pigeons, and wraps it up with a creepy, all according to the king's will. Down in Midgard, King Sven is having an absolute nightmare of a week. His ships are vanishing into thin air, and his logistics are completely cooked. Out of options, he heads down to the creepy palace basement to consult the local sleep paralysis demon, this skull-faced prophet. The prophet cuts him off, demands an insane blood sacrifice of 81 animals, and stretches out his neck like a literal horror movie monster. The king is terrified, but just goes along with it. Because what else is he supposed to do? Back on a super windy cliff, Ragnar drops some massive news, telling Taiho that Valhalla's warriors are officially being deployed to Midgard. Our boy Taiho instantly gets hyped. Ragnar explains that the whole legion is buzzing because some of these dead warriors might actually get to see the families and friends they left behind, which is a massive win. But then Ragnar drops the real kicker. That's not even the main reason everyone is losing their minds. He explains that most of these guys died with zero regrets, so this isn't some emotional therapy trip. It's about farming pure clout. See, in Valhalla, literally everyone is a max-level Chad who killed dragons and saved kingdoms, so it's almost impossible to stand out. But down in the mortal world, that's the starter village. If they pull off something epic there, humans will instantly write songs about it, creating a brand new immortal legend. It's basically a bunch of pro players going back to the noob zones to stunt on the locals and go viral. Taiho clenches his fists, absolutely fired up and ready to make a name for himself in the human world. The sky stretches wide above them, and you can practically feel the hype in the air. Just like that, the Valhalla Boys Midgard expedition is locked in, and it's about to be an absolute movie. So we cut back to Earth, where King Sven is pacing around. The necromancer is still doing his ritual, and Abe walks up and says, "Hey, it's been 10 days. Maybe we should start asking questions." The king spins around, grinding his teeth and staring at the prophet, thinking about how he's somehow getting blamed for this situation. He mutters that he never trusted the ritual in the first place, and swears the prophet will answer for this mess. And while he's fuming internally, the crowd outside is already doing what crowds do best, losing their minds. One group is screaming that the gods are angry, another is blaming the king's lack of devotion, and a third group has straight up made a jester puppet of the king and is chanting "fool" at the top of their lungs. The king finally snaps and storms toward the prophet, ready to throw hands. The prophet raises a hand to say something, and then out of nowhere it starts raining, absolutely pouring. The king stands there soaking wet, sputtering and asking why it's raining right now of all times, when his advisor grabs his arm and says, "Sire, look up." A rainbow tears through the clouds, and descending through it is a winged silhouette wreathed in fire, with an entire ship casually sailing through the sky behind her. Seeing this, the crowd completely loses it. People scream, point at the sky, shout Odin's name, and call for Valhalla. Then, in the next frame, Ingrid drops down in a burst of golden light and basically commands the entire square to shut up and listen, announcing that she brings the will of the gods to King Sven and all of Midgard. The king drops to his knees so fast it probably hurts, stammering out his full name and lineage like he's filling out a divine visa application. Then our boy Taiho slides down the rainbow looking clean and tells everyone to raise their heads. He introduces himself as a warrior of Aiden, and the king is already sweating, asking if this kid really speaks on Lady Aiden's behalf. Taiho confirms it, gestures up at the ship, and says the whole vessel belongs to her and that he's her chosen warrior. Up on deck, his companions whisper to each other about how hard he's trying to spread Aiden's name, and honestly, good for him. But then Brack, wrapped in a full fur cloak, just yeets himself off the ship, lands with an earth-shaking thud, and announces himself at full volume. The crowd immediately forgets Taiho exists and erupts into pure chaos, chanting for Brack, warrior of Thor, while the ground itself seems to shake from the noise. Taiho watches all this and quietly mutters that he needs to step up his game. Before anyone can enjoy the moment, a horn blasts out a deep, urgent signal and everything changes. The advisor starts screaming that something has gone wrong at the harbor, and when everyone turns to look, white foam is exploding across the water, as a ship cuts toward shore at a speed that makes no sense. Then the water surges upward, and massive tentacles, slick and red like fresh blood, wrap themselves around the incoming vessel. Sailors scream, rigging snaps, and masts buckle as the Kraken makes its entrance like a proper final boss. Ingrid plants herself on the skyship's deck and declares that the monster has to die. Taiho looks at it for exactly 1 second, steps up to the rail, and announces that he'll handle the Kraken alone while everyone else focuses on getting civilians out. The crowd hears this and genuinely can't believe what they're witnessing. He calls to Siri and asks for the helm. She flashes that confident grin and hands it over, and then this man just dives off the ship. Blue wind wraps around him mid-fall. He pulls out a small glowing sphere from his palm and says, "Aiden Maha, I choose you." The sailors on the balloon ships scream that they've never seen anything like this in their lives. Taiho lands on the serpent's head and says, "We've got work to do." Aiden Maha starts cursing him out, saying she was in the middle of eating and this had better be worth it. And just like that, they're charging straight at the Kraken, frozen lances erupting in her wake and punching through tentacles that keep regenerating. Aiden Maha warns him that the Kraken is no joke. Taiho admits that in the open sea, this would be a nightmare, but then grins and says that now they're close enough. It's time for a real fight. Just then, Quine pops out, telling our boy how to deal with this oversized squid and basically telling him to focus on its legs. Taiho immediately calls out his saga, the giant's blade, which materializes in his hands, and just like that, Bro is ready for some grilled octopus. Our boy goes full speed, sword raised, riding Aiden Maha straight into the Kraken's personal space. But there's a slight problem. This overgrown calamari has insane regeneration. Every time they chop off a tentacle, another one pops right back up. Quine chimes in like, "Bro, we're going to run out of stamina before this thing even drops to half HP. Then a massive tentacle drops from the sky, and our boy, completely unbothered, just says, "Bet, we'll chop that one too." He launches himself off Aiden Maha, goes for a heavy attack, and immediately realizes this monster is built differently. His arms are vibrating, his teeth are grinding, and he's just not doing enough damage. That's when Quine turns to Aiden Maha and asks why she's holding back. Her current master is literally a saint compared to her last one. Our boy hears this, and it finally clicks. He looks at her and sees her struggling with her trust issues. Instead of giving her some alpha male command, he hits her with that soft emotional protagonist charm and quietly tells her, "Do whatever you want." Aiden Maha groans, saying she absolutely hates it when he does this nice guy crap. If he just ordered her around, she could at least be mad at him. But after a second, her voice softens and she admits he's actually a pretty solid guy. She casually freezes a tentacle swinging at them and warns him, "Look, if I go 100%, my mana is going to drain fast, so you'd better take care of me after this." He gives her a firm nod and says he's got her, no questions asked. Right on cue, the airship pulls up, and the crew hollers that they're ready to jump in. Our boy smirks and tells them to hold their horses for just 1 second. Then he tells Aiden Maha that it's time to show these NPCs what top-tier power actually looks like. She tells him to hold on tight. Suddenly, the gem on her forehead erupts in a massive blue flare. Her fins fan out like blades, and she rockets forward in a golden flash that completely vaporizes the Kraken's tentacles. The blast is so ridiculously bright that everyone in the harbor has to cover their eyes. The king's jaw is practically in the earth's core, and even the edgy, skull-faced prophet is standing there, flabbergasted. And just when you think it can't get any crazier, Aiden Maha straight up transforms into a gorgeous dragon woman. She raises 2 fingers like an absolute badass and says, "This is the sea's true power." Boom, a gigantic pillar of light crashes down and the ocean literally parts like Moses is in town. The Kraken is just sitting there at the bottom of the basin, fully exposed, naked and vulnerable, nothing but panic. Brack is screaming his lungs out because the sea literally split open. Aiden Maha is sweating bullets, yelling, Bro, my HP is at 1, I'm literally dying. Do it now. Our boy gives the nod and the squad goes crazy. Siri activates the aimbot, lighting up her bow and sending a barrage of glowing red arrows straight through the Kraken's eyes. Brack channels his inner Thor, vaults off the railing, and comes crashing down with a lightning-infused hammer slam right into the beast's head. Our boy dives in right behind him, blade humming as he screams at the top of his lungs, and delivers the final devastating blow. Then the ocean is like, all right, physics are back on, and the water comes crashing back down in a massive chaotic whirlpool. Everything goes white. When the chaos settles, our boy pops up out of the water, coughing up half the ocean, and instantly asks, "Where is Aden Maha?" A fin pops up beside him, and she's glaring at him like, "I literally told you to take care of me." The man starts apologizing immediately. Meanwhile, back on shore, the crowd is losing their minds, chanting for Valhalla and praising the warriors. The king is literally beating his chest like a gorilla, completely caught up in the hype. But up on the airship, the mood completely shifts. Ingrid suddenly freezes, her pupils dilating as she goes into full fight or flight mode. Siri asks what's wrong, and Ingrid just stares out at the ocean, sensing that something is coming, and it's worse than the overgrown squid they just defeated. Down at the shoreline, Taiho and Brack are finally getting a good look at the Kraken. Brack is in full Gordon Ramsay mode, trying to decide whether they should deep fry it or throw it into a massive seafood boil. But before they can get the garlic butter ready, their little cooking show gets cut short because Siri starts screaming her lungs out. The ocean literally rips open, and a massive blue-scaled monstrosity bursts from the water, dragging an entire swarm of sea mutants up with it. Taiho immediately hops onto the Kraken's back. Aden Maha transforms in midair, and Brack's hammer starts sparking with green lightning. He takes one look at the new monster and says, "Is that a goblin shark? Whatever, it's going on the grill." The first hit lands with a massive shockwave, and suddenly the entire harbor turns into a chaotic PvP zone. Ice spears are flying everywhere, gargoyle-looking things are dive-bombing the docks, and literal land sharks are crawling onto the pier. Siri turns on the aimbot, her bow glowing red as she covers the civilians, while Ingrid drops a massive light shield over the ship. Brack goes full Super Saiyan, electricity surging down his arms, and absolutely obliterates a lunging monster with his hammer. He slides back on the wet stone, panting, and complains that for a fish, this thing has way too much agility on land. Overhead, Taiho flies around yelling for Aden Maha to play it safe. Siri points out that they need to regroup because another cluster of monsters is forming. Ingrid takes charge and calls for a tactical retreat, making sure the civilians gets out first. She notices 2 absolute Titan-class monsters just chilling behind the Kraken, not even attacking. Ingrid actually uses her brain and realizes the Kraken was never the predator. It was literally running for its life from these guys. They're blocking the path, so round 2 is definitely happening. Suddenly, the ship shudders. Everyone freezes down on the shore. A literal raid boss rises from the water. We're talking about a massive colossus covered in glowing red veins, kneeling at the waterline while it spews out a swarm of crimson monsters like a living spawn point. Siri leans over the rail, sweating, asking if that absolute unit is the leader. Brack just bares his teeth and says if that's a war cry, he's ready for the fight. Taiho pulls up beside Quine, eyes glowing, and simply says, "It's time, let's go." Cut to the post-battle victory party, and the king is officially Taiho's personal hype man. He's standing, slamming the table, demanding that everyone acknowledge the carry job Taiho just pulled off. He starts screaming that Taiho deserves the title Warrior of Aden, and tells everyone who will listen that our boy was out there riding a literal Valkyrie goddess. Taiho just sits there quietly eating, thinking, bro, she's a water dragon, not a Valkyrie, but decides it's not worth the energy to correct him. Then out of nowhere, his hands light up with blue runes, and the system literally updates his stats. He gets a brand new saga achievement, Warrior Who Rode a Valkyrie. He stares at it like, wait, That actually counts? Siri, looking a little tipsy with rosy cheeks, leans over and explains that in Valhalla, if people gossip about something enough, the system literally makes it canon. The party vibes get cut short when Ingrid stands up and shuts the whole room down. She demands a war room from the king, and nobody dares argue. They bring out the maps and candles, and Ingrid lays out the battle plan. The Red Sea is basically one massive shark swarm with a single leader. They don't need to clear the mobs, they just need to take out the boss. The only issue? It's a water level and they don't have boats. But she just smirks. She reveals that she's a Valkyrie of Nord's Legion. Taiho tugs on her sleeve and whispers, asking who Nord is. And she drops the mic. God of the Sea, problem solved. The next morning, they roll up to the harbor, and Ingrid flat out drafts the king into their party, telling him yesterday wasn't a coincidence and that his royal presence is actually needed. Standing on the pier, Taiho faces the squad. His hand starts glowing. He gives them that effortless protagonist smile and says, "All set, shall we begin?" Then he pulls out the magic crystal, holds it up like he's throwing a Pokeball and says, "Adin Maha, I choose you." The next second, Adin Maha materializes, and she's pissed as hell. She blinks those big watery eyes at him and says, "Really? You're summoning me again?" It's literally been one day. He just smiles, says her name softly, then hits her with the full charm combo, telling her she was cool, amazing, and beautiful yesterday. She immediately starts stammering and says, "Fine, you're forgiven." Then she huffs and calls him ridiculous for talking like some wild animal. He's watching her blush and wondering what's gotten into her, and then the memory hits him. Oh, right. Last night he found out she's literally a goddess. Back in the lamplit room, he'd grabbed Quine and asked outright if Adin Maha was a goddess. Quine explained that the Tuatha De Danann are gods. Maybe not top-tier gods, but still gods. And at some point, Adin Maha gave up her divine status to protect something she cared about. He clenched his fist, trying to process all of that. She snaps him out of it, calls him master, asks why he's zoning out, and tells him to get moving, because the other warriors have already launched. He shakes it off, pats her side, and shouts for everyone to advance. They fly far out over the open ocean until he says they're far enough away and start dropping barrels into the water. She asks what's inside them. He says cow and pig blood, the best shark bait there is. The sea starts turning red fast. Then he raises his hand and says there's one more step. Blue glyphs start spinning out, lighting up a new saga. Warrior who rode a Valkyrie. The energy slams into Adin Maha's body, and she tenses up, asking what's happening. He tells her it's a temporary buff that makes her an Adin Valkyrie, meaning Adin's blessing is now flowing through her, and she's even stronger than usual. He claps and says, "Now we wait." The ocean swells in silence. Then Adin Maha's eyes sharpen, and she says, "They're here." She immediately corkscrews straight down into the water. Rows of teeth rise from the depths, and Taiho steadies himself and tells her it's time to dive. She squeaks, asking if he's serious. He laughs and tells her Ingrid already handled the underwater breathing problem. Then he leans down and tells her to show him what she's got. She doesn't argue. She just flicks her head and plunges straight into the jaws. She tears through the water like a harpoon, twisting and looping, and somehow turns all the sharks circling her into one giant spiral formation. Taiho watches from her back, nods, and tells her it's time. She tucks her body and rockets straight upward, sharks funneling behind her in a vertical column before they all explode out of the surface together, scales flashing and water flying everywhere. He reaches out and tells her to transform. She says, "You'd better catch me this time." Then light bursts out, and she's suddenly a girl free-falling through the air with gold spinning around her, absolutely screaming. He calls down from above, tells her to trust him, and commands Rollo to appear. The griffin comes barreling in on massive wings. Taiho grabs her wrist, and she lands in the saddle while the ocean below them is a frenzy of snapping teeth. He steadies her and tells her she did great, then nods toward the ships, their turn now. On deck, the captain locks onto the target. The gunners call out one by one that they're ready and aimed. She gives the order to fire and activates her saga. Radiant bolts rain down like a storm. Chains bite into the sharks. Winches groan, and one by one, the massive creatures are hauled out of the water, while the crews go absolutely insane, cheering. Up in the saddle, Aden Maha watches it all and exhales, saying it's a huge success, but adds that the most important part is still coming. Taiho agrees, glances down at the sea, and quietly wonders just how strong the real boss actually is. Down on deck, Ingrid is already calling it, telling everyone to stay sharp, because it'll be there any moment now. Then Ingrid takes the wheel herself, and Sven is absolutely losing his mind, panicking like, "Yo, what the hell are we doing?" Ingrid doesn't even spare him a glance. She just deadpans that the ship is way too heavy to move. Suddenly, Siri screams from the crow's nest that something is coming in hot from the right side. Before anyone can even brace themselves, a massive, glowing purple leviathan erupts out of the ocean and completely T-bones the ship. The whole boat tilts at a 90-degree angle. People get tossed around like rag dolls. Wood starts making noises it definitely shouldn't be making. And two random dudes are white-knuckling the railing for dear life, praying they don't become premium fish food. By some absolute miracle, the ship levels out. Everyone lets out the breath they were holding, but the relief lasts exactly 3 seconds before the monster's arm starts glowing red, and you just know a heavy attack is loading. Enter Brack. This absolute mountain of a man sees the glowing arm, plants his feet, and tells everyone to get behind him as he readies his massive hammer, like he's been waiting his whole life for this exact moment. The Leviathan unleashes a massive barrage of crimson lightning, but Brack doesn't even flinch. His hammer absorbs every single volt of electricity, like it's a light midday snack. The rest of the crew just stands there with their jaws on the floor, watching this man casually tank a boss's ultimate. The commander gets hyped, screaming at everyone to press the attack and end this right now. But this Leviathan is a salty loser. It sends a massive shockwave ripping through the hull and just dips, diving straight back into the ocean. Taiho screams from above that they can't let it get away. Siri is already on it though. She vaults down to a chain pulley, activates her saga, and fires a perfectly aimed glowing arrow that spears straight into the monster, hooking it to the ship with a heavy chain. The whole crew grabs the chain, playing the most extreme game of tug-of-war while the ship groans under the weight. The captain leans over the rail, screaming at Taiho to end this thing's whole career. Taiho is already diving in on Aden Maha, grumbling about how he's always the one carrying the team and doing the heavy lifting. Aden Maha shifts into her majestic white dragon form, and they plunge straight into the dark water. Down in the depths, Taiho spots the Leviathan lurking. He pulls out a rune token and basically starts spamming every buff in his inventory. Warrior's Sword, Burst Lance, Dragon's Vision, the whole 9 yards. The monster starts charging up its own lightning strike, but Taiho just smirks at Aden Maha like, "Cute, but ours is bigger." He hurls his spear. Red and blue lightning crash into each other underwater, and the ocean literally detonates like a tactical nuke just went off. When the blinding light finally fades, Aden Maha is spinning in the water, looking completely traumatized and yelling at him that the blast was insane, and that firing something that powerful while sitting on her neck almost decapitated her. Taiho winces, hits her with a "my bad," and promises to send her back to camp to rest, saying Ragnar should be there, even if Helda isn't. But mid-sentence, Taiho suddenly stops. The words die in his throat. His pupils dilate, and the water around them turns pitch black. A colossal, terrifyingly glowing divine silhouette starts rising from the abyss like a literal hidden raid boss. Taiho and Aden Maha barely have half a second to process this new nightmare before the Leviathan's corpse starts glitching with energy. An ancient, ugly monstrosity crawls out like they've officially entered phase 2 of the boss fight. It doesn't hesitate and lunges straight at Taiho, but Aden Maha, acting on pure instinct, throws herself in front of him to take the hit. Taiho's heart literally stops. He dives after her, but the ugly bastard doesn't even acknowledge her. It has permanent aggro locked onto our boy, so Taiho does what he does best. He activates his saga, stacks his divine aura, and throws a massive haymaker. But his attack phases straight through it, like the boss has literal invincibility frames. Before Taiho can even panic, the water around the beast starts violently spiraling inward. Taiho looks over and realizes Adanmaha isn't dead. She's shifted back into her human form and is burning the absolute last of her mana to strip away the boss's water shield. It turns out Aiden's blessing didn't just save her life. It gave her a temporary Valkyrie class upgrade. With the shield down, Taiho doesn't waste a millisecond. He goes full sicko mode, activating the Storm Warrior saga, fusing it with his divine power, and torpedoing through the water so fast that he creates a literal whirlpool. He lands the ultimate hit, deletes the monster from existence, and snags the loot fragment. Cut to that night, and the city has turned into the ultimate frat party. They hauled the sea beasts' corpses back to shore, and now the monsters that tried to kill them are the main course at the banquet. Everyone is absolutely plastered, celebrating because, they basically just avoided an apocalypse. King Sven is off in the corner, chatting with his advisor, looking happier than a kid on Christmas. Ciri walks up to compliment the catering, and the king starts gushing about how the sea lanes are finally open and the economy is saved. Then Taiho rolls up. Ciri immediately narrows her eyes, already sensing our boy is about to pull some shady protagonist hustle, and she's spot on. Taiho steps up to the king and casually pulls out a gold coin, but it's not just any loose change. It's literal Valhalla gold. The king's jaw hits the floor, and his advisor looks like his soul just left his body. Ciri is absolutely flabbergasted. Taiho just smirks and says he'll hand it over if they build a massive temple for Aiden in return. Cut to a few minutes later. Taiho and Ciri are chilling in the plaza, laughing about the whole thing. Ciri admits she didn't see that 200 IQ play coming. Taiho just smiles, but then zones out, getting hit with that late-night missing his wife depression as he thinks about Adanmaha and Helda. Ciri catches him looking all dramatic and asks who he's thinking about. Taiho quickly deflects, asking if she has someone she misses. Maybe someone like Rolf? Ciri gives a sweet little smile and says, "Oh yeah, I care about Rolf a lot. He reminds me of my little brother." For a second, Taiho just sits there processing the absolute emotional damage. Can we get an F in the chat for Rolf? Bro is locked in the deepest depth of the friend zone with zero chance of escape. Anyway, later that night, while our boy is finally getting some well-deserved sleep, he's thinking about Helda and how she told him she couldn't come visit him in Midgard, and bro is not too happy about that, so he falls asleep thinking about her. A mysterious woman quietly approaches his bed, whispering in the dark that this is going to be an unexpected visit. In the next second, Taiho opens his eyes, and he's definitely not in his bedroom anymore. He's standing in a glowing ethereal space, and when he turns around, boom, it's goddess Aiden herself. Our boy immediately drops to the mandatory respectful knee. She explains that Asgardian gods can't just casually stroll into the mortal realm, so she took a page straight out of the Greek god's playbook and entered his dreams instead. She gives him the post-raid debrief, saying she heard the Leviathan fight got way messier than expected. Adanmaha took some heavy damage, but thankfully, Sun already patched her up. Then she mentions that Helda has been literally crying her eyes out, blaming herself for everything that went wrong, and you can tell that hits Taiho right in the feels. But then the mood gets serious. Aiden tells him that nobody in Asgard can figure out how a fragment of Garmr, a literal mythical doomsday dog, found its way into Midgard. It's such a massive mystery that Asgard is basically launching a continent-wide search starting tomorrow. They're exploring everywhere. She also warns him that carrying that fragment is like walking around with a giant neon "kill me" sign on his back. Then she softens and basically asks, Okay, spill it. How did you get mortals chanting my name? Taiho smirks and explains his holy pyramid scheme. He built a temple, converted the top 3 server admins, the king and his nobles, and let the faith trickle down. Adon is super impressed, promises him VIP rewards when he gets back to Valhalla, and sends him off with a blessing. Then the scene shifts to Katrun, the wealthiest, most heavily fortified port city on the continent. Right now, it's an absolute disaster zone. A massive crowd of desperate refugees is packed outside the gates, screaming for their lives, while the guards just stand on the walls watching. A mother holds up her crying baby, and you can see the guards actually starting to feel bad until the captain rolls up and immediately shuts that sympathy down. Honestly, his logic is cold but not wrong. The undead horde is sprinting right behind them. The refugees are too exhausted to get inside quickly, and if even one infected zombie slips through those gates, it's game over for the entire city. Ro is fully prepared to let them all die in orders. The ballista's loaded. But before he can give the order to fire, a giant freaking swan dive bombs out of the sky, hits the ground, and transforms into Valkyrie Ingrid. She hits the captain with a death glare and asks for his name, then straight up demands that he open the gates. When he tries to argue, she points toward the horizon and announces to everyone in earshot that the warrior of Aiden's legion is leading the Valhalla cavalry. The crowd goes absolutely feral. Taiho secretly thanks her because she didn't just save these civilians. She also handed him a massive PR boost he can totally milk once she leaves. Our boy doesn't waste his superhero entrance. He coats his sword in divine aura, hops on his griffin, and they blitz across the battlefield at insane speed. With a single strike, an entire mob of undead gets deleted from the server. The rest of his squad is already hot dropping from the airship, spamming their sagas and turning the battlefield into a Michael Bay movie. But as Taiho rains terror from above, something down in the village catches his eye. A lone female knight is standing on a rooftop, sword drawn, shielding a group of terrified kids with nothing but pure attitude and stubbornness. Taiho watches for half a second before commanding the griffin to dive. As they close the distance, he gets a crystal clear look at this absolute badass holding the line, telling the kids to stay down while she prepares to solo the undead horde. The Valhalla squad doesn't even wait for the signal to engage. They're hot dropping off the ship and absolutely speedrunning the zombie horde, spamming their sagas. Up in the air, Taiho spots the rooftop situation going south fast. Our lone female knight is literally running on 1% HP. She's still swinging, pulling off some clean spins and taking out zombies, but her stamina bar is completely depleted and the undead just keep swarming. Taiho realizes he can't cover the distance in time, so he does what any normal gamer would do. He test drives a brand new, completely untested skill mid-battle. He activates the warrior who rode a Valkyrie saga. Yep, still jealous of this bastard for that. And with a massive flash of light, Rollo the Griffin gets forcibly transformed into history's first ever male Valkyrie. Poor Rollo looks at himself, absolutely traumatized, literally shedding a single tear. Taiho just pats him like, "We'll unpack this trauma later, buddy. Just hit the gas." Down below, the knight's arms finally give out. She closes her eyes, accepting the game over screen. But instead of getting eaten, a massive wall of fire erupts around her, instantly vaporizing the undead into ash. She opens her eyes, and there is Taiho standing in the flames, looking perfectly unfazed. Her first thought, "Holy crap, is this dude a literal god?" Taiho quickly gets her and the kids onto his deeply distressed griffin-turned Valkyrie, promising to get them safely to the city walls. She asks if he's coming with them. Our boy gives her the most majestic, serene protagonist smile, tells her not to worry, and smoothly says, "May Aiden's blessing be with you." Guys, she's cooked. Full blush, absolutely zero recovery. As Rollo takes off, she leans out, screaming that she'll wait for him at the wall. Taiho simply turns around to face the massive undead horde like it's a minor inconvenience. The battle itself, embarrassingly short. The Valhalla warriors are basically smurfing in a low-level lobby. Each of these mid-ranked fighters could solo hundreds of regular soldiers blindfolded. When Taiho finally regroups at the city walls, Ciri is waiting with her signature smirk, teasing him about his habit of going rogue. He grins and tries to casually walk off to check on Rollo, but suddenly the entire city garrison starts chanting his name. Taiho gets a little flustered, takes a deep breath, and vaults straight to the top of the massive wall in a single jump. The crowd absolutely loses their minds. Up on the wall, his new fangirl is already waiting. Taiho tells her he's glad she made it safely, and she drops into a formal bow, revealing her identity. It turns out she's Helga, the Shield Maiden princess, and the 3 kids are literally the sons of King Ivar. The guards around them collectively drop their jaws. There were rumors that the princess was as beautiful as a Valkyrie, and looking at her now, 0 cap detected. Taiho discreetly activates his saga to get a better look, strictly for strategic assessment purposes, and confirms that yep, she's 100% the royal princess. Instantly, Taiho's Galaxy Brain businessman mode activates. Katrin is the absolute military powerhouse of the region, currently locked in a war with 2 other kingdoms. A princess wandering this far from home is basically a walking political nuke, with the pin already pulled. But Taiho is playing 4D chess. He realizes that if he plays his cards right, builds a solid relationship with her, and introduces Aiden's faith to Katrin, it could become a literal goldmine. If everything goes to plan, the Church of Aiden could become their national religion. The thought of farming all those sweet, sweet faith points puts the most devious protagonist grin on his face. Meanwhile, Helga is standing there blushing so hard she's practically planning their wedding venue in her head. So that night, everyone gathers in the Great Hall, and King Ketil, this old ugly bastard, looks at Helga, a princess from a rival kingdom, and demands to know what she's doing in his territory. Helga gives him the rundown. Her father was away, a zombie plague had started tearing through their villages, and she grabbed whoever she could and fled. Ketil actually has the audacity to laugh in her face, blaming her for bringing the plague to his doorstep. But behind that smug, punchable face, this creep's brain is doing the math. He realizes his biggest rival's kids have just dropped into his lap, giving him the perfect excuse to start a war. On top of that, he's already decided he's going to keep Helga for his own personal harem. But our boy Taiho is sitting right there, reading this dude like an open book. He doesn't need a mind-reading skill to know exactly what this sleazebag is plotting. Ingrid quickly cuts the tension before things get messy, asking Helga where her father's army is and pointing out that teaming up with King Ivar to wipe out this plague is their only viable option. Helga says her father is probably camped near the forest, but warns them that traveling there means going straight through the infected red zone. Ingrid waves it off like it's nothing, basically saying, "We have a flying ship. It's not that deep." That's when Taiso sees his opening. He steps up and casually offers Helga and her brothers a ride with them, completely ruining Ketil's entire plan in one sentence. Ketil freezes, and the death glare he shoots Taiho could literally freeze hell over. But our boy just stares right back, not blinking once, establishing absolute dominance. Helga doesn't fully grasp the 4D chess match that just happened, but she knows Taiho saved her skin again. She smiles and says, "Bet we're in." They pack up and take off that very same night. Helga's little brothers are glued to the edge of the airship, watching the clouds go by like they've never seen graphics this good before. After Ciri puts the kids to bed, she comes back out to find Helga leaning against the railing, having a classic anime guilt trip moment. Ciri asks if she's okay, and Helga admits she feels like a coward for abandoning her people. Before Ciri can even say anything comforting, Brack appears out of nowhere and drops some harsh reality on her. He flat out tells her that staying would have accomplished absolutely nothing. He reveals that he comes from a noble family too, and if she'd stayed, she'd just be the tragic princess suffering alongside her people, a useless trope that solves zero problems. The real big brain move is getting out and fixing the issue. He also casually mentions that he saw exactly what that creep Keitile was planning and wasn't about to let her become a political hostage. Ciri stands there shocked, admitting she never would have guessed Brack was a noble. Brack just laughs and corrects her. He actually married royalty. His wife was a princess. He quietly adds that he hopes she's doing okay and leaves it at that. Helga thanks him, then asks if they're the legendary warriors of Aden. Ciri and Brack just look at each other and burst out laughing because they're basically just a bunch of overpowered wildcards. By morning, they arrive at King Ivar's camp. Ingrid skips all the boring formalities and walks straight up to Ivar. The king explains that the plague only spreads through direct contact, which means that if they wipe out the infected, the city is saved. Simple enough. Ingrid gathers the Legion commanders, lays out the battle plan, and just as everyone is getting hyped, they all look up. Taiho is descending from the sky on a literal griffin, looking majestic as hell, and flexing on the entire camp. The whole place goes dead silent as they watch him land. When Ingrid asks if he's ready, he gives her a nod. She raises her sword, and the army lets out a war cry loud enough to cause an earthquake. Even the regular soldiers are fired up, because nobody expected the sacred warriors of Valhalla to actually fight alongside them. The front line crashes into the undead, and the Valhalla warriors absolutely dismantle them with surgical precision. It's a complete slaughter. Ivar pushes his spearmen forward, and for a minute it looks like an easy win, but then a soldier points up. The sun straight up disappears. Black clouds roll in from nowhere, swallowing the light, and every Valhalla warrior knows exactly what time it is. Boss music is playing. A vampire's in the area. A massive shriek echoes across the battlefield. And then the wildest thing happens. The brainless undead literally turn around and start running away. The soldiers stand there confused as hell, but Ivar doesn't hesitate and orders them to chase the zombies into the forest. Up in the sky, Taiho is chilling on his griffin, murmuring that everything is going exactly according to plan, but then he completely freezes. The forest is moving, not like the wind is blowing through the leaves. The entire damn forest is uprooting itself and marching straight toward the city. Quine pulls up beside him and quietly drops the bomb. That's no regular forest. The whole thing is one massive living creature, and it's already on its way to the city. When King Ivar sees the massive walking forest, his jaw practically hits the ground. This guy has fought demons, beasts, and nightmare fuel his whole life, but this is way above his pay grade. He takes one look at this Godzilla-sized salad marching toward his city and immediately orders a full retreat. His soldiers start booking it back to the fortress, but then they realize the Valhalla warriors aren't moving an inch. Brack just stands there with an unhinged smirk, basically saying, "Retreating? Yeah, we don't do that here." And his squad agrees. They belong on the front line. Ingrid leads the charge, and they sprint head first at the raid boss. Within seconds, these absolute units split up and start spinning up actual tornadoes, shredding through the massive trees like a blender through wet paper. The regular soldiers and King Ivar just stand there AFK, completely paralyzed in disbelief. Ivar had always heard rumors about Valhalla's overpowered warriors, but seeing them speedrun deforestation in real life hits completely differently. Up in the sky, our boy Taiho watches this for about 10 seconds before deciding he can't just spectate. He activates a summoning rune and calls in Aden Maha, who crashes down in a massive explosion of light. She storms in completely furious, demanding to know what the hell is going on and screaming that she'd literally just sat down to eat lunch. Honestly, we stan a relatable queen, because even while she's complaining about her missed meal, she charges straight in and absolutely deletes everything in her path. Ingrid pulls up beside Taiho and gives him the main objective. There's a magical fragment hidden somewhere inside this living forest, and they need to grab it. Taiho activates his saga, basically turning on wall hacks, and scans the battlefield until his radar locks onto a single point radiating massive boss energy. Found it. He calls Maha back up to his griffin, Rolo. She shifts into her human form and hops onto his back, casually mentioning that if they just want to stop the forest from moving, she knows a cheat code. Drown the whole damn thing. She stretches out her arms and taps into the nearby river, and within seconds, a literal tsunami sweeps across the entire battlefield, completely washing the forest away. Taiho just sits there, completely stunned by the AoE damage. He tells her that was insane, and she immediately asks, "Cool, can I take a nap now?" Taiho flat out denies her PTO request. She lets out a sad little whimper, then dives straight back into the meat grinder anyway. Taiho and Ingrid push deep into the center while Maha handles crowd control, and when they reach the core, they find a massive pulsing cluster of roots guarding the VIP loot, a glowing Garmer fragment. The roots immediately start lashing out like crazy, trying to flatten them, and if it weren't for Rolo's insane dodging, they'd have been squashed into paste. Taiho quickly realizes that an aerial assault isn't going to work here. Right on cue, Ciri appears below them, already in her badass wolf form, telling him to hop on. Taiho instantly sends Rolo back to Valhalla and pulls off a sick midair transfer, dropping straight onto Ciri's back without missing a beat. They merge their sagas, hit the turbo button, and their combined speed goes completely off the charts. They're practically teleporting. In the blink of an eye, they're at the very heart of the forest. Taiho channels all his mana into one massive ultimate attack, the Blade of the Winter Wolf, and cleanly slices the colossal trunk completely in half. The shockwave from the strike is so massive that it literally shakes the air. With the boss dead, the Garmer fragment is just sitting there glowing. Ingrid instantly dives in to grab it, but the second she reaches for it, the massive spiritual form of the legendary bloodhound Garmer appears right behind her. Taiho screams a warning, but Ingrid doesn't even flinch. She already knows the boss mechanics and is completely ready for round 2. As the hound is about to attack her, Ingrid simply flips the switch, activates her ultimate, and seals the Garmer fragment without even breaking a sweat. Then she brushes off her shoulders like she just finished a basic tutorial quest. The whole battlefield completely loses its mind. The warriors of Valhalla go absolutely feral, and even King Ivar hypes her up like a fanboy. But while the entire battlefield is celebrating below, cut to the fortress wall where that absolute bastard Loki is watching. He's got the most devious villain-coded smirk imaginable plastered across his face. He basically hits the Execute Order 66 button, saying it's time and ordering the ambush. He thinks now is the perfect moment. While they're drunk on victory, they'll be careless and won't see the attack coming. Ingrid's danger sense goes off immediately and she reaches for her weapon. But this new guy has his speed stats maxed out. Before Taiho's brain can even process what's happening, Valkyrie gets speed blitzed and folded like a lawn chair. By the time Taiho registers what just happened, the stranger is standing over her unconscious body like it was absolutely nothing. Taiho doesn't hesitate. He screams at the guy to back off, pulls out the winter blade, and goes full unga-bunga, charging straight in. But this dude is built completely differently. Out of nowhere, he summons a literal serpent. Taiho dodges, but the thing snaps right back at him. He manages to block the next hit with his sword, but knockback is so insane that he nearly gets yeeted into the next zip code. Ciri and the whole squad roll up immediately, surrounding the guy. A 5v1, right? Should be easy. But this man just stands there, looking mildly amused. He remembers Loki's objective to wipe out the Valkyries and figures the rest of Taiho's squad is just free bonus XP. The squad rushes him all at once, but without even moving a muscle. This guy activates an AoE crowd control skill that straight up paralyzes the entire party. Twine screams at Taiho to close his eyes. He does, but the attack hits the rest of his crew. Now no one except him can move. It's a full-on basilisk petrification trap. With the squad completely incapacitated, the enemy launches himself straight at Ingrid to finish the job. Taiho tries to body block him on pure instinct, but out of nowhere, Adan Maha comes flying in from above and absolutely yeets the guy out of midair. The stun breaks and everyone can move again, but the squad quickly realizes this isn't a regular enemy. This is an endgame raid boss. Taiho immediately orders Adan Maha to grab Ingrid and get her out. Brack is already screaming at Havel to get the medic and move her out of the hot zone. Taiho's hands are literally shaking, but he uses his Saga's wall hacks to pull up the enemy's stats anyway. His screen basically flashes red. The dude's name is Balzac, written in giant crimson letters. That means this guy is a walking, breathing death flag. The power he's radiating is completely absurd. Meanwhile, Loki is in the background, absolutely mauling. Our boy Taiho has completely ruined this guy's whole career. He killed his best general, stole his favorite monster, rescued Skathak, and walked off with Adan Maha. So Loki is screaming at Balzac to make them pay for everything. Balzac has clearly been holding on to that grudge, and now he's just slowly walking forward, boss aura cranked all the way to max. Taiho stands his ground, sword drawn, fully squaring up with him, while Balzac slowly walks toward him. While this is going down, Loki is up on the fortress wall, doing his best brooding anime villain monologue. He's seething, thinking back to when Harad died, when Skathak was taken, and how every single time he had to swallow his pride and play the long game while wanting to burn the entire world to the ground. But he was just biding his time. After Harad died, her seat among the 5 great generals opened up, and suddenly every giant with an ego and a weapon came crawling out of the woodwork looking for a promotion. So Loki put out a bounty. Bring him 2 fragments of Garmer's soul and the general's throne is yours. Balzac took that quest, and now he's standing in the middle of this battlefield. Meanwhile, our boy Taiho does the math in his head, quietly admitting that yeah, this dude is an absolute unit, but he's still not at Harad's level. Cut to the woods for a second. A squad of soldiers is trying to extract Ingrid. One of them whispers that something feels off, and before he can even finish his sentence, 3 Fomorians drop from the trees in a literal jump scare ambush. Back in the main event, Balzac offers the squad a classic villain bargain. Hand over the Garmer fragment and the Valkyrie, and he'll send them back to the lobby quickly and painlessly. Yeah, absolutely nobody is taking that deal. Ciri is already moving before he even finishes talking. She swings hard, but Balzac blocks it like it's nothing. Taiho immediately uses instant movement to blink right behind him at maximum speed. But somehow this absolute mountain of a man dodges it. Taiho is genuinely shook. A dude with a hitbox that big should not have invincibility frames like that. The squad splits up to attack him from 3 sides, but Balzac's pet serpent just tail whips them all back, launching Taiho into the air. They regroup quickly, and Balzac tries to spam that petrification AoE again. But this time, Taiho's reaction is faster. He yells the warning early, everyone covers their eyes, and the attack does absolutely nothing. Balzac quietly realizes his cheap strategy is on cooldown. Then Ciri steps up and activates her brand new saga, the noble flower that blooms in battle. I don't know what her stats were before, but this transformation is such a massive glow-up that even her own teammates are left completely speechless. Even Balzac takes a brief pause, and that half-second is the opening. Ciri screams at them to rush him, and the squad goes absolutely crazy. One warrior cleanly decapitates the giant snake, another stabs Balzac right in the gut, and Brack dumps a max-level lightning bolt straight into his chest. Balzac goes flying in a massive cloud of dust. Then Taiho drops from the sky like a literal meteor, clips the dude's ear, just the ear. All that hype for a paper cut, and to make it infinitely worse, the snake casually grows its head back. The squad watches Balzac's HP bar instantly refill as his wounds seal in real time. The mood shifts immediately. They quickly realize this isn't a fight they can win through chip damage. Brack decides to test his luck anyway and charges up his saga, but Balzac is already moving. He speed blitzes the team, puts one warrior in the dirt, teleports behind another, and when Brack finally fires his lightning, Balzac literally tanks it with his bare arm. He returns a gut punch so devastating that it folds Brack in half like fresh laundry. From there, Balzac just goes to work. Zero chill. Taiho sees a tiny opening and goes for a clean thrust, but Balzac casually sidesteps it like he already read the script. Taiho pulls back, sword raised, eyes locked on him, and flat out tells the giant that he isn't leaving this battlefield alive on his watch. So here we are. The rest of the squad is completely wiped out, barely breathing on the ground. It's just our boy Taiho and Balzac standing across from each other in the dust. Balzac decides he's done playing with his food and explodes forward, throwing hands at a speed that straight up breaks the physics engine for a guy his size. Taiho weaves through the combo, slips inside his guard, and goes for a counter. But Balzac casually swats him away with his tail like he's swatting a mosquito. The giant swings his tail back for a follow-up, and it would have connected cleanly, but Siri snipes it right out of the air mid-swing. Taiho tosses her a quick thanks, and she tells him straight, "You're the fastest one here. Stop trying to solo the raid boss, and let's actually play co-op." Taiho's response? He turns around and just starts running away. Balzac stands there completely confused, like, is this dude seriously rage quitting? But then it clicks. Siri is in the back line, charging up her wolf witch saga. Taiho yells over his shoulder, telling Balzac they're done holding back, so good luck blocking the next one. Honestly, Taiho has no choice here. His main ultimate is on cooldown since he dumped everything into killing a kraken earlier, so the game plan is simple. Pour every last drop of his remaining mana into his sword and take this dude's head off. Balzac watches their power levels spike and just hits them with the classic impressive, but not enough. Then they both completely vanish and reappear right behind him. Taiho dumps everything he has left into one massive swing, aimed straight at the neck. Balzac spins around at the last possible moment, throws up his tail to tank the hit. It slows the blade down, but it doesn't stop it. Taiho slices clean through the tail and keeps the momentum going, taking off both of Balzac's hands too. But when the dust settles, Balzac is still standing. His neck is cut, but he's alive, and our boy Taiho is completely out of stamina. He knows immediately that the cut wasn't deep enough. Quine screams at Taiho to move, but his stamina bar is flashing red, and Balzac is already on him. Siri throws herself at the giant to buy even a single second, but Balzac casually tosses her aside like she weighs nothing and drives Taiho straight into the dirt. He looks down at him with zero emotion, deciding right then and there that this kid has way too much main character energy and needs to be deleted before he becomes a real problem. Then Balzac hits phase 2. He starts transforming. Quine screams at Taiho to get up, but Taiho just lies in the dirt, completely out of gas. He's having a total internal crisis, wondering if this is really how it ends. If he's just doomed to lie there and wait for someone else to carry him again. Balzac finishes powering up and launches into the air. His severed arms literally reshape mid-flight into writhing, poisonous snakes that weave together into one massive nightmare fuel black hand, and he dive bombs down with everything, aiming to erase Taiho from the map. And that's the exact moment Taiho gets up. He simply decides, nah, I'm making my own plot armor today. The two attacks collide, and the impact goes off like a literal nuke. A massive shockwave rolls across the entire battlefield. Everyone stops fighting just to stare at the absolute spectacle. When the dust finally starts to clear, Balzac is already mentally drafting his victory tweet. But then he feels it. Taiho is standing behind him. Quine watches from the sidelines, completely speechless, trying to figure out what just happened. The only thing that makes any sense? Taiho must have invoked a G's, a massive self-imposed binding vow, in that split second of impact. So let's get one thing straight about a G's. It's not some free cheat code you can spam. It's a literal trade deal. You want crazy power? Fine. Here's a brutal nerf to balance it out. And what our boy Taiho just pulled out of nowhere is actually the first new Gs created since the fall of Eryu, which is absolutely wild. Quine watches this happen, her brain basically short-circuiting as she tries to reverse engineer it. She realizes Taiho just gave himself a massive divinity boost, but the catch is that once the timer runs out, he'll be locked out of using any divinity for half a month. A conditional Gs. Quine has never even heard of such a thing and has zero clue how Taiho managed to make it real. But Taiho knows exactly what he's doing. He's not at Ragnar's god tier level yet, but for the first time he can actually see the ceiling. So with absolute clarity, he activates his transformation right in Balzac's face. Warrior of Aiden. Balzac isn't having it, so he goes full raid boss monster mode and becomes massive, swinging a house-sized fist at him. But Taiho, man, is completely calm. He thinks of his goddess, channels his inner anime swordsman, cleanly slices Balzac's giant hand off in one swing, and teleports behind him. Of course, the boss immediately regenerates. Taiho realizes chip damage isn't going to cut it. He needs to literally nuke this guy so hard that regeneration isn't even an option. So he summons the Burst Lance, a weapon so stupidly huge that he isn't even sure he can land it cleanly. Taiho starts hoping someone will help him out. Just then, enter the homie Brack, who yeets his giant hammer at Balzac, forcing him to dodge and leaving him wide open. But Balzac has a counter ready and unleashes a paralysis gaze right as Taiho charges in. Just when it looks like it's over, Siri hits the MVP button. Somehow still standing, she activates her distraction saga, locks eyes with Balzac, and literally pulls his aggro just long enough. Taiho mentally tips his hat to the squad, drives the giant lance straight through Balzac, and activates full buster. Balzac lets out one final scream before being completely erased from existence by a mountain-shattering strike. Fight over. One shot. Taiho stands there panting, hears his crew asking if he's okay, and feels absolute relief that they actually survived. Then his HP hits 0 and he passes out cold before he even hits the ground. Cut to him waking up with Quine literally sitting on his chest like a gargoyle, looking relieved. It's already sunset, and Quine casually mentions that Helga came to check on him 4 times while he was unconscious. Why? Because there's a massive banquet happening downstairs. All the heavy hitters are asleep, and oh yeah, there's still that whole plague situation nobody has bothered to fix yet. Taiho asks if they actually won, and Quine confirms it. It turns out this whole mess was orchestrated by some rat named Briss, and the second his boss got vaporized, Briss hit the eject button and vanished. Quine calls him a sly bastard, then gets super awkward and actually congratulates Taiho. She keeps it brief, admitting she's genuinely impressed, but immediately follows it with, "We need to talk about this later." Taiho instantly translates that to, "I'm going to give you a 3-hour lecture on why you're an idiot." Meanwhile, the after party is popping off downstairs. Helga walks in and immediately, every dude in the room is stunned. They completely forget how to act. Then Siri steps in and she's got that post-level up glow. Awakening her saga didn't just boost her stats, it gave her a massive charisma buff too. But the real main event isn't the girls. It's this glowing sword stuck in a tree right in the middle of the hall. Brack spots it and goes full caveman, pointing at it like, "Shiny, want." Ingrid mentions that it's practically radiating magic, and Ivar drops the lore. Legend says the sword will only release itself for someone who's truly worthy. Now, any normal person would think about purity of heart or whatever, but Brack, this meathead, looks at the tree, looks at his massive biceps, and decides worthy just means can hit it really, really hard. So he hypes himself up, charges the tree, and winds up a max power swing right at the exact second our boy Taiho finally walks into the room, looking completely lost and wondering what kind of absolute circus he just woke up in. Taiho strolls into the banquet hall, complaining that the noise is about to rupture his eardrums. But before he's even through the door, the second he steps inside, the guards completely lose their minds, fanboying over him and screaming about the warrior of Aiden. But Taiho literally leaves them on read. He's got tunnel vision locked onto the glowing sword, stuck in a tree in the middle of the room. He asks Quine if he's hallucinating, and Quine is like, "Nope, but I have no clue why there's a legendary weapon sitting in the middle of a dining hall." His squad Ivar, Helga, Brack, and Ingrid greets him, and Brack gives the classic lore dump. "It's super magical, only the truly worthy can claim it, blah blah blah." Taiho doesn't even respond. He just casually walks up to it. The second he gets close, the tree lights up like a literal flashbang, blinding the entire room. He reaches out and grabs the hilt, then yanks it out like he's pulling a weed. Zero effort. King Arthur, who? The whole hall absolutely erupts. And Quine gets an idea and tells Taiho to hold Gaybolg up to the new blade. The second they touch, the sword lights up again. A portal tears open, and a hidden fragment of Gaybolg shoots out and merges right into it. The crowd goes completely feral. Pulling the legendary sword was already a mythic feat, but finding a hidden piece of a divine weapon inside it? By the guy who already holds another piece? Our boy just casually wrote an entire new chapter of Midgard history before dessert. Cut to Loki chilling outside, looking up at the night sky. He's doing the math and realizing someone just completely broke the game's progression. He fully expected them to spend weeks grinding that sea beast, but somehow they to speed both that and the forest questline in record time. He just smirks, realizing that this warrior of Eden guy he keeps hearing about is absolutely carrying the lobby. Later, in his room, Taiho pulls Ingrid aside to share some serious news, his G's trade-off. He looks her in the eye and tells her outright that he's completely locked out of his divinity for 15 days. Ingrid immediately switches into tactician mode, telling him to keep this secret because the news could cause panic. She thanks him for trusting her with it. And Taiho drops the smoothest line, "I only told you because it's you." Ingrid definitely likes that answer. She promises to keep his secret and gives him her blessing. But Quine, who's chilling in the corner being an absolute menace, casually points out that Taiho is collecting blessings like Pokemon. Taiho tells her to shut up, though mentally he's like, "You know what? Catching them all does sound kind of nice." Ingrid then gets back to business. They can't just sit around for 2 weeks. So she's already called in reinforcements to keep the expedition moving. The next morning, the whole squad steps outside to see who the backup is, and it's Raskrid herself. She came all the way from Asgard, and Taiho is genuinely hyped to see her. After some quick hellos, she pulls Taiho and Ciri aside and gets down to business. She owes Taiho a massive favor from back in Svartalfheim, and Ragnar personally told her it was time to pay up. She's noticed Taiho has been walking around with a full inventory of elemental runes, but treating them like basic stat sticks because he has no idea how to actually cast them. Raskrid is here to fix that. He warns them right away that they're severely short on time, so this training is going to be absolute hell. Taiho gets a little nervous, but Ciri jinxes the whole squad by saying, "It can't possibly be worse than our actual master's training." Oh, Ciri, you played yourself. By sunset, the whole team is absolutely cooked. They look like they've been put through a meat grinder. Even Raskrid looks physically exhausted, which is honestly the biggest red flag of all. She wraps up the session by cheerfully announcing that tomorrow's lesson will be an all-day event, and she'll personally make sure their HP hits absolute 0 by the end of it. The second she walks away, everybody just face plants into the dirt. Taiho realizes this isn't training. It's a literal Spartan survival camp. He somehow manages to crawl back to his room, hits the bed and loses consciousness before Quine can even get a word in. But wait, the grind never stops. He wakes up inside his own dreamscape, standing face to face with Aiden. She takes one look at him and says, "Damn, what happened to you? You look terrible." Taiho waves it off and asks if she brought him there just to chat. She tells him she's not the one who called this meeting, and suddenly Scathach steps out of the shadows. She explains that Scathach heard about the near-death encounter with Briss and decided Taiho is leveling up far too slowly. Scathach drops into a terrifying combat stance and says she's going to teach him the ultimate martial arts of the Tuatha De Danann. Since they're on a tight schedule, the lessons will be completely merciless. So yeah, our boy gets tortured in the waking world, and the moment he falls asleep, his dreams turn into a hyperbolic time chamber of pain. Rip Taiho. So Taiho wakes up absolutely cooked, running on 0 HP, and the first thing he hears is Quine being an absolute generational hater. Quine goes off about how Taiho is living every man's dream, getting to train around the clock with absolute 10-10 baddies, but Taiho is fighting for his literal life. He fires back, saying this isn't some fun harem anime. He's so physically exhausted that he's genuinely terrified that if he goes to sleep, he might never wake up. Before his system completely shuts down, he pulls out his summoning stone and calls an Adin Maha. The next second she appears, gives him a hard stare, and says, "What now, you idiot?" And our boy is like, "What? What? You already know the drill." She hands over his sacred treasure, which includes a letter from Helda, and immediately drops a passive-aggressive guilt trip about how much time Helda spends grinding to recharge that stone for him. But Taiho's brain has already left the chat. He tells her to head back and literally passes out mid-sentence. Maha just rolls her eyes at how quickly he drops, but then something shiny in his inventory catches her attention. When Taiho finally wakes up, still feeling like he got hit by a truck, he finds Adin Maha chilling in his room. She hits him with the classic, "Oh, I was just doing a routine pocket inspection for no reason," and casually mentions that she found an item called Liberatus. Taiho's like, "Yeah, just some loot I picked up a while ago." But Adin Maha's eyes go wide. She explains that it's an ancient relic from Eru with a hidden hologram file sealed inside the handle. She activates it. The hologram appears, and the guy straight up introduces himself by saying, "Look, if you managed to bypass my magical security to watch this, you're either my successor or strong enough to punch through my spells. Either way, that's king material. Man's standards are on the floor." He says he doesn't care who you are as long as you aren't a Fomorian. Then he drops his tragic backstory, how his kingdom fell and how he lost everything, and how he woke up after a massive time skip with one final quest, finding someone actually worthy to mentor. He wraps up his epic emotional monologue by joking, "By the way, I really hope whoever's watching this is a beautiful girl with black hair." Though he won't mind if she turns out to be blonde either. Folks, we found a true man of culture. And just like that, the transmission cuts out. Taiho sits there thinking, who is this massive simp? Quine fills in the lore. That was literally Merlin. Yes, Merlin, the Archmage of Camelot. Quine points out that Merlin's magic is cool, but his real weapon is his 200 IQ brain, and getting him in the party would be a massive win. Taiho remembers Merlin, saying they'd meet soon, and quietly hopes the old man makes an appearance. Boom, time skip 13 days. Scathach drops the alert that the expedition starts tomorrow, which means the hyperbolic time chamber training arc is finally over. Goddess Aiden drops by to give our boy the highest grade apple from the new harvest and a literal SSR summoning ticket for Helda, since getting to Midgard normally is restricted. Taiho gets all flustered and thanks her, and she sends him off with a massive blessing buff. The next morning, Ciri violently shakes him awake because Raskrid is calling a mandatory squad meeting. Outside, Raskrid introduces Chaldea, a Valkyrie. Folks, a wild new ally has appeared, and she's here to upgrade their quest. This isn't just a basic fetch quest for soul fragments anymore. This is a full-on raid. The goal is to completely wipe out the Fomorian base and permanently ban them from the Midgard server. Raskrid breaks down the strategy. They're the vanguard, with backup ready to drop in the second the raid starts. They split the squad into 3 separate parties, taking different routes, led by Raskrid, Chaldea, and Ingrid. Taiho gets put in Ingrid's squad, And her game plan is simple. They're the bait. They're taking the longest, most obvious route to pull all the enemy aggro while the others sneak in. Ingrid gives a hype pre-battle speech, telling the squad she's proud to roll with them again. Taiho feels exactly the same way, and just like that, the squad takes flight. That same night, Ivar comes sprinting down the castle halls. Turns out his uncle just showed up, and his uncle happens to be none other than Merlin. Ivar is practically vibrating, pointing out that the old man hasn't aged a single bit in 20 years. Merlin skips the small talk and calmly announces that he felt someone draw Liberatus. Helga breaks the news that the hero party has already left, so Merlin doesn't waste a second and demands a ship immediately. Out on the open ocean, Merlin tries to track the squad, but the signal is weak because Taiho has the sword stashed in his inventory. So Merlin does what any absolute Chad archmage would do. He pulls out Caliburn, the original sword King Arthur pulled from the stone, and basically uses it as a magical Wi-Fi extender. Releasing its power boosts the resonance between the blades, lighting up the night sky like a literal beacon. Merlin points at the beam of light, tells his crew that way, and the boys start rowing like their lives depend on it. Meanwhile, on Taiho's ship, Quine nags our boy, asking when he's going to use the summoning ticket for Helda. Taiho's like, bro, it's a one-time consumable. I'm saving it for the boss fight. Quine gives him grief for planning to make his girl do the heavy lifting, but Taiho brushes it off and decides to check his mail. He summons Aden Maha, who appears looking way more relaxed than usual, but the random warriors on the ship instantly lock onto her, start simping and assume she's a Valkyrie. She shuts that rumor down fast, but the misunderstanding somehow triggers a literal system update, and Taiho unlocks a brand new saga, the warrior who was visited by a Valkyrie. The boys and even Ingrid hype him up to test his new skill, so he activates it, and boom, a spirit version of Helda materializes right on the deck. The crew completely loses their minds. They think this guy just unlocked a cheat code to summon Valkyries on demand. Taiho checks the info and explains that the saga lets him equip up to 9 guardian spirits, with their power scaling according to his level. The crew is violently jealous, and Brack acts like his personal hype man, demanding that he roll the gacha again. Taiho summons Ingrid next, but she appears looking like a laggy 144p hologram, nothing like her real self. He realizes the summon quality is tied to his affinity with them and how many blessings they've given him, which is exactly why he can't casually summon an overpowered unit like Raskrid yet. Brack grabs Taiho by the shoulders and officially crowns him the Valkyrie Master, declaring it's his destiny to catch every single Valkyrie in Valhalla, and immediately gets bonked on the head by Ingrid and Ciri for it. Aden Maha then chimes in asking where her summon is. Taiho just looks at her like, didn't you literally just say you're not a Valkyrie? Before she can argue, she notices a bright light and asks the most out-of-pocket question possible, why are your pants glowing? Taiho has a massive internal panic attack before she clarifies that the swords in his inventory, Unner and Liberatus, are lighting up like glow sticks. Aden Maha realizes what's happening. Merlin is on his way, and the old man has literal aimbot when it comes to tracking people. Ingrid decides they need to pause the raid and wait. Cut back to the ocean, where the holy light from Merlin's sword is cutting through the darkness, but someone else spots it. Enter Mordred, the one knight of the Round Table who survived the fall of Eriu, mostly because he's the traitor who caused it. He sees that familiar glow. Meanwhile, Merlin notices Taiho's signal has stopped moving and realizes they must have sensed him coming. With only 3 days left until they meet, Merlin tips his hat and quietly wonders what kind of person Eriu's new heir will be. So the squad has been waiting around for like 5 whole days, and just when it feels like they're going to be stuck there forever, Ingrid's raven finally shows up. Merlin points to the sky and tells Helga it's go time. Her face instantly lights up, and as the ships pull in, she spots Taiho and starts hyping him up. Taiho, Siri, and Brack all realize it's her and shout her name. But then Taiho gets that instant spider sense tingle. He completely freezes. Some absolute menace is tearing through the forest at Mach 5, making a beeline straight for Helga's ship. By the time Taiho even locks onto it, the guy is already in their airspace. It's Mordred, riding a horse and looking like he woke up and chose violence. Taiho says, "Screw gravity," grabs his weapon, and literally yeets himself off his own ship to intercept, leaving everyone screaming in the background, "Bro, what are you doing?" Mordred makes a buttery smooth dismount, charges up his sword, and launches a devastating slash straight at Helga's ship. Taiho tries to block it, but the shockwave just says nope and completely splits the massive ship in two like a piece of cake. Luckily, Merlin is paying attention. The man hits the squad with a clutch bubble shield, freezing them in midair and checking whether everyone is in one piece. They shout back that they're fine, but Merlin is shaken. He looks down, sees the sword, and his face goes completely grim. He realizes it's Clarent, the sacred blade, and through gritted teeth he's like, "Oh hell no, it's Mordred." Down below, Mordred is already charging his sword for round 2, but Taiho isn't letting him get another free shot. Our boy activates his saga, summons his edgy black crystal blade, and crashes into Mordred like an absolute meteor. The impact is basically a DBZ explosion. Ingrid yells for everyone to fall back and give Taiho room to work. When the dust clears, the trash talk begins. Mordred tells Taiho he's a nobody and needs to mind his own business. But Taiho fires right back, asking who sent him. From inside his safety bubble, Merlin decides to drop the lore. He calls Mordred out as the ultimate snake of Camelot, the guy who literally backstabbed King Arthur. But Mordred tries to defend his villain arc, saying, "Bro, we were getting destroyed. The battle was unwinnable. I had to kill my own father and open the gates so the city wouldn't be wiped out." Merlin basically calls him a gullible idiot for trusting the enemy's promise. Mordred throws a full tantrum, screaming that nobody understands his trauma and that he was only trying to be the hero. Taiho just rolls his eyes and answers by charging straight at him. He activates his warrior state, brings his black crystal sword down with everything he has, and flat out tells Mordred, "Yeah, I don't get you at all, bozo." The blow is so heavy that it shatters Mordred's guard and forces this so-called tragic hero right to his knees. Standing over him, Taiho drops some raw wisdom. If you really wanted to protect your home, you should have stood your ground and fought to the bitter end, because that's what a real man does. Well, that absolutely shatters Mordred's ego. He roars and activates his ultimate ability, summoning an entire army of literal ghosts, the fallen knights of Camelot, complete with glowing red eyes in the dark. Up in the sky, Merlin puts 2 and 2 together. Mordred has spent 100 years drowning in guilt to the point that he essentially became a wraith himself. The ghost army starts closing in, and things look incredibly bad for our boy. But just as he's about to get swarmed, a literal hammer drops from the heavens. Lightning completely cooks the ghost army, and who else could it be but Brack pulling a superhero landing with Ciri and Ingrid right behind him. Brack tells Taiho, "We've got the minions, you take the boss. Now it's a 1v1. But here's the problem. Mordred doesn't fight like the mindless monsters they've been facing. Mordred has a century of sweaty ranked PvP experience. Every strike is calculated, and the skill gap starts showing fast. Taiho is out there just swinging hard, while Mordred is dissecting him. Then the worst-case scenario happens. Mordred thrusts forward, Taiho raises his blade to block, and his sword literally shatters like glass. The weapon is gone. Mordred doesn't hesitate for a single second. He drives his blade straight through Taiho's armor and deep into his chest, telling him to be swallowed by the pain. Then a wave of dark energy completely engulfs Taiho. Mordred starts flexing his cursed sword, Clarent, giving the classic villain monologue about how it's filled with thousands of angry, burning ghosts from Camelot's fall, and he's fully prepared to add Taiho to the collection. Right before he can deliver the final blow, Ingrid comes in clutch, but Mordred casually blocks her and tells her she's hitting like a wet noodle. Ingrid ignores the disrespect, tells Taiho to lock in, and activates her ultimate, summoning golden magic mirrors behind her. She fires an entire barrage of explosions straight at Mordred. The smoke clears, and this absolute fraud is completely unfazed. He swats the attack away with a flick of his wrist, tells her she's still too weak, and blasts her with dark violet energy that completely drains her HP. And just like that, Ingrid hits the floor unconscious. Now it's just Taiho and Mordred again. Mordred decides it's time to wrap this up, and steps forward to finish our boy, who's currently paralyzed and barely staying alive, thanks to some background healing magic. It looks like a guaranteed game over. But up in the bleachers, Merlin has been watching the entire beatdown and realizes they'll never win as long as Mordred has that ghost army backing him up. So Merlin pulls out King Arthur's legendary sword, calls out to Mordred, and hits him with the ultimate bait. Hey, if you really want to restore Camelot's glory, why don't you try pulling this? He casually tosses the sword down into the dirt. Mordred catches it and instantly recognizes it as Excalibur, the literal symbol of Camelot's true king. And because this guy has massive daddy issues and an ego the size of the moon, he completely falls for it, thinking this is his chance to prove he's the rightful king. He grabs the hilt and starts yanking. He's straining, popping blood vessels, screaming, and leaking dark red aura everywhere, sweating absolute bullets, just trying to pull the sword out of its scabbard. But the thing refuses to budge. He looks up, demanding to know why it's stuck. Merlin floats down and delivers the coldest reality check. He tells Mordred in the calmest voice imaginable, "Look, it's not because you betrayed Camelot. It's not even because you literally murdered your own father. The reason is much simpler. The sword already chose someone else." Before Mordred can even process the disrespect, the sword in his hand starts glowing gold and literally teleports away. Next frame, Caliburn is resting right in Taiho's hands. Our boy grips it, stands up, and instantly unleashes a blinding golden aura that forces everyone on the battlefield to cover their eyes. Taiho gets the premium main character aesthetic update. His synchronization spikes, and when the light fades, he's standing there, decked out in fresh white and gold armor, officially unlocking the King of Camelot class. Mordred stares at him in pure disbelief before completely losing his mind. He's screaming, refusing to accept that he just got outshined, but things are about to get infinitely worse for him. The ghost army he was using? Yeah, they feel Taiho's true king aura and suddenly decide they're not about to fight their actual boss a second time. The spirits stop attacking, break formation, and literally jump Mordred. They turn into a massive swirling vortex of dark energy and scoop him into a raging ghost tornado, tossing him around like a rag doll while he screams in confusion. Merlin, holding onto his hat in the wind, yells at Taiho to finish the job and send those souls home. Taiho nods and steps forward, raising Caliburn. He swings it down and unleashes a tactical nuke-sized golden slash that cuts straight through the tornado and smashes Mordred directly into the ground. The impact triggers a massive explosion of golden light that blinds everyone again, and Merlin just smiles, recognizing that legendary Camelot aura. When the dust settles, the fight is completely over. Mordred's cursed sword falls from the sky and stabs into the ground right in front of Taiho. After all the dust finally settles, Merlin looks at Taiho, and his brain straight up glitches. For a split second, he doesn't see Taiho at all. He sees King Arthur standing right in front of him, calling his name like in the old days. The illusion fades as quickly as it came, but the emotional damage is already done. Merlin is fighting for his life, trying to keep it together, hit with a truckload of disbelief and relief all at once. He completely breaks down, tears falling as he drops into a deep bow and acknowledges Taiho as the returned King of Camelot. Later, Taiho goes to check on Ingrid in the med bay of their flying ship. She's sitting up in bed, looking super embarrassed, apologizing for getting destroyed in the last fight. Bless our boy Taiho, but his charm is absolutely in the negatives right now. Overall, I'm jealous of this bastard. He has zero clue how to comfort a woman, so he just blurts out, "Hey, if I didn't have Aiden's power and Caliburn carrying me, I would have folded too. Those guys were just built differently, so let's try not to suck next time." Quine is standing right there and deadpan roasts him, pointing out that Taiho has zero game. But Ingrid just giggles. She waves him over and gives him a little kiss on the forehead, passing on Njord's blessing to boost his stats. It's the least she can do right now. Taiho's brain completely short-circuits. He goes full tomato mode, mumbles something about her needing rest, and literally speedwalks out of the room. Outside on the deck, Merlin is chilling by the railing when Taiho walks up. Merlin immediately goes for the respectful kingly bow again, but Taiho shuts that down fast. He's like, "Bro, stop. Just treat me like Aiden's warrior. We're not doing the whole royalty thing." He pulls out Gay Bolg and hands it over, practically in mint condition. Right on cue, Quine pops out to say what's up and gives Merlin the SparkNotes version of the absolute chaos they just went through. Merlin takes it all in and officially recognizes Taiho as Arthur's true successor. Taiho admits that having everyone call him King of Camelot is giving him major anxiety, but Merlin tells him not to overthink it. He's just here to be the ultimate support unit, not to force Taiho onto a throne. Quine backs him up, reminding everyone that Camelot's golden age started with a scrawny kid who looked like a total NPC too. But right now, none of that matters. They've got a war coming, and the Fomorians are waiting. Merlin locks in, pledging his magic to the cause, and the squad gets ready to move. The next morning, the squad is back on the grind. They ditch the flying ship because Ingrid outsmarted the enemy by sending it off as a decoy in the completely wrong direction, then go full stealth mode toward Kalaheim. Word on the street is that this city is crawling with Fomorians hiding in plain sight. In a secret meeting inside a wooden hut deep in the forest, Ingrid drops the intel about the local king and his nobles. Yeah, they're straight-up skinwalkers. The Fomorians are wearing human faces and hiding inside the castle. The whole team is disgusted. Ingrid lays out the raid plan. They blitz the castle while she calls in the Valkyrie cavalry through the Bifrost. Ciri finds the plan a little strange and asks if there are only Fomorians inside the castle. Ingrid replies that the castle is packed with innocent humans mixed in with the monsters. If they go in swinging, the friendly fire will be insane. Taiho mentions that his eyes can spot the imposters but asks Merlin if there's an AoE way to sort this out. Merlin just smirks like the wizard Chad he is and says there's always a way. Fast forward to the next day, and it's showtime. Taiho rolls in from the sky alongside Ciri and Merlin. Once they reach the drop zone, Taiho gives the green light. Merlin launches a massive magical fireworks display right over the castle. Naturally, all the humans and undercover Fomorians pour outside, staring up at the sky like total idiots. It's the perfect setup. Taiho activates his dragon eyes, basically turning on wall hacks to see straight through their disguises. Ciri knocks her arrows and Merlin enchants them in midair. Instead of dealing fatal damage, the arrows rain down and leave glowing marks on everyone's heads. Blue for innocent humans and bright neon red for the ugly bastards in disguise. The crowd starts panicking, completely confused by the glowing targets on their foreheads. Then the sky literally tears open. A massive shower of divine steel rains down, completely barricading the castle and trapping everyone inside. Valhalla's warriors drop into the arena like absolute bosses. Gandor steps forward, looks at the crowd, and says, "Red marks are Fomorians, blue marks are human, kill everything in red, no mercy." All right, time for a quick lore drop. Odin built something called the Grand Barrier, which is basically a massive regional lock between Asgard and Midgard. It keeps giant monsters out. But the catch is that high-level fighters like Thor can't simply drop into Midgard at full power, or the sheer pressure would literally crash the server and shatter the barrier. Anyway, back to the fight. The Fomorians near the wall get wiped out. Taiho's squad pushes into the castle, slicing through waves of enemies. One Valhalla soldier looks around at the sheer number of mobs spawning and says, "Bro, how many of these things did they pack in here?" But Gandor isn't letting anyone get distracted. She tells the squad to ignore the trash mobs and push straight for the boss room, because that's where the Fomorian leader Briss is hiding. Inside the throne room, this old human king is sitting there looking regal, right up until his disguise literally melts, off and reveals Briss. Briss takes one look out the window at Valhalla's sweaty try-hard raid party and immediately thinks, yeah, absolutely not. I'm not doing this today. Survival first, revenge later. He briefly considers taking the sewer exit but decides it's far too risky. So he uses the ultimate low-budget stealth tactic. He throws on a hood and tries to casually blend in with his own fodder troops, hoping to speedwalk his way to the edge of the map and dip. And the crazy part is, it's actually working. He's almost out when a glowing, explosive arrow drops from the sky and misses his head by mere inches. He looks up, and there's our boy Tai-Ho, hovering on a griffin beside Captain Siri, pointing straight at him with his wall hacks fully activated. Tai-Ho literally calls him out by name in front of the entire battlefield. Briss grinds his teeth, keeps his face completely expressionless, and just keeps walking. Man is really playing the "if I don't acknowledge them, they don't exist" game. But his stealth run is officially dead. The Valkyries drop from the sky and completely box him in. Leaf steps forward, looks him dead in the eye, and tells him his free trial of life has expired. Gandor rolls up to rub salt in the wound, straight up calling him a coward for trying to sneak away. Then one of the Valkyries charges her sword with lightning and actually lands a solid hit on him. Why does it hurt? Because Odin secretly placed a massive area of effect debuff over the region, heavily nerfing Briss's stats so even regular high-tier warriors can damage him. All the Valkyries jump in at once, spamming lightning skills to pin him to the ground. At this point, the bastard is officially crowd-controlled. Briss strains against the chains, realizing this was Odin's trap all along. He flexes and says their little rune magic won't hold him forever. One of the Valkyries just smirks and says, "We know." Because they aren't trying to kill him. They're just holding him in place for the orbital strike. Cut to a mountain cliff far above where Thor stands with his hammer fully charged, locked onto the rune circle down in Midgard. He's found the perfect loophole. He can fire his ultimate attack through the barrier without physically crossing it, nuking Briss into oblivion. He's just about to pull the trigger when he senses a presence behind him. He turns around. It's Loki. Back on the battlefield, the Valkyries are completely draining their mana bars just trying to keep Briss pinned. They were counting on Thor's assist, but it's late. Region Leaf realizes they can't hold out much longer, so she screams at her squad to force the magic circle and seal him outright. But Briss has already downloaded their attack patterns. He shatters the magical bindings, draws his weapon, and in one buttery smooth motion, absolutely one-shots two Valkyries. They drop dead on the spot. Regenlaugh screams their names in pure horror. Briss actually pauses for a moment, silently respecting that they stood their ground even when they were running on empty, before going right back to the slaughter. Valhalla's warriors flood the area to protect the remaining Valkyries, screaming Odin's name, but Briss just mows through them like wet paper. But right in the middle of all this slaughter, Briss's instincts kick in. He notices the desperate, panicked way they're fighting. The timing is completely off. The plan has gone sideways. Thor's nuke never came. He immediately suspects Loki must have somehow interfered with their communication or blocked the attack. Meanwhile, up on the cliff, Thor glares at Loki and demands to know what the hell he's doing there. Loki pulls his classic Loki move, just standing there with that smug-ass smirk and letting the awkward silence do all the heavy lifting before he finally speaks. He lays it out for Thor. The whole master plan was to wear Briss down until the mid and high-tier warriors could actually jump him, even if it meant a bunch of them dying in the process. Thor's like, yeah, no shit, so why are you here? And Loki straight up brushes him off, saying it doesn't matter anymore. Thor is completely region locked right now. He can't add his power to the seal, and if he tries to descend to the battlefield, he'll shatter the Grand Barrier, which is a massive no-go. So Loki basically tells him to grab some popcorn, sit back, and enjoy the show. Down on the ground, yeah, it's an absolute massacre. Briss is completely surrounded, slicing through warriors like they're tutorial mobs. After getting bored with the warm-up, he literally taps his forehead, opens a glowing red third eye, and nukes the entire front line with a massive crimson energy blast. The whole squad gets deleted in one frame. But wait, that was exactly the opening the heavy hitters were waiting for. Brak comes dropping in from above with a lightning-charged hammer. Siri follows up by firing 3 arrows, and then Taiho pulls up riding a literal massive red dragon, sword drawn, and actually lands a direct hit on Briss's chest. The bad news? Briss is built way too differently, and the impact completely shatters Taiho's sword into pieces. Briss gets staggered for maybe half a millisecond, gets annoyed, pulls out the legendary red and gold spear of Lu Hin, and casually launches it. It hits the dragon, triggers a nuclear explosion, and sends Taiho ragdolling into the stratosphere while Merlin, Siri, and Brak just stand there watching their boy blast off like Team Rocket. Cedric immediately hits the gas on her griffin to play ambulance and catch Taiho before he becomes a permanent part of the pavement. Brak realizes someone has to tank the boss, so he steps directly into Briss's path to buy time. Briss is absolutely fed up at this point. He conjures his own crimson lightning hammer. Brak raises his, and they clash at full force. The shockwave literally cracks the earth. But let's be honest, we all knew how this was going to end. Briss's power completely obliterates Brak's hammer like it was made of plastic. But right when things look hopeless, the indomitable human spirit kicks in. All the half-dead, injured warriors who were supposed to be done for the day start dragging themselves back to their feet. They straight up refuse to stay down, telling Brak he isn't the only one crazy enough to stand there and take a beating. Then Rian arrives with 4 Valkyries to join the standoff. Briss is absolutely furious now, basically yelling, "Screw it, all of you come at me at once." Meanwhile, Siri safely drops Taiho off with Merlin, tells him to take care of Taiho, and with that, she's ready to rejoin the battle. Cut over to Kalaheim Castle, where the 3 Valkyries who just dropped that steel rain attack are absolutely running on fumes, with practically 0 stamina left. Raskrid gasps for air, confirms that the strike landed, and hopes the city assault is going smoothly. Then the blue-haired one asks if they at least hit Briss with the shot. Ingrid says that if the plan worked, then yeah, probably. But then she stops walking and says, well, let's check. Meanwhile, Merlin stands over an unconscious Taiho, pulls out his summoning stone, and calls in Aden Maha. She appears, takes one look at our boy sleeping on the job, completely freezes in panic, and immediately starts spamming healing spells. The second Merlin gives her the green light. Back on the battlefield, things are still going horribly wrong. Brak grabs a random weapon from the ground, starts hyping himself up, claiming he's the son of a god, and charges at Briss wrapped in lightning. Briss just chuckles, steps right up to him and absolutely folds him. Complete one tap, Brak's weapon shatters, and he hits the ground so hard that he becomes a permanent terrain feature. Lying in a literal crater and taking this massive loss, he's forced to confront his daddy issues. Thor isn't his biological father. It's physically impossible, since Thor hasn't set foot in Midgard since the barrier went up a century ago. But while Brak is having his existential crisis, the rest of the warriors keep trying their luck, and Briss casually sweeps them out of the fight. He swats 3 Valkyries out of the sky like annoying mosquitoes, and then Siri shows up. She fires a massive energy arrow straight at his head, but Briss pulls off an Ultra Instinct dodge at the last second, closes the gap, and gives her the meanest beatdown. He literally turns his back on her, assuming she's done. But no, she's not done yet. She uses her saga of the old witch. She forces herself back up because someone has to keep this bastard busy until Taiho gets back, and she's decided to take the shift. Just then, she hears her name. She turns around and sees a mysterious golden-haired man in a green hood, glowing with calm legendary energy, telling her he's not letting her die today, and he's not letting Aiden take her from him either. She barely has time to crack a smile before Briss turns around and swings to finish the job, but he hits nothing but an afterimage. The real Siri appears behind him, and bro, her saga officially upgrades to the legendary max-tier wolf goddess. And the plot armor doesn't stop there. Brack starts waking up from his dirt nap, flashing back to when he was ugly crying over finding out Thor wasn't his real father. But in the memory, Thor himself walks up, sits beside him, and says, "Bro, every warrior in my legion is my child." That little pep talk was all the fuel Brack needed. He drags his battered body upright, screams that he's the son of a god one more time, and boom, he goes full Super Saiyan 2. Golden energy absolutely erupts from him, and he manages to summon a glowing hammer that looks suspiciously like a copyright-free Mjolnir. Briss looks between the two of them, absolutely sick to his stomach that he's getting double-teamed by mid-fight awakenings. Meanwhile, in the back line, Aiden Maha is still desperately trying to revive Taiho when she suddenly yells at Merlin to check Taiho's inventory and grab the golden apple fast. Merlin tosses it over. She takes a bite, and man, she doesn't even hesitate. She leans right in and gives Taiho a direct mouth-to-mouth golden apple transfer to push his healing into absolute overdrive. The apple enters Taiho's system, and massive golden light starts exploding everywhere. Meanwhile, Briss is tunnel-visioned on Brack, while awakened Siri is moving like the Flash. She's blurring around him so fast that his head is spinning just trying to track her. Brack instantly capitalizes on the confusion and swings his thunder hammer. Briss manages to block it, but that split second of distraction is a fatal mistake. Siri slides in and drives a massive hit straight into his chest, slicing him open. And before Briss can even process his HP dropping, Raskrid and Gandor come crashing in from the sidelines, jumping him from behind. It's an absolute Jujutsu Kaisen-style jumping, and the combined force of the attack actually makes Briss scream in pain. Then Brack decides to go all in. Brack leaps into the stratosphere and brings the hammer straight down on Briss's skull, smashing his face directly into the ground. The impact kicks up so much dust that the Valkyries have to shield their eyes. Right at that exact moment, Sleeping Beauty finally wakes up. Aiden Maha is practically in tears, scolding Taiho out of pure relief. Taiho hits her with a "my bad," asks her to help him up, and when she frantically asks whether he's even in condition to fight, he shuts it down. He basically says the longer they wait, the more this boss scales, so they're going back in now. Merlin gives him a nod of approval. Taiho summons Caliburn, gets completely enveloped in golden protagonist energy, and heads straight for the battle. Back in the crater, the entire squad decides to rush Briss all at once. But you know the golden rule of anime. If the smoke clears and the boss is still standing there, you're screwed. Briss stands up and detonates a massive crimson AoE blast that completely overwhelms their team's attack. And when the dust settles, he's completely unfazed, fully healed, and somehow stronger than before. He instantly goes on the offensive, sweeping the Valkyries aside like low-level mobs, and then locks into a brutal clash with Brack, sword against hammer. Briss glares at him, basically telling him to accept the loss and go to sleep. Brack holds on through sheer willpower alone, when suddenly a massive pillar of golden light shoots into the sky. Everyone stops what they're doing because they know exactly what time it is. Taiho drops in from the sky riding Rolo and, without wasting a second, activates both of his legendary sagas at the exact same time, Warrior of Aden and King of Camelot. Briss takes one look at that sword and, for the first time, actually starts sweating. They don't waste a second and immediately start trading blows, creating a shockwave that literally blows Brack and Siri off their feet. From there, they're trading blows left and right. But here's the crazy part. Briss laughs at Taiho, saying everything he's doing is pointless. As the battle continues, his power level will keep rising. But what this idiot doesn't know is that the same is true for our boy. As the battle continues, Taiho's synchronization rate with Caliburn keeps climbing. His movements get sharper, and his body physically adapts to the pressure. He's Briss back once, then again. Briss gets pissed and swings for his head, but hits nothing but air. Taiho is already gone. He appears high above and orders Rollo to transform into a dragon. With that, he dives straight down like a literal meteor. But Briss isn't running. He plants his feet, opens that crimson third eye, and throws up his ultimate barrier. The dragon crashes into it, and the collision is absolutely blinding, a massive explosion of light, force, and debris. But the barrier holds. Briss smirks, thinking he successfully tanked the ultimate attack. But Taiho just pours in even more power. Now Briss is absolutely sweating. His barrier starts cracking, he's getting pushed back, and his brain is completely short-circuiting. He's staring at Taiho, thinking, wait, this guy shouldn't be doing this much damage. He practically throws a tantrum, demanding to know what Taiho really is, as if begging for patch notes to explain his own defeat. But our boy Taiho couldn't care less about his feelings. He goes ballistic and delivers a sword strike, screaming, "This one's for Aden Maha." Cut to Aden Maha hearing this from a distance, and she instantly turns into a walking tomato. Taiho shatters the barrier and drives Caliburn straight through this bozo. Then a massive fire dragon scoops Taiho into the sky for the ultimate victory lap. Meanwhile, up on a cliff, Thor has absolutely had enough of Loki's nonsense and swings at him, splitting him clean in half. But surprise, surprise, it's just a magical copy. Loki drops some cryptic villain dialogue and disappears, leaving Thor literally yelling at the clouds. Back in the air, Taiho realizes this dragon is connected to Caliburn, the Lord of Scorching Flames. He points it toward the remaining Fomorian mobs, and the dragon breathes straight fire, wiping the floor with all of them. The battlefield goes absolutely crazy, especially because killing that bastard dropped a huge amount of XP and rune buffs. Brack is still hyped out of his mind, practically shadowboxing the air. By sunset, it's a massive win for Valhalla. They take Kalaheim Castle and wipe out the Fomorians, though they definitely took some heavy losses getting there. That night, they set up camp, and Aden Maha goes full concerned waifu mode. She tracks Taiho down and scolds him to actually rest, because newsflash, he's still heavily injured, and winning doesn't magically heal you. Taiho thanks her and tells the crew to get some sleep. But then it hits her. She remembers the whole "this one's for Aden Maha" line. The blush comes back with a vengeance. She spins around, literally tells her griffin to get lost, and speed walks away without making eye contact. Taiho just watches her leave with that smug little smile. Then Brack and Ciri walk up. Brack is losing his mind over how insane the fight was, but then he pivots and starts heavily simping over Ciri and how unbelievable her transformation was. He's getting way too passionate about it. Taiho instantly realizes this man is down bad, and Ciri realizes it too, so she straight up smacks him. Taiho sees it, smiles, and quietly slips away to sleep. He passes out and wakes, up in a dream inside Aiden's realm. Taiho goes through his usual greeting routine. Aiden tells him to take a seat. She explains that Briss has been a massive pain in Asgard's ass for ages, and thanks him on behalf of the higher-ups. Taiho, being the humble protagonist he is, says it was a team effort. Aiden agrees that the Valkyries bleeding for the setup was crucial, but without him, it would have been game over. Then she drops the real reward. Taiho is being officially promoted to a high-ranking warrior, which means she can finally make him commander of her legion. Taiho pauses for a second, wondering about all the other members of this so-called legion he hasn't met yet. Aiden reads his mind and gives him the reality check. Yeah, what you're thinking is correct. You're the only one left. But she makes it clear she's not choosing him by default. He actually earned this. Taiho takes the news like a champ without flinching. She mentions that a formal ceremony is coming up and asks if he'll summon Helda for it. He instantly agrees. Then Eden leans in and gives him a soft kiss on the forehead. After all that epic hype, it takes a whole 5 days to clean up the castle after the battle. The Valkyries perform proper send-off ceremonies for the fallen, while the city basically tapes itself back together after losing its ruler. Also, this lucky bastard is having the time of his life because, to strengthen his saga of the warrior visited by a Valkyrie, all the Valkyries visit him daily and give him a kiss on the forehead. By day 6, the man is fully locked in and ready to go. That morning, Regenlife gathers every Valhalla warrior in front of the castle because before anyone teleports back home, Taiho is finally getting his promotion and can share the moment with his girl. So he pulls out his shiny golden summoning card, and Helda appears with that bright, warm smile of hers. After a quick, wholesome reunion, she gives him the classic, "I have a confession" look. It turns out she had quietly hidden the fact that his assigned legion had absolutely 0 senior warriors. But Taiho brushes it off and doesn't even sweat it. Then the ceremony kicks off for real. Ragin Leaf calls him onto the stage and officially announces him as the new commander of Eden's Legion. The warriors go absolutely feral, screaming his name and hyping him up. But then Helda steps forward for the official blessing. She places her hand on his head, pauses for dramatic effect, and straight up kisses him. Bruh, the crowd loses its collective mind. It's pure chaos. Half of them are cheering, and the other half look ready to jump him out of pure, unfiltered jealousy. Once the hype dies down, Regenlife clears her throat to read the fine print. She announces that since Taiho is officially a high-ranking warrior now, he can't just stroll through the Grand Barrier into Asgard whenever he wants. Taiho immediately starts sweating, thinking he can't get back to Asgard. But Regenlife calms him down, telling him it's not permanent, just a temporary measure. Besides, the Garmer fragments are only appearing in Midgard right now, so that's where the action is. Then she drops another piece of news on him. Commander Taiho is now the supreme commander of every Valhalla force operating in Midgard. Our boy just stands there, dial-up noises playing in his head as his brain completely blue screens. When he finally snaps back to reality, he's like, "What did you just say?" Regenlife tells him not to sweat it, adding that everything will basically stay the same. All he needs to do is command the Valkyries and tell them what to do. The warriors give him one last cheer to seal the deal. Cut to that night, the castle is dead quiet, and Taiho is heading back to his room, half exhausted and half stressed about his new middle management duties. Suddenly, he bumps into Helda in the hallway. She admits she just wanted to see him one last time before heading back, and instantly, the romantic tension goes off the charts. They do that awkward anime thing where they look everywhere except at each other, knowing they won't see each other for a while. But before anything can happen, enter Adin Maha, the ultimate cockblocker. She swoops in from nowhere, grabs Helda, and literally drags her off to bed like a tired mom who's completely done with the romance arc. Taiho just waves and tells her to sleep well, then heads to his room alone. He passes out pretty quickly, but suddenly he smells this incredibly pleasant scent, like he's lying in the middle of a sunflower field. Next thing he knows, he opens his eyes and finds himself in bed with an absolute blonde baddie. This girl is acting very forward and ready to risk it all. But our boy Taiho, loyal king that he is, immediately scrambles back, completely freaked out, complaining that she startled him and demanding to know who she is and how she got in. Then his remaining 2 brain cells finally connect. He looks around, realizes he definitely isn't in his own room, and it hits him. He's in a dream. Without missing a beat, he gives a polite bow and says, "The warrior of Aden greets the god of Asgard." The blonde baddie just laughs, clearly impressed that he figured it out so quickly. She sits up properly, looks directly at him, and says, "Nice to meet you, warrior of Aden. I'm Freyja." Taiho hears the name Freyja and his jaw practically hits the floor. We're talking about Freyja, goddess of beauty and magic, casually chilling on his bed in his dream. He looks up to really take her in, and yeah, her aura is no joke. Meanwhile, Freyja is sitting there being totally delusional, thinking our boy is completely captivated by her divine beauty. She expects him to drool and lose his mind like every other man. But no, Taiho is built differently. In his head, he just deadpans. Honestly, Helda is much prettier. And because she's a god, Freyja's senses completely pick up that vibe. She expected him to be dumbstruck, but his total calmness throws her off. She keeps her confident smile, but deep down she's slightly irritated. Suddenly, a portal literally tears open right in the middle of the dream, and in walks Aiden, looking absolutely heated. Freyja acts like she isn't trespassing in another god's territory and greets her as if everything is totally normal. Taiho immediately bows to his actual boss, and Aiden cuts straight to the point. "Why are you in my warrior's room?" Freyja smooth talks her way through it, claiming she's only here to acknowledge a top-tier warrior and isn't trying to poach him, though the obvious irritation in her voice tells a completely different story. She turns back to Taiho and playfully calls him the Valkyrie Master, then tosses him a Valkyrie horn. This thing is basically a VIP hotline that lets him summon and command Valkyries directly. Taiho catches it and says thanks, but Aiden is still visibly annoyed and asks if she's finished. Freyja tells Aiden to relax in front of her own warrior, steps straight into Taiho's personal space, and plants a kiss directly on his lips before he can dodge. Aiden yells out, but Freyja ignores her for a second, pulls back with a soft laugh, gives a playful farewell, and disappears. Now there's nothing but pure awkward silence, just Taiho and Aiden standing there. Aiden gathers herself, checking to make sure Freyja didn't curse him or mess with his head. Taiho shakes his head, but he's just staring at her. She notices and asks what's wrong. He says, "I've met many gods by now, but why do you keep your face hidden, Lady Aiden?" That catches her completely off guard. She reaches up to her veil and says, "If you want to see, I'll show you," then takes it off. Her face is absolutely stunning. But there's a catch. Her eyes are still completely hidden beneath a blindfold. Taiho just stands there silently, not knowing what to say, and Aiden instantly reads the room. She laughs, teasing him for looking so disappointed, and says she's just messing with him. He wants to ask about the blindfold, but before he can get the words out, she says her time is up, gives him a soft, wholesome kiss on the forehead as her blessing, and heads back. Cut to the bad guys for a second. Loki is standing in front of Korga, this edgy orc who's basically Briss's right-hand man. Korga is bowing down, begging for power, and Loki raises his hand. He tells Korga he has a very important task for him. Back at the castle, Taiho wakes up to his new reality, and the workplace dynamics have completely changed. Ingrid gives him a super stiff formal report, and Taiho realizes everyone is suddenly speaking to him formally. He runs into Siri and tries to greet her casually, like always, but she shuts that down immediately, reminding him that he's the commander now and can't be casual with his subordinates. So Taiho, being an absolute menace, decides to test the waters and calls her Siri Nuna. Bro, she straight up short circuits. She gets incredibly flustered, her face turns red, and she immediately backpedals, saying, "Absolutely not. Just Siri is fine." He agrees and keeps moving. Taiho steps out through the main gates, stands in front of his new army of warriors and Valkyries, raises his sword, and barks out his first official order. The whole squad roars back in unison. Hype levels are off the charts. But up on a nearby rooftop, Korga is waiting for his chance to strike at our boy. Down below, Helda appears behind Taiho to say goodbye, since this is his first official deployment. Plus, she's heading back to Asgard today. Taiho says he wishes she could stay, and that awkward romantic tension hits them again. But right on cue, Aiden Maha, the undisputed champion of cockblocking, swoops in, grabs Helda, and drags her away again. Helda shouts a quick, "Take care." But the absolute millisecond she's gone, Korga makes his move. He drops from the roof and closes the distance instantly. Hilda catches it at the last second and screams, "A warning!" But it's too late. Korga grabs Taiho from behind in a chokehold, and nasty dark violet energy erupts from his body. Korga starts chanting. The power spikes instantly, and then boom, a massive violet shockwave blasts out, shaking the whole area and blinding everyone in the blast zone. When the sketchy violet light finally fades, Taiho's whole squad, Hilda, Aden, Maha, Brack, and Siri, are just standing around stunned. They have absolutely no clue what just happened. Meanwhile, Merlin is clutching his hat, his instincts going absolutely haywire, because he instantly realizes they just got bamboozled. When the dust finally settles, surprise, they're nowhere near the castle. The squad has been violently dropped into this massive, barren rock arena. Asgard recognizes it as forced teleportation, but Merlin is already sweating bullets. He looks up at the sky, does the math, and realizes exactly where they've been dumped. They're in Eru. Aiden, Maha, and Quine take one look around and confirm it. But why the hell are they here? Taiho looks up, and the trap becomes painfully obvious. Cut over to Loki, who's out here putting on an absolute masterclass in hater behavior. He's smugly explaining to the giant lord that since the Grand Barrier stops these overpowered giant raid bosses from entering Midgard, he found a loophole and forcibly teleported Taiho's entire team out of Midgard instead. And standing right beside Loki is today's raid boss, Valgard, the Earth Giant. This dude is a literal walking natural disaster, and his only job is to pack up the warrior of Eden and send his whole squad to the lobby. Loki is grinning hard, fully confident Asgard won't be able to send backup before the whole team gets wiped out. Back in Eru, the sky literally tears wide open, and a massive meteor-sized object comes hurtling straight toward them. Brack takes one look and instantly understands the situation. He's seen this kind of walking calamity before. He goes full tank mode, steps to the front, and screams at everyone to get behind him. The boss hits the ground, and the AoE from the impact is absurd. The whole map shatters, shockwaves blow them backward, and rocks fly everywhere like shrapnel. Brack roars, flexes his elemental power, and drops a massive lightning strike to blast the incoming boulders out of the air before the squad gets turned into Swiss cheese. When the smoke finally clears, Valgard climbs out of the crater. The sheer size of this absolute unit leaves the whole squad temporarily stunned. But Taiho snaps out of it first. He immediately realizes he's the one holding the boss's aggro, so he barks an order for the team to scatter and stay out of the splash zone. Valgard lumbers right up to him, points a giant finger, and basically says, "Warrior of Aden, your free trial of life has expired." Hilda and Aden Maha are ready to jump the guy, but Taiho shuts that down immediately. He tells them to stay back and let him cook unless he calls for backup. Valgard wastes zero time and goes straight for a massive Donkey Kong-style ground pound. Taiho dodges at the absolute last microsecond, jumps onto the giant's arm, and starts sprinting up it like a highway. Valgard swings his other hand to swat him like a mosquito, but Taiho pulls off a sick animation cancel, shifting straight into hawk form. He completely breaks the giant's ankles and rockets into the sky. Once he's secured the high ground, Taiho shifts back, summons Rollo, and mounts up to climb even higher. Now, our boy knows Rollo's base form isn't going to do a damn thing here, so he instantly triggers the dragon transformation. Without missing a beat, Taiho points at the giant and tells Rollo to roast the rocky bastard until he turns to glass. Rollo unleashes absolute hellfire, but Valgard casually reshapes his arms into a massive stone, shield and tanks the blast head-on. He slides back a little, but the fire basically does zero damage. Taiho immediately figures out the boss's gimmick. This guy can actively reshape his own body to counter whatever element they throw at him. Then Valgard gets real quiet for a second, before letting out a deafening roar. Suddenly, a terrifying shotgun blast of stone spikes erupts from his chest at Mach 10. Taiho tries to evade, but they're trapped in absolute bullet hell. A bunch of spikes tear straight through Rollo, dropping the dragon to 1 HP, while Taiho takes some nasty chip damage himself. Refusing to let his best boy get permanently wrecked, Taiho instantly unsummons Rollo to save his life. But with the dragon gone, Taiho is now literally free falling through the air with zero backup. Does he panic? Absolutely not. Our boy spots the remaining stone spikes still flying through the air, uses them as literal stepping stones, and goes full-blown anime protagonist. He starts parkouring across the falling rocks in mid-air, sword drawn, closing the gap to deliver some personal, up-close disrespect straight to Valgard's face. Valgard counters with another massive fist, hoping to end this before Taiho even gets into melee range. But our boy is already hitting the turbo button. Lightning starts crackling around him. He charges blue energy in his palm and rockets forward. The giant throws another punch, but Taiho hits a mid-air dash, phasing right through it without losing a single drop of momentum. He says, "Merlin, now's the time." And the wizard yells back for him to keep the boss occupied for just 1 second while he finishes casting. Taiho plays the perfect distraction, buying every millisecond he can until Merlin finally drops a massive fireball straight from the sky that hits Valgard dead center. The explosion shatters the giant into 1,000,000 pieces and everyone starts celebrating, but Merlin instantly starts sweating and yells, "My king, that thing isn't down yet." Just then, the broken chunks of rock start trembling, cracking apart from the inside, and suddenly a completely different figure steps out of the rubble. It turns out that colossal mountain of rock was just his Phase 1 armor. Valgard's true form is a leaner, stone-limbed humanoid. Realizing they're in deep trouble, Brack and Ciri immediately activate their ultimate sagas. Our boy follows suit, and all three rush in for the gank. Valgard slams the ground, spawning a wall of defensive stone spikes, but Brack goes full unga-bunga, blasting straight through the barricade. He starts raining heavy attacks down on Valgard, but the boss doesn't even flinch. The dude has absolute super armor. Right then, the rest of the squad regroups, but Aiden Maha suddenly snaps her head up and points at the sky. Massive stone spheres are dropping from above, crashing all around them. Raskrid immediately yells, "Enemy reinforcements," and orders everyone to regroup and deal with them. Back to the main fight. Brack winds up a max-charged, lightning-infused hammer swing, and Valgard casually catches it with his bare wrist. Brack freezes, and that one pause says everything. You can practically see his soul leave his body as Valgard delivers a punch straight into his chest. Brack gets sent flying, coughing up blood before he even hits the ground, and is knocked out cold. Ciri tries to get back at Valgard while he's distracted looking forward, but without even turning around, the boss spawns a stone spike from the ground straight through her. She drops instantly. Taiho rushes in next, sword drawn, closing the gap fast. Valgard tries to read his movement, but Taiho cuts through the surrounding spikes and actually lands a graze across his chest, drawing first blood. Valgard stops, looks down at the scratch, and his expression goes completely flat. You can literally see the switch flip in his head as he decides, right then and there, that Taiho's plot armor is getting revoked today. Meanwhile, those meteor spheres unfold into full-blown stone golems, swarming the Valkyries. Auden Maha shifts into her sea dragon form and blasts one with freezing fire. Helda charges in, ignites her fire sword, parkours up a golem, and drives the blade straight through its head, one-shotting the mob. The second her boots touch the ground, Aiden Maha screams at her to ignore the trash mobs and get to Taiho. Helda doesn't hesitate. She activates a sprint and runs, but when she gets there, she runs straight into an invisible wall of pure despair. Brack is crumpled on the ground, completely unconscious. Ciri is motionless, skewered by a spike, and standing in the middle of the carnage is Valgard, holding our boy Taiho off the ground by his literal skull. Helda is completely paralyzed. She tries to call out to him, but her voice cracks. Hearing Helda scream, that giant bastard Valgard slowly turns to look at her. flashing the most toxic, disrespectful smirk imaginable. He literally tells her, "Too late, Miss Valkyrie," and slams our boy Taiho headfirst into the dirt. He winds up for another punch to finish the job, and Helda realizes they're completely screwed. So she hits the literal "oh shit" button and decides to stop holding back. Boom, a massive golden flashbang goes off. Valgard is blinded and staggers back, his aggro completely broken. The whole battlefield shifts in a split second, and when the particle effects finally settle, standing there in Helda's place is Goddess Aiden. At that exact moment, Taiho's eyes snap open. His HP bar instantly shoots from 1 to 100. He pushes himself off the ground, looks at Helda, and says, "So you were Aiden all along." Aiden just gives him a little nod, apologizing for hiding it from him all this time. Meanwhile, Valgard, who clearly has absolutely zero respect for the lore drop, tries to spawn kill Taiho right then and there by smashing the ground, but Taiho uses instant movement, appearing right beside the giant like it's nothing, and flat out tells him, "We aren't done here." Now, with Aiden standing beside him, the mana drain from maintaining 2 legendary sagas suddenly feels like a breeze. Just then, the sky lights up like a premium 10-pull gacha animation, and Taiho hits the absolute jackpot. Quine looks like she just saw a ghost because she knows exactly who is about to appear. One by one, the literal Knights of the Round Table materialize. They appear right behind Taiho and declare that even though Camelot is gone and Eryu has been destroyed, they never forgot their oath and will always stand behind their king. Valgard roars and tries to rush them, but he's about to find out what an actual coordinated raid party looks like. The knights hit him with the combo: Tristan's bow, Galahad's sword, Percival's lance, and Agravain's blade, all chaining together flawlessly. They literally stun-lock the giant. He can't break their guard to save his life. Then Lancelot steps forward and brings down Erendite, deleting a massive chunk of Valgard's HP and making the giant scream in actual agony. But bro, they aren't even done. Above Taiho, one final golden light gathers, and a god literally drops Gawain's legendary sword, Galatine, straight from the heavens. Taiho catches it in mid-air, and his synchronization rate shoots to the absolute moon. He unlocks the myth saga of the Sword of the Sun, and his power peaks beneath the midday sun. Valgard tries to lock onto him again, but no, not happening. This guy is toast. Taiho closes the gap in a single frame and lands the ultimate finisher, cleaving the giant perfectly in two. He sticks the superhero landing, driving the sword into the ground to hold himself up. He looks up, and Aiden is walking toward him with quiet, proud relief in her eyes. Fast forward to the epilogue, and Aden Maha is now officially a Valkyrie, basically playing HR for Aiden's Legion. She expects maybe 3 guys and a dog to show up for recruitment, but the turnout is absolutely insane. Warriors are literally sprinting to sign up, buzzing about how hyped the Legion is right now. Aden Maha is genuinely confused, thinking to herself, Taiho definitely went around scamming people and hyping up our guild, didn't he? Helda pulls up on a boat, takes one look at the massive crowd wrapping around the building, and realizes they're officially suffering from success. The garrison is booming just like the good old days. Later, Aden Maha manages to corner Taiho, demanding to know why he went around spreading rumors that their legion was packed with absolute baddies just to get people to join. But our boy doesn't even blink. He activates his unspoken protagonist charm, looks her dead in the eye, and says, "What do you mean lies? It's the truth. We have Helda, Ingrid, and Ciri." Then he points directly at her and adds, "And we have you." So yeah, the Legion is packed with beautiful Valkyries. Aden Maha instantly blue screens. She catches serious feelings and gets completely flustered, then speed walks away before she melts. Taiho just smiles, heads for the door, and walks outside. But the second he steps out, he freezes dead in his tracks. Ingrid is standing right there, hand over her heart in a full knightly salute, and behind her every single warrior, Valkyrie, and Legion member stands in perfect formation, doing the exact same thing. It's been a century since the last great war, but a new one is beginning, the endgame, meant to wipe out the monsters across the 9 realms once and for all. And Taiho stands dead center, the undisputed commander fighting for Aiden, for Helda, for Asgard, and for all of it. He raises his hand and gives the command. The entire army roars as one, ready to like the video and help the channel make more juicy content and activate that cheeky little bell.